Our Incarnation of the Strongest Sword God audiobook by Kevin. Chapter 3081. Chapter 155. Gentle Snow's Strength. Chapter 155. Gentle Snow's Strength. Ceiling Labyrinth, first underground floor. As soon as Shi Feng's party entered the dimly lit labyrinth, they immediately felt a suppressive power causing their bodies to feel heavier. However, this power didn't achieve this effect by strengthening the gravity acting on them. Instead, it influenced their minds into thinking that their bodies had grown heavier. Meanwhile, under this suppressive effect, they'd be fortunate if they could exhibit even half of their usual combat power. No wonder the Tower Alliance didn't dare to raid the labyrinth with just half of the key, Cleansed Rue thought to herself, frowning when she felt the mental oppression that came from all directions. Not only does this place make our bodies feel heavier, but it also inhibits our ability to manipulate mana. It'd be impossible to release a mana domain in this environment. Although none of their basic attributes had changed, their combat standards had plummeted the moment they entered the ceiling labyrinth. Despite being at the domain realm, Cleansed Rue could at most exhibit combat standards at the flowing water realm right now. As for Rainsong and Still Moon, who were only at the void realm standard, they could at most exhibit combat standards at the refinement realm. Paired with their equipment standard, each of them could just barely cope with a Grand Lord of the same level by themselves right now. It should be known that Rainsong and Still Moon were both capable of fighting against Tier 4 mythic monsters of the same level to a standstill under normal circumstances. Moreover, they could hold their ground for a relatively long time. However, unlike Hundred Flower Palace's members, neither Shi Feng nor the Tower Alliance's 6 representatives were surprised by this situation. One could not interpret a ceiling labyrinth using the standards of the average dungeon. Ceiling labyrinths were incredibly mysterious, and it was rumored that ancient gods were responsible for creating them. In front of an ancient god, even a Tier 6 god was no different than an infant. Meanwhile, when operating inside a construction built by ancient gods, unless one had already reached Tier 6, one would have no choice but to comply with the rules set inside the construction. Meanwhile, a minute after Shi Feng's party started traversing deeper into the labyrinth, they heard fighting coming from a passage a short distance ahead. When they moved closer to the source of the noise, they saw Bloodhammer's party clashing against 100 or so level 110 gargoyle guards. Gargoyle Guard, Grand Lord, level 110, HP 500 millions. Upon seeing the stats of these gargoyle guards, Crimson Heart and the other 100 Flower Palace members couldn't help but frown. These gargoyles were equipped with weapons and possessed bodies made out of demonized rock, which was much tougher than steel. In addition to having 3-meter-tall bodies, they also possessed 4 arms, so their combat style was completely different from humans. They also possessed combat standards at the Trial Tower's 7th floor standard. With their current circumstances, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that each one of these gargoyle guards was as strong as an expert like Rainsong. Just the thought of fighting over 100 of these gargoyle guards with their party of 6 gave 100 Flower Palace's members goosebumps. However, in front of the Tower Alliance's party, these gargoyle guards were of no threat at all. It was especially so for Bloodhammer and the Demi-Dragon Woman, who were responsible for opening a path for the party. Bloodhammer could easily knock the gargoyles away with just one swing from his hammer. Some of the gargoyles he sent flying would even hit other gargoyles and send them flying as well, creating a domino effect. If speaking purely in terms of the strength attribute, Bloodhammer was already on par with level 110 mythic monsters. The performance of the Demi-Dragon Woman was even more exaggerated. The 2 shields she wielded looked more like powerful blunt weapons than shields. With just a hit using her shield, she could easily send the gargoyle guards in her path flying several dozen meters away, every one of these gargoyles losing a small chunk of their HPs. Some of the gargoyles she struck were even sent smashing into the labyrinth walls, and these gargoyles had to struggle for quite some time before they could free themselves from the walls. Meanwhile, because of Bloodhammer and the Demi-Dragon Woman, the other 4 members of the Tower Alliance's party could advance with relative ease. They didn't have to waste any stamina and concentration on these gargoyle guards. Before a minute had even gone by, The Tower Alliance's party had already advanced a significant distance. Before entering deeper into the labyrinth, though, Bloodhammer had turned to look at Shi Feng's party, a trace of gloating and disdain in his eyes. Then, after the Tower Alliance's party progressed deeper into the labyrinth, some of the gargoyle guards that had fallen behind began returning to their original positions one after another. "Damn it!" Rainsong cursed when she saw the Tower Alliance's party disappearing from her vision, her eyes filled with resignation. She didn't think that the gargoyle guards would stop chasing after the Tower Alliance's members. With this, they couldn't chase after the Tower Alliance's party even if they wanted to. Although Rainsong was a guardian knight, she wasn't a Tier 4 mythic monster. She might be able to hold her ground against 4 or 5 gargoyle guards simultaneously if she had healing support. Still, there was no way she could mimic the Demi-Dragon woman and fend off several dozen gargoyle guards all by herself. She doubted she could do so, even if she activated her berserk skill. Meanwhile, Crimson Heart also grew silent when they saw Bloodhammer's party disappearing. Find the original at H. Novel. The gap in strength between their parties was too massive. With her current strength, she could cope against a dozen or so gargoyle guards by herself. However, if she had to take on so many of these gargoyles by herself, she wouldn't have any energy to spare on opening up a path. Not to mention, she still needed to reserve some energy to protect their party's healer and mage. "We don't need to try and keep up with them. It's fine if we just progress at our own pace," Shi Feng suddenly said. "Ceiling labyrinths typically have 5 floors, and the suppression effect worsens with every floor you progress. The number of monsters you face will also increase. So it's impossible to clear the labyrinth within a short time. What we should do now is to familiarize ourselves with the combat style of these gargoyle guards. Otherwise, it'll only get more and more difficult for us to progress later." Ceiling labyrinth were constructions built by ancient gods. While it was true that these ceiling labyrinths functioned as seals for pathways leading to the stratified abyssal realm, they also served as trials and legacies. However, few people would actually notice these functions. Everyone was so focused on getting to the stratified abyssal realm that they failed to realize that the ceiling labyrinth itself was also one big treasure trove. Guild Leader Black Flame, every one of these gargoyle guards has 500 million HP. Moreover, they'll swarm us as soon as we approach them. Out of everyone in our party, I'm afraid you are the only one who can survive fighting against so many of them," Rainsong said with a bitter smile. Rainsong had personally witnessed Shi Feng in action, so she knew that he could exhibit strength at the Tier 4 standard. With such strength, the gargoyle guards would be no different than common monsters to Shi Feng. However, it was a different story for everyone else in the party. They didn't possess Tier 4 strength, nor were they Tier 6 God-ranked experts. If over 100 gargoyle guards swarmed them, even if Shi Feng managed to show amazing performance and pin down several dozen gargoyle guards by himself, it would still be useless. After all, the rest of them would still need to cope with a dozen or so gargoyle guards each. Even assuming they managed to stay alive, they would still have to figure out a way to kill the gargoyle guards. However, with the gargoyle guards having 500 million HP each, their party would probably die from exhaustion before they could kill even one gargoyle guard. "If all you're worried about is getting surrounded, that's a simple problem," Gentle Snow said as she looked at 100 Flower Palace's members. "I'll restrain their movements for you. Combined with your skills, they'll probably have a hard time forming a proper encirclement around you. You'll restrain them?" Cleansed Rue couldn't help but look at Gentle Snow in confusion. The ceiling labyrinth prohibited the use of magic scrolls and tools. It was also this limitation that gave 100 Flower Palace and the Tower Alliance a headache. "My mana domain happens to be proficient at this aspect," Gentle Snow frankly stated. After saying so, Gentle Snow walked ahead of the party. Then, as she moved closer and closer to the gargoyle guards, everyone could feel the surrounding mana growing cold and stagnating. A mana domain? How is this possible? Cleansed Rue was filled with disbelief as she looked at Gentle Snow. How can she still form a mana domain while being subjected to the mental oppression here? Chapter 3082, Chapter 156, Advanced Lineage Crystal. Chapter 156, Advanced Lineage Crystal. As soon as Gentle Snow extended her mana domain, the 100 or so gargoyle guards guarding the passage immediately had their mobility and reaction speed slowed dramatically, their bodies behaving as if submerged inside a swamp. Their combat standards had also fallen to the Trial Tower's 5th floor standard. Even a first-rate expert could easily toy with the gargoyle guards in their current state. Space freezing? Crimson Heart was greatly shocked when she saw Gentle Snow's mana domain. Is she really a berserker? Even Cleansed Rue, who used to be a Tier 5 divine mage, could not release her mana domain in an environment with such powerful mental oppression. Yet not only did Gentle Snow manage to use her mana domain, but she had also managed to execute space freezing with it. This had already gone beyond surprising and reached the realm of fantasy. It should be known that space freezing was an advanced method of using a mana domain, and it was impossible to execute without profound knowledge of mana. The technique was so complex that only a small minority of Tier 5 magical class experts could execute it. Yet Gentle Snow had successfully used space freezing despite being a berserker. Let's join in as well. She won't be able to handle so many gargoyle guards by herself, Shi Feng said when he saw that 100 Flower Palace's members remained in a daze. I'll distract the gargoyles while the rest of you focus them down. The gargoyle guards might have had their combat standards reduced to the Trial Tower's 5th floor standard, but they were still level 110 Grand Lords. A group of more than 100 gargoyle guards was more than capable of wearing out a domain realm, if they didn't reduce the gargoyle guards' numbers quickly. Even Shi Feng would be whittled to death, let alone Gentle Snow. Meanwhile, after hearing Shi Feng's reminder, Crimson Heart and the others promptly snapped out of their daze and began taking action. The formation Crimson Heart and the others took was simple. Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue would focus on dealing damage, Still Moon would focus on healing, and Rain Song would focus on guarding Gentle Snow. Maintaining a mana domain while in combat was very taxing for players. There was also the ever-present mental oppression in the labyrinth. If Gentle Snow were to fight and keep her mana domain functioning normally in this situation, her concentration would deplete rapidly. So, to reduce Gentle Snow's burden, the best solution would be to have her avoid combat. For a time, Shi Feng could be seen distracting over 90% of the gargoyle guards while the rest tried to target Gentle Snow. However, due to the gargoyles' weakened combat standards and slugging movements, none of them could get past Rain Song. As for Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue, they frenziedly targeted a specific gargoyle guard, with Shi Feng sneaking in a few blows from time to time. The gargoyle guards might have 500 million HP, but the battle recovery effect did not exist in the ceiling labyrinth. This was true for both players and monsters. In addition, both Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue were capable of using basic combat techniques at a masterful level. Every basic combat technique they executed, allowing them to deal over 1 million damage. If they combined their basic combat techniques with Tier 3 skills and spells, they could cause several million damage per attack. One could say that the two of them had thoroughly utilized their near Tier 4 basic attributes. Heart's damage output was especially noteworthy as she executed up to 4 combat techniques every 3 seconds. She had perfectly incorporated basic combat techniques into her every move, reaching the realms of Truth Sentry level in the truest sense. Under the combined attacks of Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue, the first gargoyle guard fell in less than 2 minutes. At the same time, Gentle Snow and 100 Flower Palace's 4 members saw their experience bars increasing by a small but visible chunk. Roughly an hour later, Gentle Snow became the first player in the party to level up, her level increasing from 103 to 104. Her leveling speed here was not the least bit slower than the grinding expedition Shi Feng held for Zero Wings members in the Burning Land. As the number of gargoyle guards decreased, Shi Feng also got to attack more and more frequently. This, in turn, accelerated the party's speed at killing the gargoyle guards. After another 2 hours passed, the last of the 100-plus gargoyle guards collapsed and disintegrated into dust. Something dropped. When the last gargoyle guard disappeared, Rain Song noticed that the Grand Lord had actually dropped an item. Specifically, it was a dark gold-colored crystal that was the size of a fingernail. Initially, Rainsong had thought that the gargoyle guards did not have any loot since none of the gargoyle guards they defeated had dropped anything. She thought that they were merely here to contribute EXP to players. She didn't think that the last gargoyle guard they defeated would actually drop something. Meanwhile, when Shi Feng saw the dark gold crystal, a hint of excitement suddenly flashed in his calm eyes. "This ceiling labyrinth is amazing. I didn't think this place would drop something like this." Shi Feng couldn't help but smile when he picked up the dark gold crystal. "Did something good drop, Guild Leader?" Gentle Snow asked, her curiosity piqued when she saw the excited look on Shi Feng's face. "It's an advanced lineage crystal," Shi Feng said, not bothering to withhold information on the dark gold crystal from Gentle Snow. "This is an amazing item that's highly sought after even among outer-world experts. Normally, ceiling labyrinths would only drop the standard lineage crystal. Although they also had a chance of dropping advanced lineage crystals, the drop rate was abysmally low. Players were unlikely to see an advanced lineage crystal drop even after looting over 100 normal lineage crystals. However, so long as an advanced lineage crystal dropped, it would cause even outer-world experts to lose their minds. The opportunity to convert to a non-human race might not be anything special to outer-world experts. However, the opportunity to convert to a higher creature was an entirely different story. The higher creature here wasn't referencing the standard higher races such as pure-blooded elves and giants. Instead, it referred to higher life forms with superior life ratings. Take the Demi-Dragon woman from the Tower Alliance, for example. Despite being at Tier 3, her life rating was already close to rivaling the life rating of Tier 4 human players. This was also why the Demi-Dragon woman managed to show such extraordinary performance against the gargoyle guards. Meanwhile, the advanced lineage crystal was an item capable of instantly transforming a normal human player into a higher life form like the Demi-Dragon. "Can it let players become very strong?" Gentle Snow asked, an interested look appearing on her face. "Of course. If you absorb this thing, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that you'll become invincible among those of the same tier," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "But absorbing this crystal requires the help of a magic array that's constructed using a large amount of mana stones. If you're interested, I can sell it to you for a member price of 10 million points. Find the original at Hstead Novel." Shi Feng was already incredibly generous with his price of 10 million points. If it were up to the Greater God's domain's various powers, they'd charge their members a minimum of one top-tier fragmented legendary item or something of equal value for an advanced lineage crystal. Chapter 383, Chapter 157, Two Worlds Parties. Chapter 157, Two Worlds Parties. 10 million points. Gentle Snow was astonished when she heard Shi Feng's offer. She didn't think that the dark gold crystal would be worth as much as the ancient god's blood. While she didn't know what invincible among those of the same tier meant exactly, she had personally experienced the ancient god's blood's powerful effects. The ancient god's blood might not have given her any additional basic attributes, but the improvements it did provide had allowed her to achieve a qualitative leap in strength. These changes would also be very useful when she tried to ascend to higher tiers in the future. At this time, Gentle Snow suddenly realized why Shi Feng had demanded all of the loot inside the ceiling labyrinth. Evidently, Shi Feng had done so for the advanced lineage crystals. The ancient god's blood was an item that assisted players in ascending to higher tiers, while the advanced lineage crystal granted players unparalleled strength among those of the same tier. If a player could get their hands on both of these items, they'd gain an unimaginable advantage over other players. So long as Zero Wing was given enough time, Gentle Snow was certain Zero Wing would grow into a behemoth that would overshadow even the 5 great super guilds. After Shi Feng's party rested for a moment, they continued progressing deeper into the labyrinth. The ceiling labyrinth was massive, and the first floor alone was already 1/3 the size of a standard grinding map. Fortunately, all Shi Feng's party needed to do was head to the center. They didn't have to explore the entire floor. Even so, Shi Feng's party had still taken over half a day to clear the labyrinth's first underground floor. Meanwhile, during this half a day, Gentle Snow and Hundred Flower Palace's members saw a significant improvement in their combat technique proficiency and levels. Gentle Snow had reached level 105, while Crimson Heart and the others reached level 106. They could kill the gargoyle guards with much greater efficiency thanks to this improvement. However, with each subsequent floor, the party progressed. Crimson Heart and the others also grew increasingly anxious. After all, unlike their party, the Tower Alliance's party had progressed through the labyrinth without killing any monsters. At the rate their two parties progressed, there was a high chance that the Tower Alliance's party would have already cleared the labyrinth when they reached the 5th floor. After 4 days of constant fighting, Shi Feng's party finally reached the ceiling labyrinth's 5th floor. Meanwhile, Crimson Heart and the others no longer panicked as soon as they arrived. After all, the labyrinth remained unconquered even though they had already reached the 5th floor. This meant that the Tower Alliance's party was still having trouble clearing it. Evidently, the labyrinth's difficulty was much greater than they imagined. Since that was the case, they might as well listen to Shi Feng's commands and focus on increasing their levels and combat technique proficiency. Their party had made significant improvements during these past 4 days, in addition to all of them reaching level 109. They had also made significant improvements in their proficiency in the realms of truth. Crimson Heart, for example, had already reached the Ascension realm, which was the 2nd stage of the realms of truth. It was also the standard that Bloodhammer and the other Tower Alliance members were at. She was only slightly inferior to them due to her lacking experience. Even so, she was already capable of incorporating advanced combat techniques into her every move. However, out of the 5 of them, the person who made the most improvements in the realms of truth was undoubtedly Gentle Snow. She had entered the ceiling labyrinth with only a little knowledge of the realms of truth. Now, though, she had already set foot into the truth realm. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was monstrously talented. Of course, aside from Gentle Snow, Crimson Heart, and the others, Shi Feng had also acquired a significant harvest during these past 4 days. Firstly, he had already reached level 110 and remained stuck there due to the ceiling labyrinth's restriction. Secondly, he had acquired 4 advanced lineage crystals and 182 normal lineage crystals from all the gargoyle guards they killed. One could say that Shi Feng had thoroughly capitalized on the pioneering benefits of this ceiling labyrinth. The only unfortunate part was that there were hardly any monsters on the ceiling labyrinth's 5th underground floor. They would come across a group of 200-plus level 112 gargoyle guards from time to time. At this point, a group of this size could no longer threaten Shi Feng's party of 6. After wandering on the 5th underground floor for around 6 hours, Shi Feng's party arrived at the heart of the 5th floor. It was also the location where the Gate of Crossing was located. The Gate of Crossing was a 50-meter-tall spatial fissure shrouded in darkness. Currently, though, the fissure was thoroughly sealed by golden runes. Meanwhile, a short distance away from the spatial fissure, the Tower Alliance's party could be seen fighting against a 30-meter-tall, pitch-black metal giant. A titan? Rain's Song was dumbfounded when she saw the metal giant. If dragons were known as the symbol of destruction in God's domain, then titans would be considered the symbol of strength. Similar to the dragon race, the Titan race was one of the apex races in God's domain, and they were known to be invincible among those of the same tier. They were also the worst nightmare for players. Titans were monsters that resembled NPCs the most. In addition to being extremely intelligent, they also wielded super ancient spells that NPCs of the same tier couldn't wield. If players in God's domain were given a choice, they'd rather face a dragon of the same tier than a titan. "No, that's not a titan," Crimson Heart said as she observed the Tower Alliance's fight with the metal giant. "The metal giant is clearly a Tier 4 mythic monster. Even if the Tower Alliance's members are monsters in their own right, there is no way they stand a chance against a Tier 4 titan." "That's right. That giant isn't a titan," Shi Feng said, nodding in agreement with Crimson Heart as he observed the metal giant fight. "It should be a dead titan that has been turned into a puppet. However, while its combat standard might not come close to a living titan, its basic attributes should be no different than an actual Tier 4 titan. It should also lack the ability to use super ancient spells." "Dark Titan, mythic, level 112, HP 15 million. After all, under normal circumstances, even a team of 100 Tier 4 experts had little to no chances of beating one Tier 4 Titan. Challenging a Tier 4 Titan at Tier 3 was simply an absurd notion. Ancient gods were probably the only existences capable of accomplishing such a feat. At the same time as Shi Feng's party arrived at the labyrinth's heart, Bloodhammer and the others also noticed their arrival. How did they get here? A hint of surprise appeared in the Demidragon woman's eyes when she glanced at Shi Feng's party. They hadn't killed a single gargoyle guard on their way here, and they had done so with the express purpose of hindering Shi Feng's party's progression. After all, Shi Feng's party did not possess the strength to go up against the gargoyle guards. Meanwhile, if Shi Feng's party couldn't reach the Guardian boss, the Tower Alliance would be able to monopolize 90% of the entry slots for the stratified abyssal realm. Yet now, Shi Feng's party had appeared at the Guardian boss's location. Moreover, all 6 of them looked alive and healthy. "It seems we've underestimated them a little," Bloodhammer said as he glanced at Crimson Heart and the others. Then, in a contemptuous tone, he continued, "But it doesn't matter even if they manage to reach this place. There's no way they can deal with this Dark Titan. The only thing they can do is watch us fight it." Even in the Tower Alliance's party, the only person capable of tanking the Dark Titan was Maria, the Demidragon woman. The Dark Titan's basic attributes were simply too much for most Tier 3 players to handle. In terms of basic attributes, it was definitely on par with superior mythic monsters of the same level. Only Maria, who wielded fragmented legendary shields and possessed strength surpassing the average Tier 4 player, could receive the Dark Titan's attacks and survive. Support us at Hosted Novel. If any other Tier 3 MT were to try and tank the Dark Titan's attacks, they would die in one move. "Inger them! We need to break away from the fight quickly," Maria said, her voice sounding a little hurried. "We've only shaved away 20% of the boss's HP. Yet we've already expended over half of our stamina and concentration. We need to think of a better solution to raid this boss." Upon hearing Maria's words, Bloodhammer and the others couldn't help but look at the Dark Titan in frustration. The Dark Titan simply had too much HP. Their party had already reached the Guardian boss on their second day inside the Sealing Labyrinth. Afterward, they had constantly been coming up with strategies to raid the Dark Titan. However, even until now, their most successful attempt only saw them shaving off 30% of the Dark Titan's HP. Moreover, they had nearly exhausted themselves and gotten team-wiped on that attempt. Subsequently, Bloodhammer and the others quickly withdrew from the Dark Titan's sphere of activity. Then, once the Dark Titan had stopped chasing them, they sat down and started resting. There was no foreign energy inside the Sealing Labyrinth, so they didn't have to concern themselves with their bodies being corroded. Moreover, stamina and concentration recovery rates were seemingly boosted here. So long as they remained outside of combat and ate some food, they could quickly recover to their peak conditions. This had also made raiding the boss significantly easier. "They seem to have given up, Guild Leader," Gentle Snow said, a surprised look appearing on her face when she saw the Tower Alliance's party resting in the distance. Based on the fight's progression, she could tell that it was only a matter of time before the Tower Alliance's party defeated the Dark Titan. Yet, the Tower Alliance's party had suddenly given up on the raid. "Since they are stopping, we'll take their place," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "You'll use your mana domain, Snow, while Rainsong and I will distract the boss. Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue, you two look for opportunities to strike." Chapter 3084, Chapter 158, Differences Between Parties. Chapter 158, Differences Between Parties. When Shi Feng's party started approaching the Dark Titan, the Tower Alliance's members noticed their actions. "Are they planning to fight the Dark Titan?" A look of shock appeared on Maria's face as she looked at Shi Feng's party. While it was true Shi Feng's party no longer had to worry about level suppression since they had already increased their levels, the Dark Titan couldn't be compared using the gargoyle guards. The labyrinth's mental oppression existed even in the boss area, so none of them could exhibit their usual combat standards. Maria could only tank the Dark Titan because she was a Demidragon, and possessed a fragmented legendary shield that reduced all damage she received from attacks under the Tier 5 standard by 60%. Even then, she would still lose 1/3 of her HP from just one of the Dark Titan's punches. Meanwhile, from what Maria could tell, Rain's Song, the only MT in Shi Feng's party, was only geared in epic weapons and equipment. She wasn't playing as a rare race or higher life form either. With such circumstances, Rain's Song would probably disappear from just one punch. They might be thinking that since we can safely retreat from the Dark Titan, they can probably give it a try as well, Bloodhammer said, laughing when he saw Crimson Heart and the others charging at the Dark Titan. This is good. It'll save us the trouble of worrying about their interference when we are fighting the boss. Once they get team-wiped here, it'll take them a few more days before they can come back here. Previously, Bloodhammer had been worried that Shi Feng's party would try to sneak in some attacks and increase their contributions while their party was keeping the Dark Titan busy. Meanwhile, this was not an outcome the Tower Alliance wished to see. However, so long as Shi Feng's party died here, they'd have to spend the next few days making their way back to the 5th underground floor. We need to come up with an effective strategy quickly. Our food and potions are limited, so we can't afford to waste too much time with the Dark Titan, the Elven Man said, returning everyone's attention to the problem at hand. With the Grandmaster mana recovery potions I have left, we can make at most 10 more attempts. If we can't beat the Dark Titan in 10 attempts, I'll need to head back to restock my potions. Upon hearing the Elven Man's words, the other 5 players in the party couldn't help but feel a little pressured. The Elven Man contributed 40% of their party's damage against the Dark Titan, by virtue of his Dark Elf race resonating with the Sealing Labyrinth's environment. If they lost the Elven Man's damage contribution, raiding the Dark Titan would become impossible. While the Tower Alliance's members were discussing their raid strategy, Shi Feng's party had already arrived before the Dark Titan. The 20-meter-tall Dark Titan was like a 6-story building. Even without wielding any weapons, it could already cover a huge range with its arms and legs. Unless players were capable of moving up to 30 yards in the blink of an eye, there was no way they could dodge an attack from the Dark Titan. When Shi Feng, who moved at the forefront of the party, entered the Dark Titan's attack range, the Dark Titan sent a punch flying at him without hesitation. The Dark Titan's punch caused even the surrounding space to crack and stagnate, making it incredibly challenging for players to move around in this space. He's charging at the forefront even though he isn't an MT? Is he looking to die? Maria's eyes widened in shock when she saw Shi Feng's actions. Shi Feng was a swordsman, yet rather than trying to assist in dealing damage from the side, he was the first to charge into battle. Seeing this situation, Maria couldn't help but suspect that Shi Feng had wrongly chosen his class. However, just as the Dark Titan's fist was about to reach Shi Feng, a ripple of energy suddenly spread across the battlefield and enveloped the Dark Titan, causing the Dark Titan's movements to slow down significantly. Find the original at Hosted Novel. Space freezing? When the Elven Man saw the Dark Titan's movements showing visible signs of slowing down, he promptly noticed the cause. Then he turned to look at Gentle Snow, shock and confusion on his face as he muttered, "How can she use a mana domain while under such powerful mental oppression?" The Elven Man was also an expert capable of casting a mana domain at Tier 3. However, when subjected to the labyrinth's mental oppression, he felt as if needles were constantly pricking his brain. Under such a situation, he couldn't even calmly manipulate his mana, let alone form a mana domain. Before the Elven Man could get over his shock, something even more shocking took place on the battlefield. Even after Gentle Snow had inhibited the Dark Titan's movements with her mana domain, Shi Feng showed no intentions of dodging the Dark Titan's attack. Instead, he created a spatial tear as he swung the Winter of Eternal Night at the Dark Titan's fist. Sword's transmigration. Boom! A loud explosion resonated throughout the spacious hall as fist and sword collided. The shock waves of the impact also caused cracks to appear in the surrounding space. He blocked it? Maria's eyes were filled with disbelief when she saw Shi Feng holding his ground against the Dark Titan's attack. Although the floor under him had cracked and shattered, he had only lost 1/5 of his HP from the attack. He was even more of an MT than an MT like herself. Meanwhile, as soon as Shi Feng's HP dropped, Still Moon, the cleric, promptly cast a healing spell and healed his HP back to full, as expected of a Titan. It truly does have astounding strength. The power of its punches is definitely at the Tier 4 peak standard already, Shi Feng thought. Then, when he saw the Dark Titan swinging its other fist at him, he promptly switched to wielding his sword with both hands above his head. First sword, Light Shadow. Suddenly, the phantom of a gigantic greatsword appeared above Shi Feng. Then this greatsword descended and smashed into the Dark Titan's fist. Boom! The sound of the explosion was much more resonant this time. The impact had even caused a storm to brew within the underground hall. Even Maria and the others, who sat over 1,000 yards away, could feel the impact's shockwaves. Meanwhile, unlike the previous exchange, not only did Shi Feng not take any damage this time, but he had also managed to rebuff the Dark Titan's fist, the mythic monster's entire arm thrown backward. The Dark Titan had even lost its footing for a moment, being forced to take half a step back before it managed to stabilize its body. 1,131,654. A damage value exceeding over 1,000,000 appeared above the Dark Titan's head. Although this couldn't be considered a significant amount of damage, the eyes of the Tower Alliance's members nearly fell out of their sockets when they saw this outcome. Impossible! He managed to repulse the Dark Titan's attack? How strong is that attack of his? The Dark Titan's attacks are at the Tier 4 peak standard on average. Seeing as he managed to not only repulse the Dark Titan's attack but also damage it, his attack must be very close to the Tier 5 standard already. Tier 5? Wasn't their God's Domain supposed to be one that only appeared recently? The Tower Alliance's members couldn't help but be shocked and confused as they looked at Shi Feng. Logically, even a Tier 3 player wielding a fragmented legendary weapon couldn't exhibit power nearing the Tier 5 standard. The only possibility a Tier 3 player could execute such a feat was if they wielded a legendary weapon. However, that clearly wasn't possible. Greysword, you're a swordsman as well. Can you tell what floor he is on? Maria asked, as she looked at the half-Dimension, who wielded a gray greatsword sitting next to her. Chapter 3085, Chapter 159, 4th Floor Expert, Chapter 159, 4th Floor Expert. I can't say for certain, the half-Dimension named Greysword answered. Greysword was a tall and robust man with dark gray skin covered in pitch-black runes. After quietly watching Shi Feng's battle for a moment, he hesitantly said, "But according to my experience as a swordsman, anyone capable of executing a saint-level mana technique to such a level of perfection should be a 4th floor expert." A 4th floor expert? Bloodhammer couldn't help but turn to look at Greysword in disbelief when he heard the half-Demonkin's words. Their God's Domain shouldn't have access to the greater God's Domain yet. So how can an expert of such caliber appear there already? Before a God's Domain gained access to the greater God's Domain, it would typically categorize its experts based on the realms of refinement. However, in the greater God's Domain, there was only one publicly acknowledged categorization for strength, the World Tower. The World Tower was similar to the Trial Tower available in every God's Domain, and all players in the greater God's Domain ranked their strengths based on their performance in the World Tower. However, compared to the Trial Tower, the World Tower's difficulty was significantly greater. So long as players managed to clear the World Tower's first floor, they would be publicly recognized as experts in the greater God's Domain. Meanwhile, experts of such caliber were welcomed by the various powers in the greater God's Domain. If a player successfully cleared the second floor, they'd become an expert that even the greater God's Domain's various peak powers would actively try to recruit. Meanwhile, experts such as 100 Flower Palace's Cleansed Rue would be at the World Tower's second floor standard. Going one step above would be the third floor experts. These experts were also known as God-ranked experts. Typically, only Tier 6 God-ranked experts would be capable of clearing the World Tower's third floor. Of course, there were bound to be exceptions, since not everyone would have the fortune to reach Tier 6. After all, besides having sufficiently high combat standards, players would also need to have sufficient fortuitous opportunities to get promoted to Tier 6. The current 100-Flower Palace's Crimson Heart could just barely be considered a third-floor expert. Everyone in the Tower Alliance's party was similarly at this standard. Unfortunately, they were all stuck at the cusp of reaching Tier 6. As for experts capable of clearing the World Tower's 4th floor, these were existences capable of ranking within the top 10 in their god's domain. Even the Tower Alliance only had one such player in its midst. It should be known that the difficulty of the World Tower's 3rd and 4th floors was worlds apart from each other. The 4th floor's challenge was so difficult that every one of their god's domain's current 4th floor experts had only managed to clear the 4th floor after gaining access to the greater god's domain and sparring numerous times with the god-ranked experts there. Thus, Bloodhammer found it hard to imagine that a god's domain that had yet to gain access to the greater god's domain could produce an expert of such caliber. Not to mention, said expert was only at level 110 and had come to a place like the Ceiling Labyrinth. If that's the case, it might be worth befriending 100-Flower Palace, Maria said. While watching Shi Feng single-handedly tanking the Dark Titan, she couldn't help but reevaluate the importance of 100-Flower Palace. The stratified abyssal realm is the gathering place for the various gods' domains newbies. Setting aside the native players, the strongest players there are third-floor experts like us. There is no way any power would send a 4th-floor expert there. If we can get a 4th-floor expert's help, we'll have a much easier time establishing a foothold in the stratified abyssal realm. The stratified abyssal realm might be a gathering place for the various gods' domains newbies, but it was also a place highly contested by the powers of the various gods' domains. This was because, aside from being rich in rare resources such as the 7 Luminaries crystal, the stratified abyssal realm was also home to many players with superior talent. Due to the stratified abyssal realm's nature, many of its native players grew faster than players based in normal gods' domains. Their chances of becoming 2nd-floor and 3rd-floor experts were also several times higher. Occasionally, 4th-floor experts would even appear in the stratified abyssal realm. Meanwhile, these experts had become a resource fought over by the greater god's domain's various powers. If guilds could recruit these native experts to their cause, it would significantly help their development. After all, competition in the greater god's domain was incredibly harsh. NPC protection also did not exist in the greater god's domain. Thus, if a guild wished to establish a foothold in the greater god's domain, it would need many capable experts. Meanwhile, so long as the stratified abyssal realm developed to a certain extent, it would become a part of the greater god's domain. Once that happened, recruiting the stratified abyssal realm's experts would become significantly more difficult since every power in the greater god's domain would be competing over these talents. Before the stratified abyssal realm merged with the greater god's domain, the various guilds needed to enter the stratified abyssal realm and snatch up as many of these experts as possible. While Maria and the others were holding their hushed discussion, the Dark Titan's HP was rapidly decreasing due to the attacks of Crimson Heart, Cleansed Rue, and Shi Feng. Every one of their attacks dealt over 1 million damage. From time to time, Rain Song would also take over Shi Feng's job of tanking the Dark Titan, giving Shi Feng the opportunity to execute Light Shadow and shave off over 10 million of the boss's HP. Monsters in the Ceiling Labyrinth did not have any battle recovery, so every HP the Dark Titan lost would be permanent so long as it remained in combat. Thus, even though the Dark Titan had 15 billion HP, it would eventually fall so long as Shi Feng and the others did not run out of stamina and concentration. However, the Dark Titan wasn't as easy of an opponent as everyone thought. When its HP fell to 30%, it suddenly let loose an angry roar. Then, an identical copy of itself split from its body. It can even use Dark Division? Crimson Heart's complexion paled when she looked at the 2 Dark Titans before her. Dark Division was a Tier 4 super spell that allowed users to create a perfect copy of themselves. Although the spell only had a short duration of several minutes, the doppelganger created would possess all of the original's basic attributes, skills, and spells. Moreover, even if the doppelganger was killed, it would not affect the main body in any way. They already had their plates full dealing with 1 Dark Titan. Only death would await them if they had to deal with 2 Dark Titans. The boss would use such a move at 30% HP. How was anyone supposed to rate it? Bloodhammer couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw this development. He never thought that the Dark Titan would have such a move in store. Previously, he thought that his party still had a chance of raiding the Dark Titan. All they needed to do was come up with a viable strategy. However, after seeing the Dark Titan use Dark Division, he no longer thought as such. After all, there wasn't a second person in their party capable of tanking the Dark Titan's attacks. "But this is a chance for us," Maria suddenly said, her eyes glowing with excitement as she looked at the two Dark Titans. Currently, neither of their parties could go up against the Dark Titan on their own. They could only get past this guardian boss if their parties worked together. "Indeed. They'll have no choice but to cooperate with us now," Bloodhammer said, smiling. However, going against Maria and Bloodhammer's expectations, Shi Feng had long since expected such a development. As soon as the Dark Titan used Dark Division, he promptly activated the Winter of Eternal Night's World of Frost immediately. 9 frost swords appeared around the two Dark Titans, each frost sword carrying 120% of Shi Feng's strength. Although the Sealing Labyrinth's mental oppression prevented Shi Feng from displaying his full potential, he still managed to manipulate the 9 frost swords to the point where every frost sword could execute a basic combat technique. Meanwhile, with the help of the 9 frost swords, Shi Feng was able to keep both Dark Titans pinned down. Is he really just a 4th-floor expert? This scene dumbfounded Bloodhammer and the others. While they found it shocking that Shi Feng had managed to single-handedly suppress the Dark Titan's berserk mode, they found it even more shocking that he could exert such a high degree of control over the 9 frost swords with their current circumstances. The level of control Shi Feng exhibited was simply astounding. At this time, even Crimson Heart, Gentle Snow, and the others were stunned by this situation. Under the Sealing Labyrinth's powerful mental oppression, the most they could do was execute one basic combat technique at a time. Yet, in addition to executing basic combat techniques with all 9 frost swords, Shi Feng was also simultaneously clashing with the Dark Titans directly. Subsequently, time passed by quickly. 2 minutes after the Dark Titan used Dark Division, the spell's duration expired, and the second Dark Titan disappeared. Meanwhile, as soon as the second Dark Titan's disappearance, Shi Feng promptly attacked the original Dark Titan with all 9 frost swords. World of Frost had a 3-minute duration, which was only 1 minute more than the Dark Titan's Dark Division. In a situation where everyone's stamina and concentration were rapidly depleting, he needed to take advantage of every opportunity to kill the Dark Titan as soon as possible. The Dark Titan already had its hands full fighting Shi Feng, so it naturally didn't have any leeway to defend against the 9 frost swords. As a result, the 9 frost swords had free reign over the Dark Titan's defenseless body, causing over 3 million damage per attack. Subsequently, the Dark Titan's HP bar could be seen draining at a rate visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue also stopped holding back, both of them activating their legacy berserk skills and doubling their basic attributes. They intended to shave away the Dark Titan's remaining HP in one fell swoop: 20%, 10%, 3%, 1%. Boom. Eventually, the Dark Titan fell to its knees as its HP reduced to 0. TL notes: 1 World Tower. The World Tower, Tak, mentioned here is different from the World Tower, Tak, located in Dragonheart Island. If I were to translate Ta in a more direct manner, it'd be World's Tower or Tower of the World. Chapter 3086, Chapter 160, Astonishing Harvest, Chapter 160, Astonishing Harvest. When the level 112 mythic ranked Dark Titan died, a bright glow enveloped everyone except Shi Feng as they reached the highest level permitted in the Dragonfall Secret Land. Immediately afterward, a system announcement rang in the ears of both Shi Feng's party members and the Tower Alliance's party members. Regional System Announcement: Sealing Labyrinth unlocked. The pathway to the stratified abyssal realm will be unlocked in 10 minutes. Regional System Announcement: Sealing Labyrinth unlocked. The Sealing Labyrinth will be converted into a standard region in 2 natural days, and the entry limit into the region will be removed. Upon hearing the system announcements, Crimson Heart and the other 100 Flower Palace members couldn't help but grow ecstatic. "We did it! Big Sis Rue!" Rainsong cheered while shaking cleansed Rue by the shoulders. "Our party will get to monopolize 90% of the entry slots now." The Dark Titan might not have battle recovery, but raiding it was still a great challenge. Had the raid continued for 10 more minutes, most of them would have collapsed from stamina and concentration exhaustion. Fortunately, the Dark Titan's HP ran out before they collapsed from exhaustion. "You made a huge contribution to the guild this time, Rue. If not for you, we would have lost out on this huge opportunity," Crimson Heart said as she looked at Cleansed Rue. If not for Cleansed Rue strongly recommending 100 Flower Palace choose Zero Wing as its partner and agreeing to Shi Feng's seemingly absurd demands, 100 Flower Palace would have most likely ended up with only 10% of the stratified Abyssal Realms entry slots. However, rather than feeling joyful about being praised, Cleansed Rue wore a complicated look on her face as she looked at Shi Feng. The first time Cleansed Rue met Shi Feng was in front of the Primordial Demon Court. At the time, Shi Feng had caused her and 100 Flower Palace to suffer a huge loss, yet now Shi Feng had helped 100 Flower Palace secure 90% of the stratified Abyssal Realms entry slots. She even felt an indescribable sense of reliability when she looked at Shi Feng's back right now. Meanwhile, some distance away from Shi Feng's party, the Tower Alliance's party of 6, wore indescribably ugly looks on their faces. Originally, they had entered the ceiling labyrinth thinking that they would be securing 90% of the stratified Abyssal Realms entry slots. They had never thought that 100 Flower Palace would be the one to monopolize 90% of the slots instead. Although they had thought of forcing their way into the raid halfway through to rake in some contributions, they eventually decided against doing so. This was because there was no benefit in doing so. It wouldn't change the outcome in any way. 100 Flower Palace could simply stop attacking the boss and switch to annihilating them instead. After all, the agreement the Tower Alliance signed with 100 Flower Palace did not state that they could not attack each other. They merely agreed to open the ceiling labyrinth together and split the entry slots for the stratified Abyssal Realm. While the two guild's members were busy celebrating and sobbing, Shi Feng, who stood before the Dark Titan's corpse, wore a dumbfounded look on his face. "I really cannot understand what 100 Flower Palace is thinking. The entry slots might be important, but the loot of this boss probably isn't much worse than those slots," Gentle Snow exclaimed, shock coloring her face as she looked at the items scattered across the ground. She used to be the guild leader of Ouroboros, a first-rate guild, several years ago, so she had seen the loot of mythic bosses on numerous occasions. She had even seen the loot of many superior mythic bosses. However, all of them paled compared to the Dark Titan's loot. This was because the density of the mana the dropped items carried was on an entirely different level. In the past, the strongest item Gentle Snow had seen might have radiated dense mana, but the mana the item radiated remained invisible to the naked eye. However, every one of the items the Dark Titan dropped was currently radiating mist-like mana. How powerful must these items be for them to radiate such frightening mana? "This loot has indeed exceeded my expectations," Shi Feng similarly exclaimed. "If they were to see what the Dark Titan dropped, they would have also regretted agreeing to our deal." For a mythic monster, the Dark Titan did not drop many items. It had dropped only 32 items in total. Moreover, 30 of them were materials. However, these were all incredibly special materials. Abyssal heart fragments. If what they got was the complete abyssal heart, they would have had an inferior divine artifact ranked material on their hands. Even so, as the fragments of an inferior divine artifact ranked material, the abyssal heart fragments were still rated as legendary materials. When added into the production of weapons and equipment, an abyssal heart fragment had a 50% chance of granting the item a mana amplification effect. In addition, it also had a 20% chance to upgrade a dark gold item to an epic item, and a 1% chance to upgrade an epic item to a fragmented legendary item. Typically, one could exchange for a fragmented legendary item with just 10 abyssal heart fragments. This meant that the Dark Titan had dropped 3 fragmented legendary items worth of abyssal heart fragments. It should be known that a first-rate guild would at most have several dozen fragmented legendary items. So, 3 fragmented legendary items were still a considerable fortune for a first-rate guild. Not to mention, in addition to the 30 abyssal heart fragments, the Dark Titan had also dropped 1 fragmented legendary item and 1 primal lineage crystal. Abyssal Eye, Ring, fragmented legendary rank, equipment requirement, strength 1,500, agility 1,200. All attributes increases according to the user's level when equipped. Increases all attributes by 40%, reduces all hostile dark type effects by 50%, ignore levels plus 10. Additional skill 1, Dark Star. Continuously cause dark damage to a radius of 500 yards for 10 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Additional skill 2, Abyssal Power. Grants, the wearer, the power of the abyss. Increasing defense by 100%, strength by 150%, agility by 60%, physique by 50%, and endurance by 100% for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 3 hours, possession of the Abyssal Lord, destroyed by the Eternal Spear. The Abyssal Eye's core has been split into 4 fragments. The Abyssal Eye will restore itself when the 3 other core fragments are collected. Current restoration progress, 0/3. Rings were much rarer than weapons and equipment in God's domain. Typically, even the various superpowers Tier 5 experts would only be using epic rings, while most Tier 4 experts would still be stuck using dark gold rings. Moreover, the level of these rings would be far beneath the players using them. Due to their rarity, rings would typically be valued 1 rank higher than their actual rank. For example, a dark gold ring would be valued similarly as an epic equipment. Meanwhile, the rarity of fragmented legendary rings was close to rivaling the rarity of legendary equipment. Not to mention, the Abyssal Eye was originally a godly relic. So long as he could find the 3 remaining core fragments, he could return the ring to its former glory. Hence, its value was many times higher than the average fragmented legendary ring. However, compared to the Abyssal Eye, Shi Feng cared more about the dark crystal in his hand. This dark crystal was none other than the primal lineage crystal. It was also an item that Shi Feng had never thought he would obtain, and its value was much higher than even the Abyssal Eye. TL notes. I've decided to capitalize the physique stat from now on. I didn't capitalize it initially since I wasn't sure if it was an actual in-game parameter. When I realized that it was an in-game parameter afterward, I continued keeping it at lowercase for consistency. But looking at it now, it feels strange leaving physique uncapitalized. Chapter 3087, Chapter 161, Primal Life Form, Chapter 161, Primal Life Form. There existed 3 ranks of lineage crystals in God's domain: the normal lineage crystal, the higher-ranking advanced lineage crystal, and the highest-ranking primal lineage crystal. Primal lineage crystals were the only means for players to convert into a primal life form. However, primal lineage crystals were so rare that their rarity surpassed even legendary items. To put it into perspective, a typical God's domain would only have around a dozen primal life forms. In terms of life rating, primal life forms did not exceed higher life forms such as demi-dragons by much. Some primal life forms were even inferior to demi-dragons when it came to life rating. However, there was one aspect in which primal life forms had an insurmountable advantage over the higher life forms: world affinity. Among the many creatures in God's domain, primal life forms started with the highest world affinity. In God's domain, it was widely known that the higher a player's world affinity was, the higher their affinity with mana would be. At the same time, they would also have an easier time perceiving the operating principles of mana. If the average player started with 1 point in world affinity, a primal life form would start with 3 points in world affinity. Even players who had reached level 1 world authority wouldn't have such high world affinity. Most importantly, the world affinity gained through converting to a primal life form stacked with the world affinity players gained through world authority. Moreover, the world affinity gained this way wouldn't disappear even if players left the God's domain they came from. This was because it wasn't a blessing granted to them by their homeworld, but rather an inherent part of their strength instead. Of course, converting to a primal life form wasn't an easy task. Aside from requiring a primal lineage crystal, one would also need 10,000 mana stones to activate the primal lineage crystal. Mana stones were much rarer than magic crystals. Although master alchemists could synthesize mana stones using magic crystals, the conversion ratio was 1 to 100. Moreover, the synthesis success rate wasn't 100%. In other words, it had cost at least 1 million magic crystals to convert to a primal life form. It simply wasn't a cost the average person could afford. This saves me a lot of trouble, Shi Feng thought as he put the primal lineage crystal into his bag. Originally, Shi Feng had planned on using an advanced lineage crystal to increase his life rating. Then he would head to the main continent and pick up an inferior legendary quest to increase his world authority in preparation for his Tier 5 promotion. Not all Tier 6 God-ranked experts were equals. In fact, the difference in strength between God-ranked experts was much greater than even the difference between Tier 3 and Tier 4 players. If he did not pave a solid foundation for himself, even if he reached Tier 6, he would merely be an insignificant Tier 6 God-ranked expert in his subworld and the greater God's domain. Shi Feng might seem very strong right now, but that was only because of a few factors, namely the Winter of Eternal Night, his legendary mana body, and his superb control over mana. In the Winter of Eternal Night's case, it was a fragmented legendary weapon that closely rivaled legendary weapons. In the case of his mana control, he was confident that nobody could match him in this regard at Tier 3. Even if the Tier 6 God-ranked experts on the main continent reverted to Tier 3, none of them could match him. However, once he climbed to higher tiers, these advantages would quickly grow insignificant. If he climbed to higher tiers without increasing his advantages, the gap in strength between him and his peers would shrink continuously, and some might even surpass him. It should be known that even the Tier 5 experts on the main continent had much greater advantages accumulated than he currently did, let alone the main continent's Tier 6 God-ranked experts. This was because every veteran Tier 5 expert on the main continent would have several fragmented legendary items, with some even having legendary weapons and equipment. In addition, they also possessed a large number of Tier 5 skills and spells. The difference between a player wielding a large number of Tier 5 skills and a player with only 1 or 2 Tier 5 skills was bigger than the difference between a human and a dog. This was also why few Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts were willing to enter the miniature ancient world. Entering the miniature ancient world would mean losing all the advantages they had accumulated over the years. There wasn't even a guarantee they could accumulate as many advantages in the miniature ancient world as they previously had on the main continent. Shortly after Shi Feng had sorted out the Dark Titan's loot and equipped the Abyssal Eye, the chains binding the spatial fissure started shattering one after another. At the same time, the spatial fissure's size also expanded by several times, occupying nearly half of the entire hall. Subsequently, the spatial fissure radiated a powerful attraction force that caused everyone to subconsciously gravitate toward it. Shi Feng and the others had to resist with all their strength just to avoid getting sucked into the spatial fissure. At the same time, a system notification rang in everyone's ears. System, Gate of Crossing, activated. The wielder of the complete key may safely teleport up to 20 people to the stratified abyssal realm through the Gate of Crossing. Once used, the key will enter a cooldown period of 10 natural days to accumulate energy. The key will also be required to safely return from the stratified abyssal realm. Those without the key's protection, please enter with caution. Why are there only 20 slots? Rainsong couldn't help but be confused when she heard the system notification. Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue also couldn't help but be surprised and frown at this revelation. According to the information they found through investigating the Dragonfall's secret land, they discovered that the stratified abyssal realm was a massive place. It was much larger than even the empires on the main continent. Although the stratified abyssal realm had a strict level limit, its player population should amount to 1 billion at the very least. After all, aside from the countless native powers, plenty of experts from the various gods' domains also operated there. In their opinion, the teleportation gate should accommodate 1,000 players at a time, at the very least. Otherwise, how were foreign players like themselves supposed to thrive in the stratified abyssal realm? Yet now the system was telling them that they would only receive 20 entry slots. After setting aside the Tower Alliance's 2 slots, they still had to split half of the remaining 18 slots to Zero Wing. This meant that 100 Flower Palace would only have 9 entry slots. What could they possibly do with just 9 slots? The amount of items 9 players could carry was incredibly limited. There was no way they could establish a long-term trade channel with just 9 players. Not to mention the currency used in the stratified abyssal realm was different from the currencies they used. This is much better than we initially anticipated. Unlike 100 Flower Palace's members, Bloodhammer, the leader of the Tower Alliance's party, revealed an excited expression when he heard the system notification. Although they were 4 or 5 entry slots shorter than their initial expectations, the cooldown of the Gate of Crossing here was only 10 days. That was significantly better than some of the other gates with month-long cooldowns. If Bloodhammer were to learn that 100 Flower Palace's members had come into the Ceiling Labyrinth thinking that they could acquire 1,000 entry slots into the stratified abyssal realm, he would probably laugh himself to death. The stratified abyssal realm was a special location that connected the many worlds of God's domain. If every God's domain could periodically send 1,000 players into the stratified abyssal realm, it wouldn't take long before the various God's domains players outnumbered the native players. If that were the case, the various stratified abyssal realms wouldn't have remained under the absolute control of the various native powers all this time. The various God's domains powers wouldn't have had to try to butter up to the stratified abyssal realm's native powers. Being able to gain 9 entry slots every 10 days was a privilege that could make even the greater God's domain's various peak powers grow envious. Chapter 3088, Chapter 162, New Expansion Pack. Chapter 162, New Expansion Pack. 9 slots? Shi Feng was greatly surprised when he heard the system notification. It seems I'll have to make ample preparations for this. Shi Feng possessed an in-depth understanding of the stratified abyssal realm. The average Gate of Crossing could only accommodate 5 or 6 people, with larger ones accommodating up to 10 people. Yet not only could the Gate of Crossing before them teleport up to 20 players at a time, but it only had a short cooldown of 10 days. The value of this gate alone was several times greater than the combined value of several Tier 6 God-ranked experts. It should be known that in addition to allowing players from God's domain to travel to the stratified abyssal realm, the Gates of Crossing also allowed players native to the stratified abyssal realm to travel to God's domain. The only difference was that the stratified abyssal realm's native players needed to pay an exorbitant price in 7 luminaries crystals to travel to God's domain. According to Shi Feng's knowledge, the amount of 7 luminaries crystals that native players needed to pay to leave would differ, depending on their combat standards. The higher a player's combat standards, the more 7 luminaries crystals they needed to fork out when leaving the stratified abyssal realm. Even experts at the World Tower's first floor standard were already required to pay 1,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal to leave, while second floor experts were required to pay 3,000 units. However, 1,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal was a sum that a second-rate guild would need 2 months to collect. Although first-rate guilds and superpowers could collect a lot more 7 luminaries crystals, it simply wasn't worthwhile to do so. Players who reached the World Tower's first floor might be recognized as experts in the greater God's domain, but they weren't exceptionally rare or powerful experts. They wouldn't even be considered top-ranking experts in the various first-rate guilds. As for second-floor experts, while they were indeed powerful combatants, the cost to teleport a second-floor expert out of the stratified abyssal realm was 3,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Even a first-rate guild could only afford to teleport one such expert out of the stratified abyssal realm once every 2 months. Not to mention, due to the stratified abyssal realm's restrictions, native experts were at a very low level and tier. So guilds would have to invest a lot of time and resources to develop these experts to their full potential. For a God's domain that had yet to gain access to the greater God's domain, the stratified abyssal realm's true value lay in the trade opportunities it offered. The stratified abyssal realm possessed various precious resources that weren't available in God's domain. Even if they set aside the stratified abyssal realm's unique resources, the skills, spells, combat techniques, and mana techniques the stratified abyssal realm possessed were also far superior to what was available in their God's domain. Due to the various stratified abyssal realms having a very low-level cap on average, the native players there compensated for their lacking levels and tiers by developing their skills, spells, combat techniques, and mana techniques. It was especially true when it came to the development of combat techniques and mana techniques. The various stratified abyssal realms had far surpassed the many worlds of God's domain and reached an entirely different level. Moreover, different stratified abyssal realms would have different civilization cultures and development paths. Because of this, the variety of combat techniques and mana techniques the various stratified abyssal realms possessed was so large that it could astonish even the greater God's domain's hegemonic powers. If an isolated God's domain could gain access to these combat techniques and mana techniques, these techniques would greatly help its development. Meanwhile, 9 entry slots were already more than enough for Shi Feng to do many things in the stratified abyssal realm. Afterward, Shi Feng, Crimson Heart, and Bloodhammer agreed to meet before the Gate of Crossing 2 days later. Though after factoring in the time needed to traverse the sealing labyrinth, they would only have 1 day to prepare once they returned to their respective gods' domains. So they were considerably tight on time. After agreeing on a time, everyone promptly took out a return scroll and teleported back to their respective gods' domains. Miniature Ancient World, Abyssal Star City. When Shi Feng and Gentle Snow teleported back to Zero Wing's residence, they quickly noticed that the residence was missing some of its liveliness and prosperity. Many guild members in the residence also wore looks of frustration and envy. Before Shi Feng could even begin to wonder what had happened while he was gone, a series of message notifications rang in his ears. After checking his message interface, Shi Feng found that several dozen people had messaged him these past few days. Among these people, Su Qian Liu and Blackie had sent him the most messages, each of them sending several dozen messages. Did something happen? Shi Feng grew a little confused as he looked at the several hundred unread messages in his inbox. Before leaving, Shi Feng had already informed Su Qianliu and Blackie that he would be taking care of something important and that they shouldn't contact him unless it was something urgent. It was especially true for offline communication. He told them that unless Zero Wing was under the threat of destruction, they absolutely should not try to contact him in the real world. The sealing labyrinth was a special location that granted access to the stratified abyssal realm, so players were prohibited from communicating with the outside world or logging out of the game while inside it. Although players wouldn't be put into real danger for logging out of the game, their in-game souls would be weakened for a certain period as a penalty. "It seems something big happened while we were away," Gentle Snow said. Yayue messaged me saying that a new expansion pack called Primordial Demons Awakening appeared while we were away. Along with the introduction of this expansion pack, a special building appeared outside the various NPC cities. This building leads to a primordial secret land, and players can hunt for mounts in that secret land. Moreover, the leveling inside is at least 2 times faster. Hunt? For mounts? Realization dawned on Shi Feng when he heard Gentle Snow's words. Mounts could greatly increase a player's leveling speed and range of movement. However, there was still no reliable way to acquire mounts in the miniature ancient world. Even Shi Feng had only obtained his mount in the primordial demon court by chance. Now that a reliable means of acquiring mounts had appeared, it wasn't strange to see players causing a huge commotion over it. However, this was a huge problem for Zero Wing. After all, Zero Wing's operations were based in Abyssal Star City. It didn't have a base of operations in any NPC city, so there was no way Zero Wing could compete against the various powers. But entering this primordial secret land isn't an easy task. Players will have to raid team dungeons to acquire the secret land's teleportation tokens, and each team dungeon will only drop around a dozen tokens. Moreover, even after entering the secret land, players are only allowed to stay there for a limited time, Gentle Snow explained. So, the various powers are frantically searching for and raiding team dungeons right now. Many powers have started a fight over team dungeons, and even Mysterious Moon has already suffered over 10,000 casualties. There's a dramatic difference in leveling speed between players with and without mounts. Team dungeons also appear randomly in the various maps, so not even the various superpowers can monopolize them. Even small guilds will try to compete for some team dungeons in this situation. So long as they get into the team dungeon, there'd be nothing other powers can do about it. So it's normal for Mysterious Moon to suffer such losses, Shi Feng said. He wasn't surprised that Mysterious Moon had suffered so many casualties. Mounts were a key factor that could decide a guild's future. No guild would be willing to give up on the opportunity to acquire a large number of mounts. While Shi Feng and Gentle Snow were conversing, Su Qianliu suddenly approached them in a hurry. "You're finally back, Guild Leader," Su Qianliu said as she looked at Shi Feng, who had just walked out of the residence's teleportation hall. "Something big has happened while you were away. Had you taken even a day longer to reply, Blackie and I would have had to contact you by force." "Did something happen to Zero Wing?" Shi Feng asked in confusion. The current Zero Wing was prospering greatly in the miniature ancient world. Although the new expansion pack had thrown a monkey wrench into Zero Wing's development plans, it wasn't so bad that the guild would face destruction. "It's not Zero Wing," Su Qianliu said, shaking her head. "But it isn't completely unrelated to Zero Wing either. Specifically, something major has taken place over at the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Chief Administrator Hidden Soul and many other peak experts intend to withdraw from Asura." TL notes. For those wondering, peak powers and hegemonic powers are two new terms the author has introduced. Hegemonic powers are above peak powers. I don't know how they compare to the superpowers in Shi Feng's God's domain, though. Also, Su Qianliu, Blackie, and the others still aren't aware that the Asura Mercenary Alliance is actually owned by Zero Wing. Hence Su Qianliu's manner of speaking. Chapter 3089, Chapter 163, Ultimatum. Chapter 163, Ultimatum. Shi Feng was a little stunned by Su Qianliu's words, his mind failing to process those words immediately. Hidden Soul wasn't some nobody. Su Qianliu and the others might not be aware of it, but Hidden Soul was an outer member of Zero Wing. It was also under Shi Feng's suggestion that Hidden Soul had established the Asura Mercenary Alliance and recruited a large number of independent experts for Zero Wing. However, the action of establishing the Asura Mercenary Alliance wasn't only beneficial to Zero Wing. It was also beneficial for Hidden Soul herself. No player in God's domain could progress very far if they relied only on themselves. If a player wished to reach the apex of God's domain, they'd need a large amount of resources that required a lot of manpower to obtain. This was also why Shi Feng had chosen to establish Zero Wing and the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Zero Wing and Asura might not look like much right now, but once they took shape, both organizations would be extremely useful in helping him acquire the astronomical amount of 7 Luminaries crystals required to reach Tier 6. He would also have a much easier time obtaining high-tiered skills, high-tiered spells, and legendary items. In order to become an apex expert in God's domain, players didn't just need to have incredibly high combat standards. They also needed fragmented legendary items, and a large collection of high-tiered skills and spells. A player would only become complete as an apex expert after meeting all these requirements. Meanwhile, the requirements to become a true Tier 6 God-ranked expert were even higher. In a certain sense, legendary items and Tier 5 and Tier 6 skills and spells were even more important for Tier 6 God-ranked experts. Almost every legendary item in God's domain could grant players the strength to transcend tiers. Suppose that, by some miracle, an ordinary expert managed to get his hands on 2 or 3 legendary items. If a Beyond Domain Realm expert with no legendary items were to fight this ordinary expert at the same tier, the fight would end with an overwhelming victory in the ordinary expert's favor. However, searching for and obtaining legendary items involved a lot of time and effort. If Shi Feng tried to do everything by himself, all he'd end up with was nothing. This was something Hidden Soul was also well aware of. It was also why she had gladly agreed to help him establish the Asura Mercenary Alliance. With Asura's support, she too could develop her strength much more rapidly. Yet now Su Qianliu was telling him that Hidden Soul wanted to withdraw from the Asura Mercenary Alliance. No matter how Shi Feng thought about it, this situation simply didn't make sense. I'm sure you are also aware of Asura's situation, Guild Leader. It is only thanks to Chief Administrator Hidden Soul that Asura has attracted so many powerful experts and customers. It is also thanks to these customers that Zero Wing has managed to earn enough funds to keep itself afloat and even purchase Shadow's Lan Hua Tower. Not to mention, Chief Administrator Hidden Soul has also helped out with training Zero Wing's recruits. If Chief Administrator Hidden Soul were to leave, Su Qianliu dared not continue her words after speaking up to this point. Guild Leader, they are currently holding a meeting in Asura's headquarters. Can you head over there and try to dissuade Chief Administrator Hidden Soul and Asura's executives from leaving? If Hidden Soul were to leave, the Asura Mercenary Alliance wouldn't be the only one affected. Zero Wing would also have its development severely impacted. However, the fact that Asura was still silent about this situation meant that there was still room for negotiations. Unfortunately, Su Qianliu didn't have any rights to speak in the Asura Mercenary Alliance, so she couldn't stop Hidden Soul from leaving. Shi Feng was the only person in Zero Wing who had speaking rights in Asura. "All right, I'll go and take a look," Shi Feng said, nodding after saying so. He promptly made his way toward Asura's headquarters, questions filling his mind. Inside the top-floor conference room of Asura's headquarters, on the surface, it was announced that Asura was currently holding a meeting between its executives. In reality, though, there were only 4 people seated inside the large conference room. On one side of the conference table sat Hidden Soul and a ferocious man looking to be in his 50s. On the other side sat Liu Wusheng and Blue Sheath. Currently, all 4 of these people had already reached level 1007. They were 2 levels higher than the miniature Ancient World's frontline experts. And even the various superpowers peak experts would be shocked if they saw these 4 people's levels. This was because even the various superpowers peak experts were only at level 106. Not to mention, at level 107, Hidden Soul and the others would no longer have to worry about the problem of level suppression when roaming level 110+ maps. "Are you intent on withdrawing, Miss Soul?" Liu Wusheng asked as he looked at Hidden Soul. "Won't you consider talking things out with Mr. Black Flame?" "Further discussions are unnecessary," Hidden Soul said, shaking her head. "The Flower of 7 Sins has already issued its ultimatum. If my old friends and I do not leave Asura, the Flower of 7 Sins will begin targeting Asura in all aspects. I'm sure I don't have to explain to you what the Flower of 7 Sins is capable of, Mr. Liu. If we do not leave, Asura's future will be ruined. I'm sure this isn't something Guild Leader Black Flame wishes to see. Not to mention, Guild Leader Black Flame is still missing. If we delay our withdrawal any further and the Flower of 7 Sins begins to take action, all of Asura's customers are certain to leave. The same goes for Asura's experts." After hearing Hidden Soul's words, Liu Wusheng opened and closed his mouth several times. However, no matter how he racked his mind, he simply couldn't come up with any rebuttals. The various first-rate powers in God's domain might not know the full extent of the Flower of 7 Sins' capabilities. However, it was a different story for Witch's Sin, a guild that had secretly reached the standard of the various superpowers already. The Flower of 7 Sins might not have as many members as any of the 5 great superguilds, but the number of experts it possessed absolutely exceeded every one of the 5 great superguilds. Moreover, because the Flower of 7 Sins wasn't a guild but a covert organization instead, there was no use placing a bounty on it. Members of the Flower of 7 Sins typically kept their identities hidden. Most members didn't even know where the organization's main headquarters was located. According to rumors, the Great Commander was the only person who knew exactly how many members and trump cards the organization had. Not even the 6 other commanders of the organization knew about these details. Meanwhile, so long as someone was willing to pay the price, the Flower of 7 Sins would dare to accept even a commission for the heads of the 5 great superguilds' guild leaders. Moreover, not only was there a precedent of this situation, but the Flower of 7 Sins had even completed the commission successfully. Although Liu Wusheng didn't know why the Flower of 7 Sins had decided to target Hidden Soul, an ex-commander of the organization, it was a fact that the assassination organization had issued a warning to the Asura Mercenary Alliance. However, judging by the fact that only the 4 of them had received this notice, he could also tell that the Flower of 7 Sins didn't wish to offend Asura too much. The organization only wished for Asura to keep its hands out of Hidden Soul's problem. However, there wasn't anything Asura could do about this situation either. Others might not be aware of Asura's current situation, but Liu Wusheng was. If Asura tried to go against the Flower of Seven Sins, it'd be no different than trying to crack a rock with an egg. Black Flame, the person behind the Asura Mercenary Alliance, might come from an incredibly strong power. But how much strength could this extraordinary power employ in this god's domain? It should be known that the Flower of Seven Sins was one of the strongest powers in this god's domain. Getting targeted by the Flower of Seven Sins would be an absolute nightmare for Asura. Interesting. So it's a warning from the Flower of Seven Sins. While Liu Wusheng was racking his mind for a solution, the doors to the conference room suddenly opened. Then, a chuckle that Liu Wusheng and Hidden Soul were familiar with came through the doors. Chapter 3090, SS 2.0164, Chapter 164, 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 Guild Leader Black Flame. Liu Wusheng and Hidden Soul were both surprised by Shi Feng's sudden appearance. However, the two wore different expressions when they saw Shi Feng, the former looking pleasantly surprised and the latter looking ashamed. Level 110? The ferocious middle-aged man seated beside Hidden Soul was similarly surprised when he saw Shi Feng. However, the reason for his surprise was different from Liu Wusheng and Hidden Soul. Unlike the others present, the ferocious middle-aged man had a special identification skill that allowed him to ignore the concealment effects of black cloaks. Even though Shi Feng was hiding his information with a black cloak, he could see Shi Feng's level the instant Shi Feng had entered the room. Liu Wusheng, Hidden Soul, and Blue Sheath were all experts with extraordinary senses. Although the middle-aged man had exclaimed in a very soft voice, the three of them still managed to hear his words loud and clear. Meanwhile, all three of them couldn't help but turn to look at Shi Feng in even greater surprise after hearing the middle-aged man's mutterings. "Have you really reached level 110 already, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Liu Wusheng asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. It should be known that his current level of 107 already allowed him to look down on the entire miniature ancient world. He could even move about freely in level 115 plus maps at this level. Although Liu Wusheng had expected Shi Feng to be above him in levels considering the other party's strength, he didn't expect there to be such a huge difference. If it were in the past, reaching level 110 wouldn't be a big deal, since it was only a minor turning point for players. At most, players would receive more basic attributes from their level 150 epic weapons and equipment. However, that all changed ever since the introduction of the most recent expansion pack. The primordial secret land that got introduced with the expansion pack had two separate maps with different level limits. The first map only allowed players under level 110 to enter, while the second map only allowed players between level 110 and level 120. Before reaching level 110, players couldn't enter the second map. Currently, the first map only dropped mounts up to the mysterious Iron rank. Meanwhile, a mysterious Iron mount's combat power only rivaled Lord-ranked monsters of the same level. A mount of this rank could just barely be of help to expert players. On the other hand, the primordial Secret Land's second map dropped up to secret silver mounts. Meanwhile, a secret silver mount possessed strength rivaling high lords of the same level. With such combat power, a secret silver mount could be of significant help to players out in the fields. After all, most of the monsters found in even level 115 maps were only at the High Lord standard. Not to mention, no powers were competing over the second map yet. So, the acquisition rate for mounts in the second map would surpass the first map. I have indeed reached level 110 for some time now. Shi Feng nodded, not bothering to hide his level. However, he couldn't help but be surprised as he looked at the middle-aged man beside Hidden Soul. The black cloak might not be infallible, but a top-tier identification skill would still be required to see through a black cloak's concealment effect. Such identification skills were not commonly available in God's domain. Even a top-tier first-rate guild wouldn't have more than 10 people with such identification skills. Yet despite being an independent expert, the middle-aged man owned one such identification skill. Shi Feng had already memorized the names and appearances of the many experts in God's domain who possessed such top-tier identification skills. Yet, even though the middle-aged man named Frenzied Smile was already at the domain realm, Shi Feng had no recollection of this person whatsoever. When Hidden Soul noticed the look of surprise on Shi Feng's face, she took the initiative to introduce the middle-aged man beside her, saying, "Let me introduce you. This person here is Frenzied Smile, one of the former 7 great elders of the Flower of 7 Sins Board of Elders. Ever since he retired from his position, he has always lived a secluded life. I had to go through a lot of trouble to find him." "Greetings, Guild Leader Black Flame," Frenzied Smile said as he stood up and nodded at Shi Feng. "Although I've heard Commander Soul speak many things about you before, it would seem that you are even more amazing than she described." "You flatter me, Elder Smile," Shi Feng said with a smile. "The fact that you are willing to join the Asura Mercenary Alliance is an honor for Asura." Domain realm experts were highly contested among the various superpowers. Even the 5 great guilds were no exception. This was because domain realm experts had the strength necessary to lead and safeguard important locations. They also had a considerable chance of becoming a Tier 6 God-ranked expert in the future. However, upon hearing Shi Feng's words, Frenzied Smile's expression immediately grew a little awkward. Then he said, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Guild Leader Black Flame. While my friends and I are interested in becoming a part of Asura, Death Omen, the current commander for the Flower of 7 Sins Sin of Pride, has already issued an ultimatum to Asura. If we insist on joining Asura, not only will we bring no benefit to the Mercenary Alliance, but we will even bring trouble with us instead." Hidden Soul wore a somber expression when she heard Frenzied Smile's words. Death Omen was Hidden Soul's younger cousin's sister, and the girl was incredibly talented. Originally, Death Omen was one of the potential contenders for the title of Pride in the Flower of 7 Sins. However, the title eventually landed in Hidden Soul's hands, and Hidden Soul became the Sin of Pride's first commander in God's domain. Now, though, Death Omen had become the Sin of Pride's new commander. If Death Omen was the only person Hidden Soul was going up against, she could have simply ignored the girl's threat. After all, Death Omen only held command over the Sin of Pride. The problem was that Supreme Sky stood behind Death Omen. Supreme Sky was the owner of Greed, and he was the second most powerful person in the Flower of 7 Sins, coming behind only the Great Commander. Meanwhile, Supreme Sky was typically responsible for handling most of the Flower of 7 Sins affairs. Hence, Death Omen's threat could also be regarded as the will of the Flower of 7 Sins. As a former commander of the Flower of 7 Sins, Hidden Soul was fully aware of what it meant to go against the will of the Flower of 7 Sins. If the Asura Mercenary Alliance did not heed the Flower of 7 Sins warning, the only outcome awaiting Asura would be elimination. There was no way Asura, in its current state, could go up against the Flower of 7 Sins. After all, even a veteran superguild like World Dominators was no different than an infant before an adult when going up against the Flower of 7 Sins. The only powers capable of truly contending with the Flower of 7 Sins were the 5 great superguilds, existences that had existed for more than 100 years. "Aren't you underestimating Asura too much, Elder Smile?" Shi Feng suddenly laughed as he looked at Frenzied Smile's awkward expression. "The Flower of 7 Sins might be strong, but that doesn't make Asura a pushover. Since the Asura Mercenary Alliance has decided to let Hidden Soul become its chief administrator, and even have her recruit former members of the Flower of 7 Sins like yourself, without consulting the Flower of 7 Sins beforehand, it means that Asura has never cared what the Flower of 7 Sins would think of this decision." Hidden Soul was momentarily stunned when she heard Shi Feng's words. She never expected Shi Feng to say such words. At this moment, an array of emotions filled her heart. There was excitement, anxiety, and shame. It should be known that even the various superpowers would grow fearful when hearing the name of the Flower of 7 Sins, let alone receiving a warning from the assassin organization. After all, there were precedents of the Flower of 7 Sins destroying entire superpowers in God's domain. At this moment, Hidden Soul wasn't the only person stunned by Shi Feng's words. Was similarly dumbfounded. Was this the prelude to an all-out war between the Asura Mercenary Alliance and the Flower of Seven Sins? "Are your words true, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Frenzied Smile asked, as he looked at Shi Feng with a serious expression. "I'm not sure if you know this, but the Flower of Seven Sins has enough strength and wealth to destroy even the superpowers in God's domain. The Asura Mercenary Alliance will never regret its decisions. If the Flower of Seven Sins wishes to target Asura, Asura won't mind giving the Flower of Seven Sins a fight," Shi Feng said affirmatively. "Good. As expected of a power commander's soul has settled on," Frenzied Smile laughed. "Since the Asura Mercenary Alliance is willing to go to such an extent for retired folks like us, we won't back down either. We are willing to fight with the Mercenary Alliance." Elder Smile? Hidden Soul couldn't help but feel exasperated when she heard Frenzied Smile's words. Frenzied Smile had evidently included her in his declaration. "Don't tell me you're willing to give in like this, Commander Soul," Frenzied Smile asked as he looked at Hidden Soul. "If you still choose to quit even after Asura has agreed to help us, you're going to disappoint us old folks." Hidden Soul hesitated for some time after hearing Frenzied Smile's words. Eventually, though, she gritted her teeth and said, "Fine. I'll fight with Supreme Sky, then. Even if I lose, I'll be damned if I don't knock out a few of his teeth." Chapter 3091, Chapter 165, Asura's Strength, Chapter 165, Asura's Strength. Frenzied Soul sighed in relief when he heard Hidden Soul's decision. Hidden Soul was the strongest among the former Flower of Seven Sins members that had joined Asura. If comparing purely in terms of techniques, some Tier 6 God-ranked experts weren't even her match. If it were on the main continent, Hidden Soul definitely couldn't pose a threat to the Flower of Seven Sins since she never managed to reach Tier 6. However, it was a different story in the miniature ancient world. Now that everyone was still at Tier 3, Hidden Soul was undoubtedly one of the strongest experts in the miniature ancient world, and even the Flower of Seven Sins would have difficulty dealing with her. Meanwhile, the benefits the Asura Mercenary Alliance offered were incredibly attractive to them. Experts who couldn't reach Tier 6. If they were to leave Asura now, it was almost impossible for them to find another holy land like Abyssal Star City's primordial tower. So, now that the Asura Mercenary Alliance was willing to shield them even at the risk of offending the Flower of Seven Sins, it'd be too much of a waste for them to give up without a fight. "Guild Leader Black Flame, we might not have to worry about getting targeted since we have Abyssal Star City as our base, but if the Flower of Seven Sins decides to go after our customers, I'm afraid there is very little we can do about it. Many of the experts that have recently joined Asura might even decide to leave as a result." Liu Wusheng suddenly said, "This is an especially worrisome problem considering many of our customers have been commissioning quests to acquire mounts recently. This leaves the Mercenary Alliance's experts with no choice but to head for the surrounding NPC cities to raid team dungeons for the Primordial Secret Land's entry tokens. Meanwhile, this is the perfect opportunity for the Flower of Seven Sins to hinder our members from completing their quests. Whenever the Flower of Seven Sins decided to go after a power, it would typically go after the power's core experts and executives. Either that, or it would target the power's various income sources. However, the Asura Mercenary Alliance's main development area was centered around Abyssal Star City. Meanwhile, Abyssal Star City was a stronghold that the 5 great super guilds could not destroy even if all 5 of them worked together. Naturally, there was no way the Flower of Seven Sins could do anything about the city by itself. Hence, it was obvious what method the Flower of Seven Sins would choose to target the Asura Mercenary Alliance. The Flower of Seven Sins would target Asura's various businesses and crush the Mercenary Alliance using its vastly superior manpower and financial strength. Currently, the Asura Mercenary Alliance relied mainly on commissions made by leisure players to earn credits and sustain the livelihoods of the Mercenary Alliance's independent experts. The main goal of every independent expert in joining the Asura Mercenary Alliance was to earn credits and resources in God's domain. However, if these independent experts were prevented from completing their quests and could not earn any credits, It was only natural that they would withdraw from the mercenary alliance. After all, these independent experts needed to live. Meanwhile, if the customers who had commissioned the quests saw that their quests weren't being completed even after a long time, they would definitely choose to take their business elsewhere. If this situation persisted, the Asura Mercenary Alliance would eventually crumble due to a lack of customers. Of course, there was also the option of Zero Wing and Witch's Sin sending their experts to complete these quests. However, the problem with this solution was that experts weren't cabbages. It might be fine to do so once or twice, but Zero Wings and Witch's Sin's development would definitely be affected if this method was employed over a long period. Fortunately, not all was lost. There was still one method Asura could employ to counteract the Flower of Seven Sins obstruction, having stronger experts take on the quests. For example, they could have Refinement Realm experts take on a quest that normally needed only first-rate experts to complete. The Flower of Seven Sins could also be regarded as an independent organization in a sense. Whenever the organization had its members do work for it, it would pay them according to the job's difficulty. Meanwhile, a simple obstruction job would naturally yield a small pay, and powerful experts naturally wouldn't be interested in taking on such jobs. Hence, if Asura raised the overall strength of the experts taking on its quests, the experts the Flower of Seven Sins sent would naturally fail to obstruct Asura's experts. However, if the Asura Mercenary Alliance chose to take this route, it would have to spend money and resources to subsidize the customers' quests. Only by doing so would stronger independent experts be interested in taking on these quests. After all, the Primordial Tower's environment wasn't attractive to most independent experts. It was only attractive to Tier 5 experts who had trouble reaching Tier 6. As I thought, it's still going to come down to a competition of wealth, huh? Hidden Soul understood what Liu Wusheng was trying to say. Immediately, she said, I can provide 1 billion credits to the Alliance to subsidize the customers' quests. Although I can't offer as much as Commander Soul, I can still provide roughly 200 million credits. If I get the others to contribute some, it shouldn't be difficult for us to get another 1 billion. Frenzied Smile said. Witch's Sin can provide 5 billion credits, but I'm afraid that even this amount of credits wouldn't last us very long, Liu Wusheng said, shaking his head. Currently, our customers are only offering 100,000 credits per basic mount, which is equivalent to 1,000 gold. However, it takes at least a 100-man expert team to procure a common mount. Assuming they manage to complete the quest in a day, each player on the team will only receive 1,000 credits. A daily salary of 1,000 credits will only tempt first-rate experts. If we want to get the independent Refinement Realm experts interested, we'll need to bump the daily salary up to 3,000 credits. In other words, we'll have to subsidize 200,000 credits per common mount. I'm afraid it's going to be even worse for higher-ranking mounts. We'll have to subsidize around 1 million credits for each bronze mount and 3 million credits for each mysterious iron mount. Currently, we are receiving over 1,000 common mount quests, 70 bronze mount quests, and 30 mysterious iron mount quests per day. That's around 400 million a day in subsidies. Moreover, this is only the initial estimate. If the Flower of Seven Sins also increases the rewards for its quests, we'll probably have to spend even more money. Hidden Soul and Frenzied Smile felt a little stressed when they heard Liu Wusheng's words. Even a conservative estimate placed them at spending 400 million credits a day. If the Flower of Seven Sins were to increase the rewards for its quests, Asura would also have to respond by further increasing its rewards. This was already beyond the level of throwing money away. It was true that Abyssal Star City was making a lot of money every day. Currently, the city was earning over 100,000 gold per day in entry fees alone. If they included the income generated through the city's shops, the city should have no problem ensuring a daily income of 200,000 gold. However, that was before they included Abyssal Star City's upkeep cost. Not to mention, the Asura Mercenary Alliance also needed to use a portion of its income to purchase lands in NPC cities to expand its sphere of influence. Simply put, Asura couldn't afford to waste so many credits every day, especially not over a long period. Yet a competition of financial strength with the Flower of Seven Sins was fated to be a long and arduous process. There's no need to offer such a large subsidy, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Moreover, none of you need to contribute any credits. We can simply use the Alliance's contribution points to replace the credit subsidy. Since this is the Alliance's problem, it will naturally be up to the Alliance to deal with it. But the Alliance's contribution points have limited attraction over independent players. Most independent experts are only trying to acquire a bronze membership to enter Abyssal Star City freely. They don't have much interest in the Primordial Tower, Liu Wusheng said with a bitter smile. It would naturally be wonderful if they could use contribution points as a subsidy instead of credits. After all, one contribution point was equivalent to 40 silver coins already. Moreover, contribution points could only be spent in the Mercenary Alliance. So, by using contribution points as a subsidy, not only could they reduce the burden on the Alliance's finances, but they could minimize the actual outflow of funds. After all, purchasing a bronze membership in the Alliance cost 5,000 contribution points, while offering a bronze membership cost the Alliance next to nothing. However, the freedom of entering Abyssal Star City wasn't particularly tempting to most independent experts right now. After all, most players couldn't really benefit from Abyssal Star City before reaching level 110. Currently, the only players visiting the city were merchant players and the various powers management personnel. No, these independent experts will soon become very interested in Asura's membership, Shi Feng said, smiling. Then he took out a light blue crystal from his bag and said, "Starting today, members who have reached bronze status or above in the Asura Mercenary Alliance will be allowed to exchange for this item." Chapter 3092, Chapter 166, Frightening Foundations. Chapter 166, Frightening Foundations. A lineage crystal? Liu Wusheng and the others were stunned when they saw the light blue crystal in Shi Feng's hand, although they had never heard of the lineage crystal before. Based on the information displayed before them, this lineage crystal was simply amazing. With this lineage crystal, players only needed to spend some magic crystals to convert to another race. There was no need to go through the trouble of finding and completing rare conversion quests or changing factions. Most importantly, the lineage crystal allowed players to convert to races available during primordial times rather than the descendants of those primordial races. This meant that players who converted their race using the lineage crystal would have a higher life rating than players who converted their race through completing quests. In other words, besides allowing players to convert to another race easily, the lineage crystal also increased players' life ratings. Compared to the miniature worlds inside the Primordial Tower, the lineage crystal would definitely be 100 times more attractive to the majority of the experts in the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Guild Leader Black Flame, pardon me for asking this, but how many of these lineage crystals can the Asura Mercenary Alliance provide? Are there 20, or are there 30? Liu Wusheng asked in a slightly trembling voice. Also, how many contribution points will it cost to exchange them? Is it 2 million? Or is it 3 million? Even by looking at the lineage crystal's description alone, Liu Wusheng could tell that this item would send the entire miniature ancient world into an uproar. Setting aside the opportunity to gain the superior talents of other races, just the lineage crystal's ability to grant players a higher life rating was already more than enough to tempt everyone in the miniature ancient world. An increase in life rating could bring improvements far more valuable than any piece of weapon or equipment could provide. For example, the higher a player's life rating in God's domain, the stronger one's basic attributes and physique would be compared to other players of the same tier and level. In addition, players would also have an easier time learning combat techniques with a higher life rating. It was similar to how players of a higher tier would have an easier time learning combat techniques than players of a lower tier. However, it was far too difficult to increase one's tier. Setting aside the barrier between Tier 5 and Tier 6, just the barrier between Tier 3 and Tier 4 was already more than enough to stump countless expert players. If a player could grow stronger without having to increase their tier, it meant that this player could secure more opportunities than other players of the same tier. This, in turn, meant that this player would have a much greater chance of ascending to a higher tier. With the miniature ancient world being open for less than a month, every combat player in the miniature ancient world would probably go crazy over the lineage crystal if they learned of its existence. However, if the Asura Mercenary Alliance wanted to attract the attention of independent experts, having just one or two lineage crystals wouldn't do it. After all, any independent player with common sense would know that these one or two lineage crystals would end up in the hands of the various powers experts. There was no way independent experts like themselves would get a turn. However, if Asura offered 20 or 30 lineage crystals up for exchange, even independent players would have a chance at exchanging for a lineage crystal. Meanwhile, so long as a chance existed, the many independent players in the miniature ancient world would definitely try to earn the Asura Mercenary Alliance's contribution points as if their lives depended on it. Of course, that was under the precondition that the lineage crystal wasn't priced too absurdly. While the lineage crystals might be more valuable than even fragmented legendary items. Even fragmented legendary items were only valued at around 500,000 gold. Although these fragmented legendary items were typically of the most inferior quality and only sold in special locations such as the auction houses of dark NPC cities, they were fragmented legendary items nonetheless. They could still provide players with a significant boost to combat power. Even if fragmented legendary items were more valuable in the miniature ancient world, the most a bottom-tier fragmented legendary item could sell for was around 1 million gold. So, offering the lineage crystals for 2 million contribution points each was just about right. Any higher, and they would no longer be within reach of most independent players. After hearing Liu Wusheng's questions, Hidden Soul and Frenzied Smile also turned to look at Shi Feng curiously. They, too, wondered how many lineage crystals Shi Feng could take out and how he planned on pricing them. Inwardly, though, both Hidden Soul and Frenzied Smile were resolved to purchase a lineage crystal for themselves even if it cost 5 million contribution points. 200 crystals, Shi Feng said with a faint smile. Moreover, it won't cost too much to exchange for them. Anyone who is a bronze member of the Asura Mercenary Alliance can exchange the lineage crystal for just 1 million contribution points. Silver and gold members will even get 10% and 20% discounts. Of course, each member is only limited to one lineage crystal. 200? And at such a low price? Liu Wusheng felt his head growing faint when he heard Shi Feng's words. Could you be joking, Guild Leader Black Flame? Although lineage crystals didn't provide as significant of an improvement to combat power as fragmented legendary items, the ability to reduce the difficulty of learning combat techniques, skills, and spells made the lineage crystals just as valuable as fragmented legendary items, yet Shi Feng was offering the lineage crystals for only 1 million contribution points. Moreover, this price could even be discounted with higher-ranking memberships. The various independent players would go crazy if they learned about this. After all, it went without saying that the various powers would also try to get their hands on the lineage crystals. Meanwhile, so long as an independent player managed to get their hands on a lineage crystal, they could immediately resell it for a huge sum of money. Setting aside the various superpowers, even the various first-rate guilds would probably be willing to pay 1 million gold for a lineage crystal. Moreover, a supply of 200 lineage crystals was more than enough to give independent players a good chance at getting their hands on some. There was no need to worry that the various powers would empty Asura's shelves in the blink of an eye. It should also let Asura attract the attention of the various independent players for a long time. When Shi Feng saw the dubious gazes everyone was giving him, he took out 200 lineage crystals from his bag and put them on the conference table. Then he said, I already told you not to underestimate Asura so much. The flower of 7 sins might be strong, but that doesn't make Asura weak. The lineage crystals might be valuable, but that was only for now. Once players began entering the Boundary Mountain range, they would realize that the lineage crystals weren't all that valuable after all. At most, its value rivaled a top-tier epic weapon. The moment Shi Feng had gotten his hands on the lineage crystals, he had already decided to use them to increase the Asura Mercenary Alliance's fame. Otherwise, once Tier 4 experts started appearing among the various superpowers, there was no way Asura could withstand an assault from them with only the small number of independent experts they managed to attract thus far. There really are 200 crystals. Am I dreaming? Liu Wusheng and Hidden Soul widened their eyes in shock when they saw the small pile of crystals on the table. These were 200 fragmented legendary items they were talking about. They could already imagine how much of a sensation these lineage crystals would cause once their existence was publicized. "Do you believe in Asura's strength now?" Shi Feng asked, smiling as he looked at Hidden Soul. "If there are no further problems, send a refusal notice to the Flower of Seven Sins. Tell them that they still do not have the qualifications to tell the Asura Mercenary Alliance how to do things. Also, inform all Alliance members about the Lineage Crystals exchange. Support us at Hasted Novel." "Okay, I'll get it done right away," Hidden Soul said, a rare smile appearing on her face. Chapter 3093, Chapter 167, Uproar in the Alliance. Chapter 167, Uproar in the Alliance. Miniature Ancient World, Southern Zone, Red Obsidian City. As one of the 12 holy cities in the Miniature Ancient World's 4 major zones, Red Obsidian City was only 1 sea away from the Boundary Mountain Range. It was the largest seaside city in the Miniature Ancient World's Sea of Red Tiers. Due to Red Obsidian City being one of the few seaside cities that could conduct maritime trade with the Boundary Mountain Range, it became a highly contested location for the various powers. As evidence, there were at least 7 superpowers known to be using Red Obsidian City as the location for their main headquarters. There were also over 20 first-rate powers ignoring the threat of these superpowers and establishing their base of operations in Red Obsidian City. In less than a month since the Miniature Ancient World opened, Red Obsidian City's player population had already exceeded 80 million. When it came to player population, it was a megacity that could rank within the top 5 out of the several hundred cities in the Miniature Ancient World. However, what the various powers of Red Obsidian City weren't aware of was that there was actually a transcendental power secretly operating within the gray areas of the city. Meanwhile, this power was none other than the Flower of Seven Sins. Inside a VIP room in Red Tier's bar, the best bar available in Red Obsidian City, at this time a masked young man clad in silvery gray clothing walked into the VIP room. The young man had a relatively average stature, measuring 1.7 meters only. After entering the room, the young man looked at the woman quietly sitting by the window and said, "A message came in from the Asura Mercenary Alliance, Big Sis Omen." The woman in question wore a crimson one-piece dress, and she possessed an ethereal beauty that made her look like a beautiful doll carved by a masterful artisan. However, if one observed this woman closely, one would realize that the woman's appearance wasn't the only astonishing thing about her. In addition to her looks, her level of 107 was more than enough to take the breath of any ordinary expert. Moreover, her crimson dress wasn't simply a cosmetic item. Instead, it was a bona fide fragmented legendary item. "What message?" the woman named Death Omen lazily asked as she glanced at the masked man. "The message's sender is Big Sis Soul. She has turned down our suggestion on Asura's behalf. Moreover, Big Sis Soul has asked you to pass on a message to Commander Sky, saying that she will reclaim the position she lost," the masked man said with a chuckle. "What a fool," Death Omen said with contempt on her face. "It is precisely because she refused to submit to Lord Sky that she has fallen to her current state. Had she chosen to go under Lord Sky's wing as I did, she would have long since reached Tier 6 by now and matched me in strength. It is also because of Lord Sky's kindness that she got away with only getting dismissed. Yet as soon as she found herself an Outer World backer, she thinks she can go against Lord Sky. What should we do now? Should we take action against Asura?" the masked man asked. "A mere Outer World power dares interfere in the Flower of Seven Sins affairs. Do they honestly think a measly guild like World Dominators can represent all of the powers in our God's domain? Since they refuse to obey, there's no need for them to continue existing in the Miniature Ancient World," Death Omen said, a flash of cold light appearing in her eyes. "Pass down my words. From today onward, everyone who takes on the quest to obstruct the Asura Mercenary Alliance will not only receive rewards equivalent to Asura's quests, but they will also receive an additional 100% bonus paid in contribution points." "A 100% bonus? Isn't that a little too much?" the masked man exclaimed. Asura is mainly offering mount quests right now, and even a common mount is worth 100,000 credits. However, it will take at most 20 half-step refinement realm experts to handle a team that is taking on such a quest. Just receiving an equivalent reward is already more than enough for them to make a significant profit. There's no need for us to subsidize an additional 100,000 credits. Essentially, they'd have to pay 200,000 credits just to obstruct one of Asura's quests. Although they could offset half of that price using contribution points, these contribution points would eventually be used to exchange for the Flower of Seven Sins resources. So they'd still be paying out of their own pockets at the end of the day. The ones below will only be motivated to move if we offer more money. A reward of just 100,000 credits can only tempt a limited number of experts. Not to mention, there are plenty of half-step refinement realm experts and first-rate powers helping the Asura Mercenary Alliance. So, it's best to have the refinement realm experts on our side make a move, Death Omen calmly said. Also inform the executioners to move as well. I want you to destroy all of Asura's businesses as soon as possible. Then, we'll see how much more confidence Hidden Soul has in going against Lord Sky. Other powers in God's domain were afraid of going against the Asura Mercenary Alliance because they operated in the light, which made them for easy targets. However, the Flower of Seven Sins operated in the dark. There was no way Asura could target the Flower of Seven Sins if nobody even knew the whereabouts of the Flower of Seven Sins members and base of operations. If the executioners move as well, that will make things simple, the masked man said, excitement appearing in his eyes. This was the biggest operation the Flower of Seven Sins had carried out since he had entered the miniature ancient world. The executioners were a group of assassins the Flower of Seven Sins had nurtured internally, and even the weakest among them was a refinement realm expert. Meanwhile, the executioners currently present in the miniature ancient world numbered 3,000. If 3,000 refinement realm experts took covert actions as a group, even the various superpowers would suffer severe losses, let alone an outer world power. While the Flower of Seven Sins was making its move, a huge announcement was made in the Asura Mercenary Alliance's main headquarters. Lineage crystals were officially available for exchange now. Are you kidding me? Can we really exchange for such an item? Support us at hosted novel, 1 million points? Isn't the exchange price way too high? You think 1 million points is a lot? If you have 1 million points or a lineage crystal, I'd be willing to buy it off your hands for 500,000 gold. How about it? 1 million contribution points will only get you 400,000 gold. You'd be making an easy 100,000 gold just by reselling the lineage crystal to me. That's basically enough money for a large villa. I'll pay 600,000 gold. I can give you even more if you're willing to accept credits. I'll even pay the full sum on the spot. Anyone interested? You want to buy something that's as valuable as a fragmented legendary item for just 60,000 gold? Did you forget to wake up today? Shortly after the exchange list over at the Asura Mercenary Alliance's warehouse got updated, a heated debate quickly ensued among the players that had flooded to the warehouse after reading the announcement, a flame of desire igniting in everyone's hearts. In the current situation where players could not ascend to Tier 4, anyone who managed to convert to a powerful race would essentially gain a fragmented legendary item. They would instantly soar to become one of the strongest experts in the miniature ancient world. Moreover, there'd be no need to worry that others might steal this advantage away from them. Not to mention, the benefits of having a stronger race could remain useful even after players reached Tier 4 and Tier 5. So, how could anyone resist the temptation of the lineage crystal? This won't do. I need to tell the commander about this quickly. Have our brothers get ready to move right away. The Alliance might run out of quests if we waste any more time. Something big has happened, Guild Leader. The Asura Mercenary Alliance has lost its mind. It's offering an item that's as good as a fragmented legendary item for only 1 million contribution points. While the crowd in front of the warehouse talked about the lineage crystal, many of those present also started contacting their companions, subordinates, and superiors. For a time, everyone in the Asura Mercenary Alliance went into a frenzy. Meanwhile, shortly after the Asura Mercenary Alliance pulled this stunt, news of the lineage crystal also reached the ears of the various powers. Chapter 3094, Chapter 168. So, this is Asura. Chapter 168. So, this is Asura. 100 Flow City Soulfire Adventurer Team's Gathering Point. Stop hesitating, Captain. Many powers have already gathered at Asura's headquarters to register. If we don't hurry up and join as well, there won't be any lineage crystals left for us, Moonrain said as she looked at Southern Tiger. Your strength will rise to the next level, so long as you can get your hands on a lineage crystal. We'll also have a much easier time exploring the Boundary Mountain Range in the future. We might even be able to get ahead of other powers and pioneer a path into the Boundary Mountain Range. Many powers in the miniature ancient world had decided to take a wait-and-see approach when the Asura Mercenary Alliance started recruiting members. After all, while Abyssal Star City was located very close to the Boundary Mountain Range, mainstream players were nowhere near reaching level 115. Moreover, joining Asura would mean losing the ability to go against the Mercenary Alliance. In addition, members would also be responsible for protecting the Mercenary Alliance. In a situation where the 5 great super guilds were targeting the Abyssal Star Primordial City, most people felt that the Asura Mercenary Alliance could, at most, survive until the various superpowers experts reached level 120 and got promoted to Tier 4. Not to mention, the various superpowers might have long since established guild towns and cities near the Boundary Mountain Range, even before mainstream players reached level 115. In that case, there'd be no benefit in joining the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Most importantly, players could still enter Abyssal Star City even without joining the Asura Mercenary Alliance. At most, they'd have to stand in line for some time. However, things were different now. The lineage crystal that the Asura Mercenary Alliance had introduced into its exchange system recently was an item that rivaled fragmented legendary items in terms of usefulness. The various powers and independent expert teams might be able to ignore the benefit of having a slightly faster leveling speed. However, there was no way they could ignore something as valuable and useful as a fragmented legendary item. After all, the lineage crystal was something that could help establish a powerful team. And having a powerful team meant being able to acquire more and better weapons and equipment. Epic weapons and equipment might be powerful, but they were only a starting point for peak expert teams. What these teams aimed to acquire were fragmented legendary items, and they'd have to raid incredibly challenging team dungeons and secret lands to do so. Meanwhile, items such as the lineage crystal would be crucial in helping them accomplish this goal. However, the problem was that only members of the Asura Mercenary Alliance could exchange the lineage crystal, or more specifically, members who had reached the bronze rank or above. I'm not hesitating, Southern Tiger said with a bitter smile. I already sent someone to apply to join Asura as soon as I received news of the lineage crystal. However, there are just too many people applying to join, and the guy I sent says that there are several tens of thousands of people waiting in line before him. There are actually so many people waiting in line. Moonrain was a little stunned when she heard Southern Tiger's words. After all, it hadn't been more than 15 minutes since news of the lineage crystal came out. Yet there were already several tens of thousands of players waiting in line to join Asura over at the Mercenary Alliance's registration point in 100 Flow City. The speed of everyone's reactions was even more exaggerated than when they were competing for team dungeons out in the fields. With so many people waiting in line, it'll take us at least a day before we can pick up a quest, Southern Tiger said, sighing. The only thing we can do now is to try and collect some contribution points from Asura's members, or find a trustworthy member of Asura and have them pick up a quest and turn it in on our behalf. But it won't be easy to find such a person. Asura's regulations state that normal members are only allowed to accept basic quests. Only higher-ranking members are allowed to take on more difficult quests and acquire more contribution points. Although quests for common mounts are available in large numbers right now, members of Asura will first have to complete 15 basic quests before they can accept a common mount quest. As for bronze and mysterious iron mount quests, only bronze members can accept those. Currently, there are only a very small number of players with bronze membership in Asura, and every one of them is a target of competition for the various guilds and adventurer teams. Although I've tried asking around, none of the people I know have a bronze membership in Asura. Someone with bronze membership? Moonrain suddenly thought of someone when she heard Southern Tiger's words. Captain, do you still remember that advanced legacy we gave away some time ago? You mean the one we gave to that girl from Zero Wing? Southern Tiger said, similarly recalling Wu Lingling. Originally, Southern Tiger was trying to get Shi Feng, a Tier 6 God-ranked expert, to owe Soulfire a favor by giving the other party one of Soulfire's gold order. Unfortunately, Shi Feng refused to take the bait, so Southern Tiger settled with giving the gold order to Wu Lingling. Although Soulfire had technically formed a close relationship with Shi Feng through this action, in essence, Wu Lingling was the one who owed Soulfire a favor. You told me to maintain contact with her afterward, so I did exactly that. And I've been exchanging messages with her and offering her guidance all this time, Moonrain said, smiling, currently. Not only has she become a refinement realm expert already, but she is also a bronze member of Asura. We can totally partner with her. I believe she wouldn't refuse our offer either. She's a bronze member in Asura? Southern Tiger was momentarily stunned. He didn't think that the little girl following Shi Feng would improve so rapidly, becoming not only a refinement realm expert, but even a bronze member in Asura in such a short time. This was absolutely astonishing. Should I contact her, Captain? Moonrain asked. Of course. Do it quickly before other powers take her away from us, Southern Tiger hurriedly said. Find the original at H'd Novel. While Azura's member count was skyrocketing, a masked man who had just arrived in Hundred Flow City with a team of 3,000 refinement realm experts couldn't help but be stunned by the sight before him. What's going on here? The masked man blinked his eyes in disbelief as he looked at the crowded teleportation hall. Setting aside how many people were inside Hundred Flow City's teleportation hall right now, just the number of refinement realm experts he could sense exceeded 5,000 already. This was even more exaggerated than the situation in Red Obsidian City's teleportation hall. In addition, the total number of flowing water realm experts and void realm experts in the teleportation hall easily exceeded 100. Since when did experts of such caliber become so common? It should be known that Hundred Flow City was only a small city compared to the other NPC cities in the miniature ancient world. Yet the quality of its player population right now was superior to even holy cities. What the masked man found most unbelievable was that these experts originating from various powers were all eagerly initiating conversations with players wearing the Asura Mercenary Alliance's bronze emblem. Meanwhile, every one of these experts sought to either befriend or form teams with these bronze members of Asura. Chapter 3095, Chapter 169, Madness vs. Madness. Chapter 169, Madness vs. Madness. I'm afraid we'll have trouble taking action, Boss Wolf. Most of these expert teams trying to complete Asura's commissioned quests come from the various powers, and many of them have refinement realm experts among them, a masked girl with a short stature said as she approached a similarly masked man standing at a corner of Hundred Flow City's main street. I've also found out why so many experts have gathered here. Asura has seemingly found some items that can allow players to convert their race, and it is currently offering these items up for exchange. Right now, the various powers and independent experts are all trying to earn the contribution points necessary to exchange for these items. Race conversion items? The masked man was a little stunned by this news. Asura is willing to go as far as to let the various powers freely exchange for such items. Race conversion was normally a very troublesome procedure. Even so, many players sought to convert their race. This was because converting to any other race would mean gaining greater combat power than what they would have as a human player. Normally, if a power were to get its hands on a race conversion item, it would definitely use the item on its own members rather than let outsiders exchange for it. Even the Flower of Seven Sins was no exception. Should we proceed with our plans, Boss Wolf? The masked girl asked. The Flower of Seven Sins might be powerful, but it still wasn't an easy task to go up against the refinement realm experts of numerous powers. I'll report this to Commander Omen and seek her opinion, the masked man said after giving the matter some thought. In the meantime, keep an eye on Asura's bronze members. Understood, the masked girl responded before swiftly disappearing. After the masked girl left, The masked man promptly contacted Death Omen and informed her about the Asura Mercenary Alliance's latest development. "It seems Asura has already prepared a countermeasure for us, Big Sis Omen. I'm afraid we'll have to suffer much greater losses than anticipated if we choose to continue with our plan," the masked man said in a low voice. "It seems Hidden Soul has found a good backer," Death Omen said, sneering. "However, this Asura Mercenary Alliance simply doesn't know what kind of existence it has chosen to provoke." "Does that mean we will proceed with the plan, Big Sis Omen?" the masked man asked, a hint of excitement appearing in his eyes. "Of course. Moreover, we're going to make a big fanfare of it and let everyone know that it is the Flower of Seven Sins' work," Death Omen said with a somewhat frenzied smile. "We'll have to let Hidden Soul know how laughable her backer is." "I'll start making the preparations right away," the masked man said excitedly. "I'll let the various powers understand that it's not in their best interests to accept Asura's quests." "Go ahead. Make sure to let Hidden Soul know that all of her efforts are futile and that she will only be harming whichever power she relies on," Death Omen said, nodding before hanging up the call. 2 hours after Death Omen ended her call with her subordinate, an event that shook the various powers occurred in the miniature ancient world. After several years of silence, the Flower of Seven Sins had finally started to take action again. The Flower of Seven Sins had dispatched several thousand Refinement Realm experts or above this time to disrupt those who had taken on the Asura Mercenary Alliance's quests. Not only did these experts annihilate the expert teams of Zero Wing and Witch's Sin, but they had also decimated over 100 expert teams belonging to the various powers. Everyone knew this was the Flower of Seven Sins doing because of the convict flower left behind on all of the battlefields. The convict flower was a plant the Flower of Seven Sins nurtured. Members of the organization could only collect the convict flower when they were out doing a quest on the organization's behalf. Meanwhile, after completing their quest, members of the organization were required to leave the convict flower behind to prove they were responsible for completing the quest. However, the Flower of Seven Sins members typically wouldn't leave a convict flower behind when dealing with normal quests. Typically, they would only do so when taking on high-profile quests. It had already been several years since anyone had seen the convict flower appear. The last time the convict flower appeared was when the Flower of Seven Sins had assassinated a super guild's great elder. Meanwhile, the person responsible for carrying out the assassination was Death Omen, the current bearer of the title of Pride. Death Omen had instantly risen to fame after completing that assassination, and there was nothing the super guild in question could do to retaliate against her. After all, Death Omen had already reached Tier 6 back then. Not to mention, the Flower of Seven Sins was an incredibly mysterious organization. Hence, the super guild had no choice but to swallow the loss. Now, the convict flower had bloomed once again. It was also obvious who the convict flower had bloomed for indeed. It was for the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Madness. This is madness. Who the heck is targeting the Asura Mercenary Alliance? Whoever it is, they must have paid an astronomical price to get the Flower of Seven Sins to make such a huge move. Could it be world dominators? I doubt world dominators can afford such a price. I heard that the Flower of Seven Sins had dispatched over 6,000 Refinement Realm experts for the operation this time. That's probably more than half of the Refinement Realm experts the Flower of Seven Sins has sent to the miniature ancient world. How much would it take to get the Flower of Seven Sins to mobilize so many people? I'm thinking that Asura should have long since known that the Flower of Seven Sins would target it. That would explain why Asura would suddenly offer something as tempting as the lineage crystal up for exchange. Indeed, that's the only way Asura can resist the Flower of Seven Sins. However, after this initial attack conducted by the Flower of Seven Sins, the various powers and independent experts will probably start to weigh their options, since continuing to take on Asura's quests would mean going against the Flower of Seven Sins. The Flower of Seven Sins has never failed a job before. I guess Asura's good days are coming to an end. Even if the Mercenary Alliance doesn't face destruction, it will have no choice but to hide in Abyssal Star City. For a time, the miniature ancient world's various powers and independent players fervently discussed the matter of the Flower of Seven Sins targeting the Asura Mercenary Alliance, The scale of the Flower of Seven Sins operation this time ranked among the top out of all the operations it had carried out in the past. After all, the Flower of Seven Sins had mobilized over 6,000 Refinement Realm experts against the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Some of the weaker super guilds might not even have this many Refinement Realm experts in the miniature ancient world. In other words, the Flower of Seven Sins had mobilized a super guild's worth of Refinement Realm experts against the Asura Mercenary Alliance. The Asura Mercenary Alliance might have the Abyssal Star Primordial City serving as its foundation, but even an existence as powerful as Asura would probably be helpless against so many Refinement Realm experts. Abyssal Star City, Asura Mercenary Alliance's headquarters. Currently, 4 people sat inside the spacious conference room of the headquarters building. They were Hidden Soul, Liu Wusheng, Frenzied Smile, and Shi Feng. Apart from Shi Feng, the others in the room all wore gloomy expressions. "Everyone report your situations," Shi Feng suddenly said. "According to Asura's statistics, we have suffered over 20,000 casualties thus far. Of them, over 5,000 are Refinement Realm experts," Hidden Soul said, gritting her teeth. "Although these members have not uttered any complaints about their deaths, their willingness to continue taking on commissions is very low. It's not just low, nobody is even willing to apply to join Asura right now. On the other hand, the number of people applying to withdraw from the Alliance has increased significantly," Liu Wusheng said, shaking his head. "The scale of the Flower of Seven Sins operation this time is simply too large. The difference in strength between both sides is also obvious. Moreover, in the case of partnered guilds like us, the Flower of Seven Sins is even targeting members who aren't taking on the Alliance's commissions. I'm afraid we'll have to limit our operations to just Abyssal Star City and its surroundings. We cannot continue operations in the various NPC cities." Hidden Soul's expression grew even darker when she heard Liu Wusheng's words. The scale of the Flower of Seven Sins mobilization this time had thoroughly exceeded their expectations. The organization had mobilized at least 70% of its manpower in the miniature ancient world against the Asura Mercenary Alliance. The scale of this operation was so absurd that Hidden Soul couldn't help but wonder if the Flower of Seven Sins had gone crazy. "What about the Flower of Seven Sins losses?" Shi Feng asked. "The Flower of Seven Sins losses?" Frenzied Smile revealed a bitter smile when he heard Shi Feng's question. "The Flower of Seven Sins has made ample preparations this time. According to my insider information, they've suffered only a little over 1,000 casualties. Compared to the Asura Mercenary Alliance's losses, the Flower of Seven Sins' losses was nothing, only 1,000. It seems the Flower of Seven Sins has made quite a profit this time," Shi Feng calmly stated. "Since the Flower of Seven Sins is willing to splurge to such an extent, we'll play along with it. Send a notice to everyone in the Alliance. From now on, we will be awarding 10,000 contribution points to all common mount commissions. Rewards for bronze and mysterious iron mount commissions will similarly be increased by 5 times. Let's see which one of us will last longer." So long as the reward was sufficient, there would always be brave people willing to take the risk. This was also the tactic the Greater God's domain's various hegemonic powers had used to deal with him and Zero Wing during his previous life. Both he and Zero Wing had suffered a lot because of this tactic. Now Shi Feng didn't mind letting the Flower of Seven Sins have a taste of this tactic as well. 5 times? Hidden Soul couldn't help but look at Shi Feng as if he had gone crazy. "Guild Leader Black Flame, we'll run out of lineage crystals in no time if you do that. It only cost 1 million contribution points to exchange for a lineage crystal. However, the various expert teams weren't just obtaining 1 common mount a day. If an expert team was lucky, it was even possible for them to acquire 10 mounts or more. That would mean a daily income of over 100,000 contribution points per expert team. If an expert team got lucky and acquired 2 or 3 bronze mounts, which would be worth 50,000 contribution points after the reward increase, on top of the common mounts, it would earn 200,000 to 300,000 contribution points per day. It should be known that this was only 1 expert team. What if there were 50 or 60 of such expert teams? In that case, Asura would be paying out over 15 million contribution points per day. Moreover, that was before accounting for the other quests Asura offered. At this rate, Asura would probably run out of lineage crystals before mainstream players could reach level 115 and start making use of Abyssal Star City. At that time, Asura would no longer have any means of resisting the Flower of Seven Sins. Aside from that, I have another announcement to make. Asura will also place a bounty on the Flower of Seven Sins members from today onward. Refinement Realm Experts will be worth 300 points. Flowing Water Realm Experts will be worth 1,000 points. Void Realm Experts will be worth 3,000 points, and Domain Realm Experts will be worth 10,000 points. We need to make the Flower of Seven Sins know that there is a price to pay for targeting us. Chapter 3096, Chapter 170, Earth-Shattering. Chapter 170, Earth-Shattering. Silence enveloped the conference room after Shi Feng finished speaking. Of the three other people in the room, Hidden Soul and Frenzied Smile looked at Shi Feng in shock and surprise, while Liu Wusheng looked at Shi Feng with unprecedented joy. Guild Leader Black Flame, if you really go through with this, the Asura Mercenary Alliance will be forming a never-ending grudge with the Flower of Seven Sins. Frenzied Smile reminded Shi Feng in a low voice. It was true that the Flower of Seven Sins, targeting the Asura Mercenary Alliance's quest takers, had affected the Mercenary Alliance's reputation and development to a significant extent. However, this was merely the Flower of Seven Sins warning and putting on a show of force for the Asura Mercenary Alliance. If Asura was willing to give up on Hidden Soul and the other former members of the Flower of Seven Sins, the Flower of Seven Sins would most likely stop its actions against Asura. After all, sending such a large number of experts against Asura was a significant expenditure even for the Flower of Seven Sins. Once the Flower of Seven Sins achieved its goal, there'd be no point continuing this expensive farce. However, if Asura publicly placed a bounty on the Flower of Seven Sins, it would signal the start of an all-out war between Asura and the Flower of Seven Sins. Apart from the 5 great super guilds, no other power had ever dared to openly place a bounty on the Flower of Seven Sins thus far. Setting aside the futility of putting a bounty on such a secretive organization, putting a bounty on the Flower of Seven Sins was essentially an act of provocation. Meanwhile, no sane person would want to provoke a transcendental power like the Flower of Seven Sins. If Asura truly dared to place a bounty on the Flower of Seven Sins, it wouldn't matter even if Hidden Soul left the Mercenary Alliance later. The Flower of Seven Sins still wouldn't spare the Mercenary Alliance. What of it? Shi Feng's voice suddenly turned cold. The grudge between us has already been formed the moment the Flower of Seven Sins decided to act against us. Shi Feng had never harbored any good feelings toward assassination organizations like the Flower of Seven Sins. He would have turned a blind eye to the Flower of Seven Sins' existence had it stayed out of his business. However, now that the Flower of Seven Sins was openly challenging him, he wouldn't mind giving it a fight. So what if the Flower of Seven Sins was a transcendental power? It was only powerful in this subworld. He had clashed against many powers that were dozens of times stronger than the Flower of Seven Sins in the past. Compared to those powers, the Flower of Seven Sins was nothing. The current Zero Wing might be incredibly weak, and the Asura Mercenary Alliance he had established was just starting to take shape, but that didn't mean he would just allow the Flower of Seven Sins to push him around. Not to mention, he had already gained access to the stratified Abyssal Realm. If they were competing solely in terms of resources, the Asura Mercenary Alliance was in no way inferior to the Flower of Seven Sins. Hidden Soul felt touched and guilty when she heard Shi Feng's words. Originally, Shi Feng had tasked her with establishing the Asura Mercenary Alliance so that the Mercenary Alliance could be of service to Zero Wing. Yet now, not only did the Mercenary Alliance offer hardly any help to Zero Wing, but it had even ended up offending the Flower of Seven Sins because of her, which had in turn caused Zero Wing to suffer significant losses. Carry out the changes. It's about time we let the Flower of Seven Sins know the consequence of provoking the Asura Mercenary Alliance, Shi Feng said firmly. Afterward, everyone present followed Shi Feng's instructions and informed everyone in the Asura Mercenary Alliance of the changes to the quest rewards. A 500% increase. Asura is amazing. We can earn 10,000 contribution points from just one common mount and 50,000 contribution points from a bronze mount. If we're lucky, we can get our hands on a lineage crystal in only 4 or 5 days. With this, even the various superpowers apex experts will probably be tempted to move. The increase to quest rewards is nothing. Have you guys not seen the bounty? This is an open bounty placed on the Flower of Seven Sins. The Flower of Seven Sins will probably go crazy once it learns about this bounty. The Flower of Seven Sins and Asura are definitely becoming mortal enemies now. Unlike past bounties on the Flower of Seven Sins, Asura's bounty is too tempting to resist. It's also much easier to find the Flower of Seven Sins members now, since they're actively attacking those taking on Asura's quests. Asura is paying 300 points per Refinement Realm expert, and the Flower of Seven Sins members typically move in 100-man teams. If we make ample preparations, that's an easy 30,000 contribution points. That's even more profitable than hunting for mounts. Shortly after the Asura Mercenary Alliance's announcement, an uproar erupted among the Mercenary Alliance's members. It was especially true for the various powers expert teams considering withdrawing from the Alliance. Now, none of them thought of withdrawing from the Alliance. The Flower of Seven Sins assassins might be very scary, but the rewards the Asura Mercenary Alliance offered were simply too much to resist. After all, not even the various superpowers offered the opportunity to exchange for a fragmented legendary item in just 4 or 5 days. It might be difficult to beat the Flower of Seven Sins experts, but if they prepared some special tools and magic scrolls, it was entirely possible for them to turn the tables on those experts. Not to mention, it didn't really matter even if they couldn't complete their mount quests, since they could similarly earn a significant amount of contribution points, so long as they killed the Flower of Seven Sins Refinement Realm experts. Less than half a day after the Asura Mercenary Alliance announced the changes to its quest rewards, Hidden Soul hurriedly ran to the Guild Leader's office in Zero Wing's residence. "You've really blown things out of proportion this time, Guild Leader Black Flame. 6 lineage crystals have already been redeemed in just half a day. The various major powers expert teams are moving in full force. Even the various superpowers experts have taken action. At this rate, we will have to give away at least a dozen lineage crystal a day, and we'll probably run out of lineage crystals in half a month," Hidden Soul said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry about this situation. "The Flower of Seven Sins is mostly just sitting aside and observing the situation right now. By the looks of it, they plan to only go all out once we run out of lineage crystals." Hidden Soul had to admit that the rewards Shi Feng offered were indeed effective in getting the various powers to move for Asura. In just half a day, the Flower of Seven Sins' plan to target Asura had become a joke. According to the insider information she received, the Flower of Seven Sins had even lost over 2,000 Refinement Realm experts. This was a significant loss, and even the Flower of Seven Sins wouldn't be able to take it if it suffered such losses every day. This was why the Flower of Seven Sins had become warrior and letting its experts take action. Of course, to ensure that Asura maintained its high quest rewards, the Flower of Seven Sins would still have some of its members attack Asura's quest takers. The Flower of Seven Sins had even increased the rewards of its assassination quests to tempt some of its stronger members to take action. Simply put, the Flower of Seven Sins was biding its time. Once Asura ran out of lineage crystals, the various powers experts would naturally stop behaving so crazily. At that time, it would be the end for the Asura Mercenary Alliance. I'm afraid we will have to disappoint them. They will probably never see such a day arrive, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Then he took out a dark gold crystal from his bag, handed it to Hidden Soul, and said, "Take this advanced lineage crystal. Consider it an advance payment for what I need you to do next. Follow the instructions in the item description and absorb the crystal. Then, I'll need you to follow me somewhere." The stratified abyssal realm was a gathering place for the many worlds of God's domain. Many powerful native players also inhabited it, so it wasn't exaggerated to say that the place was infested with experts. It was on an entirely different level compared to the miniature ancient world. Likewise, the stratified abyssal realm also possessed bountiful resources. Moreover, every stratified abyssal realm had its own local specialties that could be sold for astronomical prices even in the greater god's domain. So long as he could form a stable trade route with the stratified abyssal realm, Zero Wing would have no trouble asserting dominance over the various powers in the Boundary Mountain range. At that time, even the 5 great super guilds would have a much bigger headache dealing with Zero Wing. However, if Shi Feng wanted to establish a foothold in the stratified abyssal realm, he couldn't do it by himself. He also needed third-floor experts like Hidden Soul. This novel is hosted by H. Serosted NOV3L. However, not just any third-floor expert would do. After all, this was the stratified abyssal realm they were talking about. Only a third-floor expert who had converted to a higher life form could be considered a truly powerful expert in the stratified abyssal realm. An advanced lineage crystal? Hidden Soul was greatly shocked when she looked at the dark gold crystal in her hand. The normal lineage crystal was already plenty amazing of an item. She didn't think there'd be an even better version of it available. This situation led her to wonder how much more strength Zero Wing had kept hidden. We have limited time. Quickly go to the primordial tower and absorb the crystal. Whatever higher life form you manage to convert to will depend on your personal abilities, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Currently, he only had 5 advanced lineage crystals on hand. Originally, he had planned to let Su Qianliu and the other executives of Zero Wing use these crystals. However, he quickly abandoned this idea. Advanced lineage crystals were different from the normal lineage crystals. The greater the control a player had over their body, the better the results they could yield from the advanced lineage crystal. Su Qianliu and the others might have grown a lot recently, but they were still far from having the ability to make full use of the advanced lineage crystal. Meanwhile, each player could only use 1 advanced lineage crystal in their life, so it'd be a huge waste to let Su Qianliu and the others use an advanced lineage crystal now. Hidden Soul nodded to Shi Feng's urging. She understood that Shi Feng must have something very important he needed her help with. Without hesitation, she promptly left for the primordial tower with the advanced lineage crystal in hand. Meanwhile, after seeing Hidden Soul leave, Shi Feng carefully retrieved a dark crystal from his bag. This crystal was none other than the primal lineage crystal he had obtained from the Dark Titan. I wanted to wait a little longer before using it, but I have no other choice if I want to have an easier time in the stratified abyssal realm. After pondering for a moment, Shi Feng took out the 10,000 mana stones he had prepared beforehand and activated the primal lineage crystal. Chapter 3097, Chapter 171, Primal Human, Chapter 171, Primal Human. The lineage crystal was different from your average race conversion quests. The race's players could convert to using the lineage crystal wasn't fixed. Instead, the lineage crystal would provide players with a list of optimal races after scanning their current abilities and potential. Meanwhile, the lineage crystal identified players' potential through the degree of control they could exert over their bodies. A player's potential was especially important when using an advanced lineage crystal. Any expert beneath the domain realm would only get to choose from the most common higher life forms. In such cases, players would only have slightly stronger physique and basic attributes than players who had used a normal lineage crystal. Players could only utilize an advanced lineage crystal to its full potential after reaching the domain realm. At that time, they'd have a chance of converting into powerful higher life forms, such as demi-dragons and high elves, and gaining strength that would allow them to look down on others of the same tier. They'd gain strength rivaling archaic species of the same tier. Meanwhile, the requirements to use a primal lineage crystal were even higher. Not only did players have to reach the domain realm, but they'd also need to have considerable achievements in the realms of truth. At the very least, anyone thinking of using a primal lineage crystal should be at the transcendental realm, the 3rd level of the realms of truth, to make full use of the primal lineage crystal. Fortunately, Shi Feng had already mastered the transcendental realm after Shi Feng completed the dozen or so instructions listed on the primal lineage crystal's description. 3 options appeared before him. The first option was a dragonoid. If he chose this option, he would gain a 3-meter-tall body with a tail and arms covered in scales. Dragonoids were different from demi-dragons. They were one of the primal life forms in God's domain. They were the result of dragons abandoning their draconic form and taking on human-like bodies. While dragonoids might not have the powerful bodies of dragons, they retained the dragon race's talent for magic. The second option was an ancient elf. If he chose this option, he'd have a 2-meter-tall body that was covered in magic runes. Ancient elves possessed mana affinity far beyond that of elves. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were mana itself, and they could effortlessly master super-ancient spells that modern elves could not. When Shi Feng saw the third option, he couldn't help but be stunned. The sample image of the third option showed no changes to his current appearance. If he had to get into the specifics and point out a difference, it'd be his eyes. At first glance, his eyes in the image looked no different than his current eyes. However, when he took a closer look, he noticed tiny specks of starlight scattered across his eyes. When Shi Feng saw this image, a name quickly popped into his mind. Ancient human, also known as a primal human. Ancient humans were humans that had existed since the birth of God's domain. However, unlike modern humans, ancient humans possessed the eyes of reality that could see through all things. In reality, the identification skills that exist in the current God's domain were merely skills created to imitate the eyes of reality of ancient humans. Even the war god's temple's eyes of truth was no exception. Meanwhile, the reason these imitations were created was due to the decline of ancient humans. God's domain's environment had continuously declined as time passed, the mana available in the environment growing thinner and thinner. Because of this changing environment, the quality of ancient humans also continuously degraded generation after generation until they eventually became the humans of today. Aside from the eyes of truth, ancient humans also possessed physical qualities far superior to modern humans. The environment available in the early days of God's domain was brimming with mana. During that era, ancient humans had yet to make major advancements in any aspect. Yet, despite this situation, ancient humans still managed to survive in a world infested with ferocious beasts. That was because ancient humans possessed physical qualities that allowed them to trade blows with ferocious beasts. Among modern humans, the only existences that could rival ancient humans were probably heroes. Meanwhile, heroes were existences who had been blessed by gods and possessed the strength to fight against dragons. Becoming a dragonoid or an ancient elf might provide me with stronger physical qualities, but the appearances of these two races aren't suitable for the current God's domain. Moreover, both races tend toward magical classes, so it seems becoming an ancient human is my only choice. After pondering over the three races for some time, Shi Feng eventually settled on the third option. Ancient human, both dragonoids and ancient elves, were races extremely proficient in magic. However, Shi Feng was a swordsman. While being good at manipulating mana might give him an easier time ascending to higher tiers, a pair of eyes capable of seeing through everything was much more useful for a swordsman. After Shi Feng chose to become an ancient human, the mana stones he prepared promptly transformed into a huge stream of mana that flowed into his body, the mana continuously strengthening and altering his body. Meanwhile, this process continued for over an hour before ending. So this is an ancient human? When Shi Feng opened his eyes and looked at the world around him, an indescribable sense of shock and joy filled him, setting aside his physical body that rivaled archaic species of the same tier. Just the ability of his eyes to see how mana operated was already more than enough to cause any magical class expert to lose their minds. Normally, even perceiving mana was already an incredibly difficult feat. This was because mana typically couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Seeing mist-like mana didn't constitute seeing mana either. This was because players couldn't actually see how mana operated just by looking at its physical manifestation. They could only do so by feeling it with their various senses. However, Shi Feng could currently see all of these things visually. Although the colors were faint and translucent, he could see all of the conversions taking place around him with perfect clarity. He could even see the mana the mundane objects around him radiated. The ability to see the conversion of mana taking place around him was more than enough to elevate his combat standard to a whole new level. With this ability alone, he could find the best entry point in the mana around him to execute his skills, spells, or combat techniques, improving their raw power. He could also observe the change in his opponent's flow of mana to determine their movements. This would be much more effective than observing the changes in his opponent's muscles. In God's domain, Players had to move their physical bodies as they did with their bodies in the real world. It meant that players had to move several muscles in a series to execute a movement. While this process typically happened in the blink of an eye, it was still a process that involved several steps, and variables could occur at any of these steps. So predicting a player's movements through observing their muscles wasn't 100% reliable. However, it was a different story for mana. Players only needed one thought to execute an adjustment to their mana. If players decided to execute an action with their mana, the changes would reflect on their mana immediately. This meant that the changes they decided to make would also immediately become apparent to Shi Feng. While this still wasn't enough to tell him exactly what kind of action his opponent was planning to make, it could still let him make better predictions. After spending some time getting used to his new body and talents, Shi Feng quickly contacted Su Qianlu, Blackie, Firecloud, Happy Snow, and Rampant Blade, having them gather at his office. Aside from those five, Shi Feng also called Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and Lin Yaoyue over to his office under the excuse of doing a quest for Zero Wing. Zero Wing might have 9 entry slots for the stratified abyssal realm, but he'd only be bringing baggage if he brought that lacked strength. Shi Feng's goal was to establish a foothold in the stratified abyssal realm so that Zero Wing could conduct long-term trade with a native power. That way, not only could he shrug off the losses he suffered from clashing with the Flower of Seven Sins, but he could also elevate Zero Wing and Asura into the hegemons of the miniature ancient world. After all, the resources available in the stratified abyssal realm were far beyond what was available in an isolated god's domain. So long as he partnered with a relatively strong native power in the stratified abyssal realm, acquiring items such as the lineage crystal in large quantities wasn't difficult. However, the precondition to partnering with a native power was to have sufficient money and strength. Find the original at H. Stead Novel. Meanwhile, the 8 people Shi Feng had chosen were the best candidates he could think of. There was no need to worry about Zero Wing's management either. Su Qianlu and the others could still manage the guild's affairs via offline means. As for the Asura Mercenary Alliance, Shi Feng had left its management to Liu Wusheng and Frenzied Smile. Both of them were veterans when it came to managing large organizations. So long as there were enough lineage crystals, they should have no problems managing the Mercenary Alliance. After Su Qianlu and the others gathered in Shi Feng's office, they couldn't help but be surprised when they saw that Hidden Soul had changed into a Demonkin. As for Shi Feng's changes, nobody present noticed a thing. Even after everyone had gathered, Shi Feng briefly told them that they'd be heading to the stratified abyssal realm, which was outside their god's domain, and had all 8 of them sign a confidentiality agreement. Then he had everyone teleport to the Dragonfall secret land. This situation excited Su Qianlu and the others. They didn't think they'd have a chance to travel outside their god's domain. Lin Yaoyu was particularly excited by this situation. As a first-rate guild's executive member, she knew that this was an incredibly rare opportunity even for Tier 5 experts. Yet Zero Wing did not hesitate to give an outer member like herself this opportunity. This situation caused her to further elevate her evaluation of Zero Wing. Before teleporting to the secret land himself, Shi Feng had retrieved the 2 million magic crystals stored in Zero Wing's warehouse to use as trade currency. Then, after spending some time traveling through the Ceiling Labyrinth with his team, they arrived at the Ceiling Labyrinth's 5th-floor hall within the time he had agreed on with the Tower Alliance and 100 Flower Palace. When Shi Feng's team arrived, the Tower Alliance's and 100 Flower Palace's members had long since been waiting for them. Evidently, the two sides were much more eager to enter the stratified abyssal realm than Shi Feng. "Since everyone's here, let's begin," Bloodhammer said eagerly after glancing at Shi Feng's team. "Okay, let's begin." Crimson Heart nodded, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Subsequently, Bloodhammer and Crimson Heart each took out one half of a key and began chanting an incantation hidden in their respective halves. Then, once the two were done chanting, a divine light enveloped everyone present and dragged them into the Gate of Crossing. Chapter 3098, Chapter 17.2, Stratified Abyssal Realm. Chapter 172, Stratified Abyssal Realm. When Shi Feng, Crimson Heart, Bloodhammer, and the others opened their eyes again, What entered their vision was a dark and moonless sky. The only thing they could see in the sky were floating land masses, before Shi Feng and the others could get a good feel of their surroundings. A series of system notifications rang in their ears. System, you have discovered the stratified abyssal realm. System, all communication with your homeworld has been severed. System, due to the influence of the abyss's power, your physique is reduced by 50% and your 5 senses are weakened by 30%. System, the gravity in the stratified abyssal realm is 5 times greater than God's domain. Your mobility is weakened drastically. System, the stratified abyssal realm's level limit is 120. You are unable to get promoted to Tier 4 while you remain here. This restriction will only be removed when you enter a higher world. The system notifications stunned Shi Feng and the others. They might not have lost any basic attributes after entering the stratified abyssal realm, but their physique and 5 senses were weakened significantly. The gravity acting on their bodies had also increased drastically. In a situation where all sorts of level 105+ Grand Lord ranked abyssal beasts surrounded them, receiving such penalties would put them through hell. At this time, even Shi Feng had a headache over these penalties. Everyone in their group might be above level 105, but under the stratified abyssal realm suppression, they couldn't even exhibit half of their usual combat power. In their current situation, the only ones who stood a chance against the level 105+ Grand Lords roaming around them were players who had converted to another race like himself, Hidden Soul, and the Tower Alliance's members. Even domain realm experts such as Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue would have difficulty going up against a level 105 Grand Lord by themselves. As for Suqian Liu and the others, they could just barely fight against a Great Lord of the same level. When Gentle Snow tried using her mana domain, she couldn't help but exclaim, "The suppression here is absurd. Even though the mana here is so dense, I can only extend my mana domain up to 30 yards away. That's only 1/3 of my usual range. That's normal. Over 70% of the mana here is of the dark element," Shi Feng explained as he scanned his surroundings. "Skills and spells that aren't of the dark element will be drastically weakened here. Conversely, dark skills and spells will be strengthened." When observing his surroundings with the eyes of reality, Shi Feng could see everything for what it was. Particularly, his ability to see the composition of the mana around him had reached an extreme extent. Meanwhile, the stratified abyssal realm's mana composition was so skewed that it surprised even him. Even in special elemental worlds, the dominant element there wouldn't occupy more than 30% of the world's mana. Yet, it was already more than enough to amplify the power of attacks of that element by 100% or more. Yet, the dark element occupied over 70% of the stratified abyssal realm's mana. This situation was incredibly disadvantageous for players like themselves, who had spent most of their time living in God's domain. Fortunately for Shi Feng, he had the Abyssal Eye, and it could reduce all hostile dark-type effects by 50%. Meanwhile, this effect encompassed even the suppression coming from the stratified abyssal realm. So while he still couldn't exhibit 100% of his usual combat power, he could still exhibit 70% of it. After a brief discussion between Shi Feng, Crimson Heart, and Bloodhammer, they decided to move as a team until they reached a settlement in the stratified abyssal realm. After all, there were many abyssal beasts around them. It'd be more efficient if they broke through this area with more people. Subsequently, after everyone decided on a general direction to move in, they began advancing and killing the abyssal beasts in their path. The abyssal beasts came in all sorts of shapes and sizes, 3-headed wolves and twin-headed lions, to name a few, although their levels only ranged between level 105 and level 110, and the majority of them were at the Great Lord rank. The challenge difficulty of these monsters gave Crimson Heart and the others a scare. Why do these monsters have such quick reaction speeds? Crimson Heart exclaimed as she fought against a Great Lord ranked 3-headed hellhound. She had thrust her spear at the Great Lord over a dozen times, yet only 3 of her attacks had landed. There wasn't anything special about the 3-headed hellhound's basic attributes. Each of her attacks caused over 600,000 damage to the Great Lord. Meanwhile, the 3-headed hellhound only had 50 million HP, so it wouldn't take her more than 100 attacks to take it down. However, unlike the great lords she was used to fighting, the three-headed hellhound's dodging capabilities practically rivaled refinement realm experts. Combined with the penalties she was currently suffering from, the three-headed hellhound's challenge difficulty was greater than even great lords found in the miniature ancient world. These monsters aren't the only problem. Our stamina is also depleting much more rapidly here than on our homeworld. The consumption rate has increased by at least 5 times. We have to end the fight and leave this place quickly. Maria, the Demi-Dragon woman from the Tower Alliance, said, a frown forming on her face as she fought against a Grand Lord-ranked abyssal two-headed manticore. It wouldn't have been a problem if the monsters here were merely more challenging than normal. However, the increase in stamina consumption was a fatal problem. Under normal circumstances, they could fight continuously for at least 10 hours before having to rest. However, they could at most fight for 2 hours continuously while subjected to this penalty. A Grand Lord here had upwards of 200 million. Even if all 20 of them attacked a Grand Lord together, they'd still need 3 to 5 minutes to take it down. In a situation where each monster group had 6 or 7 Grand Lords and at least 40 Great Lords, it would only take 5 or 6 monster groups to kill them from stamina exhaustion. Everyone nodded their heads when they heard Maria's words. Immediately, they started using stronger attacks to finish these abyssal beasts as quickly as possible. After all, it was common sense that the longer a fight dragged out, the higher the chances of the fight attracting other nearby monsters. After fighting for nearly half an hour, Shi Feng and the others finally defeated the group of 50 or so abyssal beasts. As these abyssal beasts died one after another, everyone noticed that the stratified abyssal realm's monsters provided significantly less EXP than the monsters in God's domain. It was only 1/3 of what they were used to receiving. Moreover, the items they dropped were unexpectedly few. The 40-plus Great Lords they defeated had only dropped a bunch of beast materials and nothing else. Even the Grand Lords had only dropped a bunch of materials and 6 pitch-black ore pieces. Find the original at H. Stead Novel. Isn't the stratified abyssal realm supposed to be a land of riches? Why is the loot of these monsters so terrible? Bloodhammer was greatly confused as he looked at the loot they acquired. This situation was completely different from the information they had gathered on the stratified abyssal realm. It should be known that the beast materials were only good for making food and nothing else. As for the ore pieces, as far as he could tell, they did not contain an astonishing amount of energy within them. At best, this black metal could be considered a type of rare metal and nothing more. While it was still a good item, it didn't make sense that this was all of the loot 6 Grand Lords had to offer. No, this is indeed a land of riches, Shi Feng said, shaking his head as he looked at the black metal piece in his hand. This dark ore isn't as simple as it looks. It might not contain an astonishing amount of energy, but you'll get the black iron that you're familiar with as long as you refine it. I'm sure I don't have to explain the effects of black iron to you, right? Black iron? This is the raw material of black iron? Bloodhammer was filled with disbelief as he looked at the dark ore in his hand. Chapter 3099, Chapter 173, Immortal Weapon. Chapter 173, Immortal Weapon. Is that true? Guild Leader Blackflame? Maria, who was resting nearby, couldn't help but stand up and look at Shi Feng with a fervent look on her face when she heard Shi Feng's words. Weapons made using black iron were incredibly durable, and these weapons had gained themselves a nickname since primordial times: immortal weapons. Black iron was an incredibly rare material used for weapon production in the greater God's domain. Demand for it was much greater than supply, and it was a resource frenziedly fought over by the various powers in the greater God's domain. This was because only weapons made using black iron were tough enough to go up against Tier 4 mythic monsters and above in the greater God's domain. If a weapon wasn't made using black iron, even an epic weapon would last no more than a fight when used against the greater God's domain's mythic monsters. Afterward, it'd have to be repaired. Naturally, epic weapons made without black iron would wear out even quicker when used against superior mythic monsters or above. Such epic weapons were almost certain to break in the middle of the raid. Meanwhile, the consequences of such a situation happening went without saying. Players would be fortunate if they could retain even 10% of their combat power if they tried to fight barehanded. Because of this, weapons made using black iron were incredibly valuable in the Greater God's domain. Even a secret silver weapon made using black iron would be worth dozens of times more than an epic weapon made without black iron. When teams were recruiting members to head out into the fields, players without black iron weapons would even be disqualified automatically. To make matters worse, in addition to being incredibly rare, black iron was also incredibly challenging to process into weapons. Even a Grand Master forger could only achieve a 30% success rate when producing a fine gold weapon. Moreover, this was only the success rate on paper. Any lifestyle player would know that the 30% success rate the system showed was a big fat lie. With a theoretical success rate of 30%, a lifestyle player would typically succeed only once out of 10 tries, 2 out of 10 tries if they were incredibly lucky. As for dark gold weapons and above, the success rate of producing them was even lower. Due to these factors, black iron was incredibly rare and precious in the Greater God's domain. Currently, the market price for one piece of black iron was 5 units of 7 luminaries crystal. It should be known that 7 luminaries crystals was necessary for players to reach Tier 6. Even in the Greater God's domain, the supply of 7 luminaries crystals was very low. Any mine and regional dungeon that produced 7 luminaries crystals would become a target of competition for the Greater God's domain's hegemonic powers. Yet, one piece of black iron could easily fetch 5 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Even then, rarely anybody would trade their black iron away for 7 luminaries crystals. Thus, Maria was greatly surprised to learn that the Grand Lords they had just killed had dropped the raw material for black iron. It should be known that there were numerous Grand Lords in this area, and every monster group had at least 6 or 7 Grand Lords. If news of this matter spread to the Greater God's domain, the various hegemonic powers would definitely do everything they could to gain access to this place. Don't look at me like that. I am a forger, so I can still determine the materials necessary to make black iron, Shi Feng said, chuckling when he looked at Maria's excited expression. Honestly, if he weren't a Grand Master forger during his previous life, he wouldn't have realized that the inconspicuous dark ore was the raw material needed to produce black iron. This was because even in the Greater God's domain, most players only knew black iron for what it was. They thought that black iron was something that occurred naturally in nature. They didn't know that black iron was actually a man-made product. There were many powers that weren't aware of this secret. Of course, that was only limited to the weaker powers. The various hegemonic powers naturally knew of this secret, and so did a small portion of peak powers. This information could be considered a secret that wasn't a secret among the Greater God's domain's top circle. However, Shi Feng didn't mind sharing this secret with Bloodhammer and Maria. After all, it didn't really matter even if they knew that black iron was a man-made product and what it was made from. Even if they managed to get their hands on black iron's raw material, they couldn't do anything with it without the design to craft black iron. It'd simply be an ordinary piece of ore. Of course, black iron ore could also be found in the Greater God's domain only. The places that produced black iron ore were thoroughly monopolized by the various peak and hegemonic powers. Other powers had no way of interjecting at all, and their only option was to find them in the various stratified abyssal realms. In fact, according to Shi Feng's knowledge, the places that produced black iron ore in the Greater God's domain were actually stratified abyssal realms that had broken their respective seals and were introduced into the Greater God's domain. Meanwhile, as soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, both Maria and Bloodhammer started looking at the Grand Lords around them in a different light. As for Crimson Heart and the others, they couldn't help but be confused by Shi Feng's conversation with Maria. Even so, judging by Maria's reaction, it was obvious that the dark ore they acquired was incredibly valuable, so valuable that it could stir the desires of even suspected god-ranked experts like Maria and Bloodhammer. There isn't much time left before nightfall, so let's quickly leave this place. We'll most likely die if we have to face the increased number of monsters at night, Shi Feng said, giving Maria and Bloodhammer a reminder when he saw that the two were looking to hunt more Grand Lord-ranked two-headed manticores. Maria and Bloodhammer promptly snapped back to their senses when they heard Shi Feng's words. Then the team resumed advancing and searching for places with a water source. No matter the world, and regardless if it was for players or NPCs, the precondition to establishing a settlement was to build it near a water source. The precondition for establishing a settlement was to build it near a water source. This condition held true for all worlds, players, and NPCs. Hence, if they managed to find a water source, there was a high chance they'd find an NPC settlement nearby. After traveling in this wasteland covered in floating islands for around 4 hours, Shi Feng and the others arrived at a place with countless ancient trees and rocks that measured several hundred meters in height. As soon as they arrived here, they suddenly heard the sounds of battle. In addition, they also saw a towering pillar of fire rising in the distance, coupled with the sounds of thunder and glaring streaks of lightning coming down from the sky. Immediately, Shi Feng and the others grew alert. "That should be Shadow Thunder, a Tier 3 curse," Cleansed Rue said as she looked at the dark red lightning bolts in the distant sky. "Judging by its power, a player should have cast it, so there should be players fighting there. Moreover, it should be quite a big fight by the looks of it. Shadow Thunder was a super large-scale destruction spell, so one would typically only use it in a fight involving large numbers. Should we go and take a look?" Guild Leader Black Flame, Crimson Heart asked as she turned to Shi Feng. Based on their journey thus far, Crimson Heart noticed that Shi Feng was much more knowledgeable about the stratified abyssal realm than everyone else. Even Maria and Bloodhammer couldn't help but listen to Shi Feng's instructions. Moreover, if she were to rank the 3 groups in their team based on combat power, Zero Wings group would rank first, while the Tower Alliances group would rank second, and 100 Flower Palaces group would rank last. So it was completely normal for her to seek Shi Feng's opinion on how they should proceed. At this time, Maria and Bloodhammer had similarly turned to Shi Feng seeking his opinion. "Of course we're going to take a look. This is our first encounter with other players. If we miss this opportunity, who knows when another one will appear?" "There's also only 2 hours left until nightfall," Shi Feng said, chuckling when he saw everyone turning their gazes to him. "But we have to be careful when approaching them. You mustn't underestimate the strength of the stratified abyssal realms players no matter what. If we create a misunderstanding, we will be the ones to suffer." Everyone nodded their heads and put on their black cloaks to hide their information. Then they followed Shi Feng toward the distant battlefield. Although Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and the others from Zero Wings group knew next to nothing about the stratified abyssal realm, they knew that any player capable of living in the stratified abyssal realm's environment would be far superior to the average player in God's domain. Not to mention their stamina consumption rate here was significantly greater than in the miniature ancient world. In such a situation, individual combat power would be severely restricted, and quantity would play a much more important role than quality. If they accidentally provoked one of the major native powers, the fate that awaited them here would be even worse than if they provoked one of the 5 great super guilds in the miniature ancient world. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com, Chapter 3100, Chapter 174, Nation of Ancient Gods. Chapter 174, Nation of Ancient Gods. Over 1,000 players were clashing by the river next to the forest of towering trees and rocks. If one were to inspect these players with an identification skill, one would find that in addition to being at level 110 or above, these players were all geared in epic weapons and equipment. Quite a few of these players were even in possession of fragmented legendary items. At a glance, it was obvious that these players were split into 2 opposing groups. Of the 2 groups, the first group was composed of around 400 players trying to defend a caravan, while the second group was composed of around 700 players trying to rob the caravan. Even though this battle involved only around 1,000 players, Crimson Heart, Lin Yaoyu, and the others who were spectating the fight from over 1,000 yards away couldn't help but be shocked by what they saw. This was because even the weakest player involved in the fight was a refinement realm expert. Moreover, despite being only at the refinement realm standard, this expert managed to exhibit combat power rivaling the Void Realm experts, also known as Peak experts. It should be known that Peak experts were rare existences in their god's domain, so much so that they would be given an executive position in any superpower. In first-rate guilds, Void Realm experts would even be granted positions that allowed them to influence the organization's decisions, their authority rivaling the guild's vice-guild leaders, yet the peak experts they came to know as being rare had seemingly become no different from cabbages that were readily available. After all, every player fighting on the battlefield by the river had strength rivaling or surpassing peak experts. Meanwhile, the clash between the two groups of players ahead was even more shocking than an all-out war between two superpowers in their god's domain. The battlefield's terrain had even undergone significant changes because of these players' battle. Isn't the development of magic technology a little too advanced in this world? Has their manufacturing capabilities become so developed that they can afford to use siege weapons for measly caravan escorts? Bloodhammer couldn't help but doubt his eyes when he saw the dozen or so 10-meter-tall metal frames fighting on the battlefield. Combat puppets. Combat puppets could be regarded as weapons designed for the specific purpose of sieging cities. Even the weakest basic combat puppet possessed strength at the Tier 3 peak standard. In other words, even a Tier 1 player could instantly gain raw strength at the Tier 3 peak standard, so long as they got inside a basic combat puppet. Moreover, depending on the user's ability to control a combat puppet, the combat puppet could also exhibit combat power far surpassing its strength level. It was akin to how ordinary experts and refinement realm experts could exhibit vastly different combat powers, even when both of them possessed the same basic attributes. However, combat puppets would typically only be used to siege or defend cities in the various worlds of God's domain. It simply wasn't a resource that players could afford to waste on a simple caravan escort. Yet these players from the stratified abyssal realm had not only dispatched multiple combat puppets for a caravan escort, but there was even an advanced combat puppet among them. Combat puppets could be separated into different ranks. A few examples would be basic combat puppets, advanced combat puppets, bronze combat puppets, and high bronze combat puppets. Higher-ranking ones, such as silver combat puppets, also existed, but they were extremely rare even in the greater god's domain. In the case of advanced combat puppets, they could exhibit strength nearing the Tier 4 standard. Including their defensive capabilities that surpassed mythic monsters, an advanced combat puppet could effortlessly clash against a Tier 4 mythic monster if piloted by a refinement realm expert. Needless to say, an advanced combat puppet would have a very easy time dealing with Tier 3 players. However, the team trying to plunder the caravan similarly had an advanced combat puppet. Moreover, the player piloting it appeared to be much more skilled, allowing the advanced combat puppet to exhibit combat standards at the Void Realm standard. Even though Bloodhammer was a god-ranked expert equipped with a fragmented legendary weapon, if he had to go up against an advanced combat puppet with such a high combat standard, the only thing he could do was run away. There was no way he stood a chance against such an opponent, not when he was suffering from such powerful penalties because of the stratified abyssal realm's environment. While Bloodhammer, Crimson Heart, and the others were awed by the stratified abyssal realm's magic technology standard, Shi Feng had his eyes glued to a boy with golden markings in his eyes and a crimson-haired girl wielding a divine staffa. The boy looked like he was only around 17 or 18 years old. However, even when he was surrounded by a group of a dozen or so peak and apex experts, he still managed to freely dance around his opponents while swinging multiple longswords. If not for 2 domain realm experts, who were also third-floor experts, limiting his range of movement, the boy would have long since killed the other peak and apex experts surrounding him. The girl wielding the divine staff wasn't an ordinary individual either. Despite being an oracle, she single-handedly stopped an attack of several hundred arrows and spells with just a contract barrier, a Tier 3 curse, Thousand Swords Saint Wordless Ember, and Dawn Saint Sleeping Quicksand. Why are these 2 people here? Could this be the nation of ancient gods? When Shi Feng saw the boy and girl fighting against multiple opponents on the battlefield, the shock he felt was much greater than the shock Bloodhammer and the others felt when they saw the combat puppets. During Shi Feng's previous life, Wordless Ember and Sleeping Quicksand were legendary individuals in the greater god's domain, and their titles of Thousand Sword Saint and Dawn Saint were known by all. Meanwhile, the Bloody Poem adventurer team they had established had caused many hegemonic powers to suffer major losses. Bloody Poem had even managed to defeat Heaven's Brilliance, a top-tier hegemonic power, in a frontal confrontation. Bloody Poem only had 10,000 members fighting against Heaven's Brilliance's army of millions during that confrontation. Heaven's Brilliance had even sent as many as 100 Tier 6 God-ranked experts to deal with Bloody Poem. Yet, Bloody Poem had successfully defended its city and killed all 100 of Heaven's Brilliance's God-ranked experts. Because of this miraculous outcome, the battle was remembered as one of the legendary battles in the Greater God's domain. Meanwhile, a large part of Bloody Poem's success in that battle was due to Wordless Ember and Sleeping Quicksand. The two of them had stopped the majority of Heaven's Brilliance's God-ranked experts by themselves. Because of their outstanding performance, Wordless Ember became known as one of the 10 great sword gods in the Greater God's domain, while Sleeping Quicksand became known as one of the 10 great oracles. The Seven Luminaries Alliance, the oldest neutral power in the Greater God's domain, had even conferred the title of Saintess to Sleeping Quicksand. The Seven Luminaries Alliance was one of the strongest powers in the Greater God's domain. Its hands reached across the entire Greater God's domain, and the organization's main purpose was to evaluate Tier 6 God-ranked experts. Moreover, any Tier 6 God-ranked expert could join the organization regardless of whether they were a member of another power or not. In addition to having no restrictions placed on them, Tier 6 God-ranked experts who joined the Seven Luminaries Alliance would also be given the position of Elder as soon as they joined. The people who held the most authority in the Seven Luminaries Alliance were the Senate's 12 Grand Elders and the Tier 6 God-ranked experts who had been conferred titles by the Seven Luminaries Alliance. However, receiving a title from the Seven Luminaries Alliance was an incredibly challenging task, and the Alliance had given out titles to no more than 10 God-ranked experts in the last century. Yet Sleeping Quicksand managed to not only receive a title from the Seven Luminaries Alliance, but also became the youngest God-ranked expert to receive a title from the Alliance. After the rise of Wordless Ember and Sleeping Quicksand, others quickly found out that they originated from a stratified abyssal realm. Meanwhile, after the various powers investigated this stratified abyssal realm, they quickly discovered that it used to be a nation inhabited by ancient gods. According to rumors, Sleeping Quicksand had acquired an incredibly powerful ancient god's legacy during her time in this stratified abyssal realm. Hence, the Seven Luminaries Alliance had conferred her the title of Saintess. While Shi Feng and the others were spectating the battle, the two teams fighting in the distance quickly noticed their presence as well. "Friends over there, do you mind lending us a hand? Our purple light trading firm will repay you generously afterward," a middle-aged man defending the caravan shouted when he saw Shi Feng's team. Meanwhile, as soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a fierce man from the team trying to plunder the caravan shouted, "A measly team of 20 dares spectate Death Curse's operation. You people must be tired of living. This novel is hosted by Hosted Novel." As soon as the fierce man finished speaking, the plundering side's advanced combat puppet promptly turned toward Shi Feng's team and fired its magic cannon at them. Immediately, a black beam of light tore through space and flew straight toward Shi Feng's team. The beam was so quick that it crossed the 1,000-yard distance and enveloped Shi Feng's team in the blink of an eye. Volume 32, Chapter 3101, Chapter 17.5 High Dimension's Might. Chapter 175, High Dimension's Might. Night Revenant is too much. How can he attack those people without even giving them a warning? Is he not afraid that they might be upper-class nobles from Slumber City? It seems that that person from Death Curse has completed the trial. Otherwise, there's no way Death Curse's members would act so arrogantly. But those people are truly unlucky. Even the commander can't get away unscathed from an advanced combat puppet's magic cannon. Those people must have been wiped out already. The expressions of the Purple Light Trading Firm's members turned ugly when they saw the Death Curse Adventurer team's advanced combat puppet suddenly take action against Shi Feng's team. Originally, Shi Feng's team had been their Purple Light Trading Firm's hope. After all, players who'd appear in this area would typically be from Slumber City. And since Shi Feng's team dared to travel outside with so few people, it proved that they were strong. Hence, there was a high chance that this might be a team under the command of one of Slumber City's upper-class nobles. After all, upper-class nobles were a special group of existences out of Slumber City's several 100 million players. They had many followers, and they also enjoyed greater authority in Slumber City. Even Slumber City's various powers would try their best to partner with these upper-class nobles. Meanwhile, if an upper-class noble was willing to pay the price, even the peak powers in Slumber City would get a headache. Typically, only those who had managed to become Slumber City's Vice City Lord would dare to provoke upper-class nobles. However, to become a Vice City Lord, not only would a player need to have 100 Temple Knight players with Tier 4 strength as followers, but they would also need to complete the Temple Trial, for Death Curse gathering 100 Temple Knights wasn't a difficult task. However, the difficulty of completing the Temple Trial was on an entirely different level. Many experts had challenged the Temple Trial throughout these years. However, only 3 people managed to complete it. These 3 people were essentially invincible existences in Slumber City, and they were also Slumber City's mainstays. The Purple Light trading firm had only managed to gain its current standing and strength in Slumber City because it was backed by one of these 3 people. However, if that person from Death Curse managed to complete the Temple Trial, it'd be a nightmare for the Purple Light trading firm since the 2 organizations were longtime enemies. While the Purple Light trading firm's members were lamenting over the situation, the destructive beam fired by Death Curse's advanced combat puppet didn't hit its mark as intended. Instead, just when it was about to hit Shi Feng's team, the beam suddenly got deflected and struck the nearby ground, instantly evaporating the rocks and trees within a 100-yard radius. The magic destruction cannon's beam got deflected. How is this possible? The commander is one of the top 100 knights in Slumber City, but even he can't deflect that powerful beam. Who is that person? The Purple Light trading firm's members couldn't help but be astonished as they looked at the dagger-wielding woman standing before Shi Feng's team. The advanced combat puppet's magic destruction cannon was a weapon specifically meant to target Temple Knights since it possessed the power of a Tier 4 spell cast by a Tier 4 mythic monster. Even players with the identity of Temple Knight would die instantly to this attack unless they possessed a life-saving skill. This was also why Knight Revenant had instructed the advanced combat puppet's user to use the magic destruction cannon without hesitation. Even an upper-class noble's team would evaporate under this attack unless the team similarly had an advanced combat puppet to tank the hit. Yet now, a member of Shi Feng's team had managed to deflect the magic destruction cannon's attack with nothing but the tattered dagger in her hand. This was simply unbelievable. At this moment, the Purple Light trading firm's members weren't the only ones surprised by this situation. Even Crimson Heart, Bloodhammer, and the others on Shi Feng's team couldn't help but be surprised. Find the original at Hosted Novel. If they were back in their homeworlds, they could similarly replicate this feat easily. However, while subjected to the stratified Abyssal Realm's various penalties, there was no way they could deflect an attack of such caliber. Yet Hidden Soul had accomplished it. Moreover, she had executed the feat as effortlessly as she was walking. When Maria saw the magic runes on Hidden Soul's body, shock filled her heart as she muttered, "Is she a High Dimension?" "What? She's a High Dimension?" Bloodhammer's eyes widened when he heard Maria's guess. Dimenkins were considered an incredibly rare race, and even ordinary Dimenkins already possessed talent, rivaling some of the weaker, higher life forms. Meanwhile, High Dimenkins were a race that was rarer than even Demidragons. If Demidragons were known for their physical strength and High Elves for their magic, then High Dimenkins were known for their spatial manipulation, which was an incredibly rare ability in God's domain. One could say that High Dimenkins were the favored child of space. Typically, players would have to master the use of their mana domain and reach the world creation standard before gaining some spatial manipulation capabilities. In other words, players would need to master the power that only an extremely small portion of Tier 5 players could master. However, High Dimenkins could skip this step entirely. Although their spatial manipulation ability was far from rivaling that of Tier 5 experts who had achieved world creation, it still wasn't something players beneath Tier 5 could come into contact with. Simply put, under a situation where the difference in strength wasn't particularly big, it'd be incredibly difficult for players to harm a High Dimension. Even touching a high Dimension was a challenging task. These people are likely to be temple knights from another city, Vice Commander. I don't think it'll be wise for us to continue taking action, a level 116 assassin youth wielding a fragmented legendary dagger said, frowning as he looked at Hidden Soul's distant figure. In addition to being an assassin himself, he was also one of the top 100 temple knights in Slumber City. However, even he doubted that he could replicate Hidden Soul's feat. He felt that only temple knights ranked among the top 30 could do so. Meanwhile, every one of Slumber City's top 30 temple knights was a monstrously powerful expert that even Death Curse's commander would have difficulty dealing with. So what if she's strong? Does that make me weak? Knight Revenant said as he looked at the assassin youth contemptuously. Leave those people to me. You guys focus on annihilating Purple Light's members. The assassin youth nodded and stopped speaking. Slumber City's top 30 temple knights were considered monsters. Knight Revenant was also a monster. Moreover, he was a monster ranked among the top 10 of Slumber City's temple knight ranking list. Knight Revenant was also the biggest reason why Death Curse dared to intercept Purple Light's caravan. Meanwhile, after Knight Revenant issued his command, he promptly dashed toward Shi Feng's team, leaving behind afterimages in his wake. This person must be very strong since he dares come at us alone even after seeing the scene just now, Maria commented as she watched Knight Revenant rapidly approaching them. Judging by his appearance, he should be a tigerkin. This race excels in strength and speed. Magical classes, make sure not to let him get close to you. I'll go and block him. Everyone else attack him in the meantime. It doesn't matter even if you hit me to attack him. No need. I can handle him by myself, Hidden Soul said, shaking her head before vanishing from her location. Chapter 3102, Chapter 17.6, Splitting Metal. Chapter 106, Splitting Metal. That tigerkin's strength shouldn't be underestimated. Guild Leader Black Flame. In terms of combat standards, he's most likely a fourth-floor expert already, Maria said worriedly to Shi Feng when she saw Hidden Soul taking the initiative to meet Knight Revenant in battle. It'll probably be difficult for her to deal with him all by herself. Maria could tell that Hidden Soul possessed extraordinary combat standards. The other party was undoubtedly at the World Tower's third-floor standard already. Even Maria wasn't confident that she could win against Hidden Soul. However, it was also apparent that Knight Revenant was superior to Hidden Soul when it came to combat standards. Moreover, Knight Revenant was a native of the stratified abyssal realm, so he should have long since adapted to the environment here. These two factors would put Hidden Soul at a considerable disadvantage. Crimson Heart also nodded in agreement with Maria's words. This was their first day in the stratified abyssal realm, so it'd be wiser if they moved carefully. Regaining the levels they lost from death might not be a problem, but it'd be extremely challenging to recover any weapons or equipment they lost. Since Knight Revenant was charging at them all by himself, the wiser decision to make would be to focus their firepower and dispose of him first. She'll be enough, Shi Feng calmly said. Rather than interfere with her fight, we should first focus on helping the Purple Light trading firm. It's obvious that Purple Light's members can't hold out for much longer. If we wait until Death Curse's side takes care of Purple Light's members, Death Curse will have a much easier time dealing with us. Even Shi Feng lacked the strength to go up against hundreds of experts all by himself in the stratified abyssal realm. If Hidden Soul could keep Death Curse's strongest expert busy all by herself, it would save them a lot of energy. However, if they were to commit their entire team to deal with one person, the situation would quickly turn disadvantageous for them. Maria, Crimson Heart, and the others quickly came to a realization when they heard Shi Feng's words. Immediately they followed Shi Feng to reinforce Purple Light's members. Their team of 20 might be able to kill Knight Revenant if they worked together. However, by the time they killed Knight Revenant, Purple Light's members would have most likely been annihilated already. At that time, they'd have to face Death Curse's several hundred members all by themselves, and they'd become the ones to die next. They didn't fall for it? While exchanging blows with Hidden Soul, Knight Revenant couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Shi Feng and the others bypassing them and advancing toward the distant battlefield. Your leader is smart to send you, his team's strongest member. to keep me busy while he and the rest of his team deal with the others. Knight Revenant was not only in possession of 2 fragmented legendary items, but he also possessed the hidden class Soulwalker. He could last a long time even if he had to go against over a dozen Temple Knights simultaneously. Moreover, there was also 0 chance of these Temple Knights killing him. The best decision for Shi Feng's team would be to prioritize the other experts of Death Curse. It was also a wise decision for Shi Feng's team to send their High Dimension to keep him busy. Honestly, even Knight Revenant found it tricky to deal with Hidden Soul. High Dimensions were famed for being sticky and slippery opponents. This was especially true when a skilled expert like Hidden Soul played this race. Even after trading several dozen blows with Hidden Soul, Knight Revenant had not landed even a single attack on the other party. Whenever his attacks were about to land on Hidden Soul, his weapons would simply pass through her body as if it were an illusion. Yet he was also certain that he wasn't fighting an illusion, since Hidden Soul's retaliation was very much real. Under such a situation, Knight Revenant couldn't chase after Shi Feng and the others even if he wanted to. However, when Knight Revenant saw Shi Feng and the others reaching the other battlefield, he suddenly smiled and said, "It's a pity all of your actions are futile." As soon as Knight Revenant finished speaking, another metal giant measuring over a dozen meters in height suddenly appeared among Death Curse's team. This metal giant was Death Curse's second advanced combat puppet, and it had promptly swung its massive saber at Shi Feng's team as soon as it appeared. Meanwhile, in addition to carrying power at the Tier 4 standard, the advanced combat puppet's attack was also enhanced by Mountain Splitter, a bronze combat technique. Setting range aside, the raw power of this attack was superior to even the advanced combat puppet's magic destruction cannon. Even a mythic monster would fall into a weakened state if it got hit by this attack. There was no way players could defend against it at all. Impossible! A second advanced combat puppet. The expressions of Purple Light's members turned incredibly ugly when they saw a second advanced combat puppet appearing among Death Curse's team. It was especially true for Wordless Ember, Sleeping Quicksand, and the middle-aged man leading the team. Advanced combat puppets were an extremely rare commodity in Slumber City. Normally, they would only be used to defend strategic locations such as mines. They were also incredibly useful against monster armies. Even the Purple Light trading firm, as powerful as it was, only had 5 advanced combat puppets in its possession. If it weren't for the importance of the cargo they were transporting this time, they would have never been willing to assign an advanced combat puppet to defend their caravan. After all, using it for caravan protection meant that one of their strategic resource nodes would have to go without the support of an advanced combat puppet. This would put the resource node at huge risk of being destroyed by monster tides. However, Death Curse only had 4 advanced combat puppets. Yet, the adventurer team had sent 2 to target their caravan. This was simply absurd. At this moment, though, Hidden Soul, who was fighting against Knight Revenant, suddenly laughed. "Futile? What did I get wrong?" Knight Revenant asked, feeling a little confused when he saw Hidden Soul stop attacking him. "Firstly, I'm not the strongest member of my team," Hidden Soul said. "Secondly, I'm afraid a mere advanced combat puppet is far from enough to stop Guild Leader Black Flame's sword." "Not enough to stop his sword?" Knight Revenant nearly laughed when he heard Hidden Soul's words. An advanced combat puppet could easily block a Temple Knight's attack even without relying on any combat techniques. Meanwhile, an attack from an advanced combat puppet using a bronze combat technique was something even Death Curse's commander would have to avoid. Otherwise, advanced combat puppets wouldn't have become the various powers' most important trump card. However, just when Knight Revenant was about to say something, he was interrupted by the abrupt exclamations of his team members on the other battlefield. He blocked it. He blocked the Mountain Splitter. Did he use an invulnerability skill? The eyes of Death Curse's members bulged when they saw Shi Feng single-handedly stopping the advanced combat puppet's saber. Moreover, in addition to stopping the weapon that was much bigger than he was, Shi Feng had also blocked the advanced combat puppet's attack without moving an inch from his spot or taking a single point of damage, as expected of the nation once inhabited by ancient gods. It's astonishing that the residents here have managed to develop their combat puppet manipulation to such a degree, Shi Feng thought, feeling a little surprised when he saw that the saber before him was creating a void in the surrounding space. It was much more challenging for players to manipulate a combat puppet than manipulate their in-game bodies. Even Shi Feng would have difficulty executing a bronze combat technique with a combat puppet. Moreover, the advanced combat puppet's attack had already reached the Tier 4 peak standard. If it were before he had converted into an ancient human and obtained the Abyssal Eye, Shi Feng wouldn't have been able to divert the attack's power with sword's transmigration. He would have most likely needed to use one of his trump cards to block the attack. So what if you blocked my attack? I can simply wear you out with the advanced combat puppet's limitless stamina, the middle-aged man manipulating the advanced combat puppet said as he executed Mountain Splitter against Shi Feng one more time. Unlike players, combat puppets didn't rely on stamina to operate. So long as they had enough mana, combat puppets could keep on fighting forever. At most, the player manipulating the combat puppet would exhaust some concentration when executing a combat technique with the combat puppet. However, since players didn't have to move inside combat puppets, they recovered concentration much more quickly than if they were fighting themselves. Moreover, advanced combat puppets possessed incredible defensive capabilities, and even an all-out attack from a top 30 Temple Knight would at most shave off 1 durability point. With the advanced combat puppet's 3,000 points of durability, it'd take several thousand attacks from a top 30 Temple Knight to destroy it. A player would probably die from exhaustion if they had to execute several thousand all-out attacks consecutively. This was also why even the various cities' top 100 Temple Knights would choose to flee whenever they came across an advanced combat puppet. However, Shi Feng did not try to defend against the advanced combat puppet's attack this time. Instead, he deflected the attack slightly using the Winter of Eternal Night, causing the massive saber to slide to the side. Then, he raised the Winter of Eternal Night with both hands and executed a vertical slash against the metal giant before him. First sword, Light Shadow. Immediately, an illusory greatsword appeared in the air and descended on the advanced combat puppet at lightning speed. Then, after the illusory greatsword disappeared, the advanced combat puppet suddenly stopped moving and split in half. As for the domain realm expert manipulating the advanced combat puppet, he had converted into particles of light and vanished without a trace. Chapter 3103, Chapter 177, Limit Breaker. Chapter 177, Limit Breaker. TL Notes. Purple Light Trading Firm, Purple Light Chamber of Commerce. When Shi Feng bisected Death Curse's advanced combat puppet, silence suddenly enveloped the entire battlefield. Even the members of Purple Light and Death Curse had stopped fighting to look at the destroyed combat puppet. It got destroyed? He destroyed it with just one attack? No, impossible. That's an advanced combat puppet we are talking about. I must be dreaming. How can a player possibly accomplish such a feat? Everyone was greatly shocked by the sight of the bisected advanced combat puppet. Advanced combat puppets were known for being nigh invincible existences in the stratified abyssal realm's various cities. At the same time, they were the various powers' trump cards. Meanwhile, even the administrators of the various cities would have great difficulty destroying an advanced combat puppet. Yet now, one of these nigh-invincible existences had failed to survive even one attack from Shi Feng and gotten bisected like a piece of tofu. Could that person be a Tier 4 NPC in disguise? Wordless Ember muttered, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Shi Feng. When it came to being a swordsman, Wordless Ember felt that he could easily rank within the top 5 of Slumber City. Meanwhile, the only swordsman who could achieve a convincing victory against him in Slumber City was the Purple Light Chamber of Commerce's backer, Laura Crater. However, Wordless Ember was certain that the destructive power Shi Feng had just exhibited was something even Shimmering Sword Laura Crater could not accomplish. Yet, it should be known that Laura Crater was the closest person to becoming a limit breaker in Slumber City. It might make sense if Shi Feng was a limit breaker, since it was rumored that limit breakers could destroy advanced combat puppets in one hit. However, Shi Feng couldn't be a limit breaker. After all, once a player became a limit breaker, They could only remain in the stratified abyssal realm for a short time before having to leave for a higher world. So if Shi Feng wasn't a limit breaker, the only plausible explanation for his unbelievable strength was that he wasn't a player but a Tier 4 NPC instead. No, it should be his sword. When he attacked just now, I could feel the power gathered within his sword reaching the limit breaker standard, Sleeping Quicksand said, shaking her head as she observed Shi Feng. The sword he wields is most likely extraordinary, even among fragmented legendary weapons. In addition, he also has extraordinary combat standards. I believe he should be able to rival those administrators. The administrators? When Wordless Ember heard Sleeping Quicksand's evaluation, his fighting spirit promptly flared up. Slumber City might have a player population of several 100 million. Still, the number of swordsmen who could spar with him numbered only a handful, let alone swordsmen who could match the city's administrators. If he could engage in an all-out fight with Shi Feng, he was certain that it would greatly help his swordsmanship. Meanwhile, when Shi Feng defeated the advanced combat puppet, Crimson Heart, Bloodhammer, Gentle Snow, and the others who followed him also couldn't help but be shocked. They had long since known that Shi Feng possessed astounding strength. After all, he had managed to single-handedly tank the Tier 4 Dark Titan. However, that raid had taken place in God's domain, where they didn't have to suffer the stratified abyssal realm's severe penalties. Moreover, Shi Feng had used all of his strength to tank the Dark Titan back then. However, they couldn't help but feel that rather than grow weaker, Shi Feng had grown stronger after entering the stratified abyssal realm instead. That person is too dangerous, Commander. We might also lose the other advanced combat puppet. If we keep on fighting, should we continue? A berserker clashing against echoing judgment, Purple Light's commander asked through the team chat urgently. Retreat, Night Revenant commanded without hesitation, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Shi Feng. Then a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he swore, We'll pay him back for this in Slumber City sooner or later. Night Revenant never expected to encounter an existence rivaling Slumber City's administrators in a 20-man team. He also didn't expect to lose an advanced combat puppet. If news of this spread, Death Curse would definitely suffer a huge loss in reputation. After saying so, Night Revenant promptly disappeared into his shadow, preventing Hidden Soul from perceiving his movement and presence. He left. Just like that. Hidden Soul grew a little disappointed when she saw Night Revenant and the other members of Death Curse retreating. I might have been able to achieve a breakthrough in that silver footwork if I could clash with him a little longer. Hidden Soul had gained a significant harvest from fighting with Night Revenant. Particularly, the evasive techniques Night Revenant employed was undoubtedly the strangest out of all evasive techniques she had seen used by assassins. If it weren't for her talent as a high demonkin, she would have likely been led astray by Night Revenant's movements and gotten hit on numerous occasions. Meanwhile, after Death Curse's members swiftly withdrew from the battlefield, Purple Light's members couldn't help but sigh in relief. The size of Death Curse's team exceeded their team by more than 2 times. They had also fought many battles against monsters before Death Curse had ambushed them, so they didn't have much stamina remaining. Had the fight with Death Curse continued for a few more minutes, they would have most certainly suffered annihilation. Thank you for your assistance. If not for you all, our entire team would have died here, Echoing Judgment said gratefully after approaching Shi Feng quickly. My name is Echoing Judgment, the Purple Light Chamber of Commerce's commander. May I know how I should address you all? Black Flame, Shi Feng answered without hesitation. Everyone else in Shi Feng's team also introduced themselves one after another. It seems you all possess extraordinary skills if you can operate outside with so few people. Could you all be from the Dark Sanctuary? Echoing Judgment asked somewhat excitedly when he saw that there were players with higher races, such as Hidden Soul and Maria, in Shi Feng's team. Support us at H. Stead Novel. Typically, players in the stratified abyssal realm would operate in teams of 200, at the very least, for the sake of survival. If a team operated with only 20 members, the team either had an upper-class noble or was made up of overconfident players. In the latter case, they were usually ignorant newcomers who were setting foot into level 100-plus maps for the first time. Aside from these two scenarios, there was also one more possibility for a small team of 20 to appear in a level 100+ map. These players were from the Dark Sanctuary, the center of the stratified abyssal realm. It was rumored that the Dark Sanctuary possessed the secret for players to become limit breakers. However, the Dark Sanctuary was isolated from the rest of the stratified abyssal realm, and it was incredibly challenging to get into and out of the Dark Sanctuary. Players seeking to get out of the Dark Sanctuary needed to complete a trial with a participation limit of 20 players per team. Meanwhile, each trial completion would only grant players one exit opportunity. Moreover, teams that sought to leave the Dark Sanctuary could only spend a limited time outside the Dark Sanctuary. For outsiders seeking to enter the Dark Sanctuary, the conditions they needed to meet were even stricter. Not only did they have to complete a trial, but they also needed to find trial certificates before they could even qualify to challenge the trial. Trial certificates dropped randomly in the stratified abyssal realm's level 100+ maps, and only after gathering 20 certificates could players challenge the Dark Sanctuary's entry trial. The various cities' peak powers all sought to enter the Dark Sanctuary and search for the secret to becoming a limit breaker. Unfortunately, even until now, not even one of Slumber City's powers had managed to gather 20 certificates. In fact, there weren't even 20 certificates in total in the entire city. On the other hand, though, there were some players who had managed to come out of the Dark Sanctuary. These were all players belonging to the Dark Sanctuary's various powers, and every one of these players was incredibly powerful. These players had specifically left the Dark Sanctuary to trade with powers outside the Dark Sanctuary, and many powers had skyrocketed in strength because of their trades with the Dark Sanctuary's players. Meanwhile, one of the easiest ways to identify whether a team was from the Dark Sanctuary was by looking at the number of higher races the team had. Higher races were incredibly rare in the various cities. They were so rare that there wouldn't be more than a handful of higher races in a city of several hundred million. Yet, Shi Feng's small team of 20 had 2 higher races. Moreover, one of them was a High Demonkin, and the other was a Dimidrican. Both were extremely powerful races, even among higher races. There was no way any city outside of the Dark Sanctuary could come up with a team with 2 of these higher races. Thus, the only explanation was that Shi Feng's team came from the Dark Sanctuary. Chapter 3104, Chapter 178, Hypersensitivity. Chapter 178, Hypersensitivity. As soon as Echoing Judgment finished asking his question, the other Purple Light members promptly looked at Shi Feng's team, their eyes filled with excitement and desire. Even Wordless Ember and Sleeping Quicksand wore looks of interest on their faces. Meanwhile, Shi Feng and the others couldn't help but be surprised and confused by this situation. "Are you perhaps not from the Dark Sanctuary?" Echoing Judgment asked, feeling a little confused when he saw Shi Feng's team remaining silent. Although the levels of Shi Feng's team members were somewhat low, this was a normal situation in the stratified abyssal realm. After all, it was incredibly easy for players to meet death out in the fields. Moreover, leveling up became absurdly challenging after level 110, each subsequent level up requiring several times the EXP of the previous level up. Depending on a player's class, the increase in EXP requirement could even reach tenfold. Yet, each death would cost players to lose 1 entire level. Meanwhile, if Shi Feng's team truly came from the Dark Sanctuary, it was completely normal for them to suffer multiple deaths in their process of completing the exit trial. So it was understandable that their levels were so low. However, if Shi Feng's team wasn't from the Dark Sanctuary, it'd be strange why they were so low-level despite having such great strength. "You've guessed correctly. We are indeed from the Dark Sanctuary," Shi Feng said without breaking his composure even in the slightest. "We had to go through a lot of trouble to come out here, and our goal this time is to find some long-term partners." Shi Feng had heard about the Dark Sanctuary located in the stratified abyssal realm inhabited by ancient gods. He even knew about some of the Dark Sanctuary's secrets. Although he could also lie that they were players from another city, they didn't have much knowledge regarding the stratified abyssal realm's current state of affairs. If they pretended to be from another city, their act would get exposed very easily. Of course, there was also the option of being truthful and saying they came from outside the stratified abyssal realm. However, If they did that, it would put them in a passive state. This was because the stratified abyssal realm's native players knew that players from outside the stratified abyssal realm were pushovers. Regardless of how powerful an organization these outsiders came from, none of these outside organizations could set foot into the stratified abyssal realm. Moreover, native players also knew that outsiders needed to go through a lot of trouble to enter the stratified abyssal realm. This meant that outsiders didn't really have much to offer. To make matters worse, many outside powers had access to the stratified abyssal realm. It was just that each power could only send a very small number of players into the stratified abyssal realm. This meant that native powers would have no lack of outside powers to partner with. So the native powers would typically squeeze outside powers for everything they've got. However, it was a different story for the Dark Sanctuary. The Dark Sanctuary was located in the stratified abyssal realm, and it was a place countless players in the stratified abyssal realm sought to enter. It was just that the various powers were currently stuck outside the Dark Sanctuary. Even so, it was only a matter of time before the various powers got into the Dark Sanctuary. Meanwhile, to ensure their entry into the Dark Sanctuary went smoothly, the various powers based outside the Dark Sanctuary strongly revered and desired to partner with the Dark Sanctuary's local powers. When Crimson Heart, Bloodhammer, and the others heard Shi Feng's words, they couldn't help but look at him in astonishment. They didn't think that Shi Feng would dare tell such a lie. Was he not afraid of getting exposed? However, Echoing Judgment and the other Purple Light members simply took Shi Feng's words at face value. It's no wonder he can exhibit destructive power rivaling limit breakers. The Dark Sanctuary truly is an extraordinary place. I wonder when we'll be able to gather 20 certificates, Wordless Ember thought to himself in excitement. It was the dream of every player in the stratified abyssal realm to become a limit breaker and leave this world. After all, only by becoming a limit breaker could they reach the rumored place in the real world, acquire much longer lifespans and youth, obtain their own city, and set foot into the true upper world. They wouldn't have to constantly worry about living space and food like they were now. You're finding partners? Echoing Judgment's smile grew even brighter when he heard Shi Feng's words. May I know if you are willing to partner with the Purple Light Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Blackflame? We are willing to show you our absolute sincerity. Partner with you? Shi Feng simply revealed a faint smile as he looked at Echoing Judgment. May I know what you can offer us? You should know that there aren't many things that aren't available in the Dark Sanctuary. Yes, I am aware of that. However, Slumber City's local specialty, the hypersensitivity potion, is unique in the entire stratified abyssal realm. I'm certain this thing will be of great help to you, Echoing Judgment said, smiling as he took out 20 dark blue potions and handed them to Shi Feng. You can check the description yourself if you don't believe me. You can also take these 20 hypersensitivity potions as thanks for helping us. Commander, aren't you giving away too many, Wordless Ember? Whispered to Echoing Judgment. The hypersensitivity potion was Slumber City's local specialty. Not only could it double players' EXP gain, but it could also put players into a hypersensitive state. When training under the hypersensitive state, players could achieve improvements much more quickly than usual. Moreover, the potion lasted 12 hours and a cooldown of only 2 natural days. The hypersensitivity potion was also the main reason Slumber City's experts were stronger and more numerous than most other cities. However, the hypersensitivity potion had an incredibly low production volume, so even powers based in Slumber City could only acquire a very small amount. Meanwhile, Purple Light could only obtain around 100 bottles each month. No, this is Purple Light's show of sincerity. Moreover, it is thanks to Mr. Blackflame's team that we managed to protect our dark crystals, Echoing Judgment said. Their caravan carried the dark crystals they had gone through great lengths to acquire from several cities. Meanwhile, these dark crystals would allow the Purple Light Chamber of Commerce to elevate its contribution in Slumber City to the next level. Compared to the benefits they stood to gain from these dark crystals, 20 hypersensitivity potions was a small price to pay. Afterward, Echoing Judgment looked toward Shi Feng and asked, May I know if you are interested in this hypersensitivity potion, Mr. Blackflame? Meanwhile, after Shi Feng and the others were done reading the hypersensitivity potion's introduction, Their hearts pounded rapidly. They never thought they would come across such a godly item in the stratified abyssal realm. There was no power in God's domain that would complain about having too many experts. It was especially true for experts at the Void Realm standard or above, although there were many external items in God's domain that could be used to nurture experts. Few could match the hypersensitivity potion in terms of efficiency. If they could purchase the hypersensitivity potion in large quantities, the benefits they could gain would be no less than if they managed to recruit the stratified abyssal realm's experts into their respective guilds. "We'd be lying if we said we weren't interested in this potion," Shi Feng said as he put the hypersensitivity potions into his bag. Then he looked toward Echoing Judgment and asked, "But how does Purple Light plan on trading this potion? Also, how many can you supply? Judging by this item's efficacy, it should be quite difficult to obtain it, right? I'm guessing that its supply should also be very limited." Chapter 3105, Chapter 179, Upper Class Noble. When Shi Feng finished speaking, Crimson Heart and Bloodhammer promptly turned to Echoing Judgment. While they didn't know to what extent the hypersensitivity potion could affect players, everything was just like Shi Feng said. It was unlikely that an item as precious as the hypersensitivity potion could be produced in large quantities. Naturally, the amount Purple Light would be willing to trade would be even fewer. If Purple Light only offered to trade a few dozen bottles, such a small amount wouldn't mean much to them. You can rest assured of the hypersensitivity potions volume. Purple Light has many connections in Slumber City, Echoing Judgment said with a faint smile. So long as the price is right, obtaining even 1,000 bottles wouldn't be a problem for Purple Light. Even 1,000 bottles won't be a problem? Shi Feng was slightly surprised by Echoing Judgment's claim. At the same time, a look of interest appeared on his face. "May I know how much you plan to sell these hypersensitivity potions for?" If he could get his hands on 1,000 hypersensitivity potions, Zero Wing's main force could achieve significant growth within a short period. This would greatly help in Zero Wing's development. A guild's promotion was closely tied to team dungeons in God's domain. This was because guild promotion orders were mainly found in high-difficulty team dungeons. So if a guild sought to raise its rank, it would need to have a sufficiently strong main force. The strength of the guild's main force was especially important for a cross-border guild. Unlike the standard guild promotion process, cross-border guilds didn't only require guild promotion orders to get promoted. A cross-border guild also needed to pass the Adventurers Association's strength evaluation. Different from the guild ranking system adopted by the various gods' domain, the Greater Gods Domain's guild ranking system separated guilds into common, bronze, silver, and gold ranks. Meanwhile, to get from a common guild to a bronze guild, a guild would need to have 100 experts who have reached the World Tower's second floor. In other words, a guild would need to have 100 Void Realm experts to qualify to become a bronze guild in Shi Feng's homeworld. This was a requirement that only a portion of superpowers could fulfill. Meanwhile, the difference between the benefits a common cross-border guild and a bronze cross-border guild enjoyed was massive. This was because guilds could only establish branch guilds and guild settlements in the various cross-border regions after becoming a bronze cross-border guild. This was also why once a god's domain gained access to the greater god's domain, the gap between superpowers and non-superpowers would only grow larger and larger. 30 dark crystals per bottle or 1 Tier 3 dark skill book for 5 bottles. We won't add in any additional charges. We only hope to maintain a long-term partnership with you, Mr. Black Flame, Echoing Judgment said sincerely. Of course, you can also provide us with upper-class nobles as offerings. We can offer you 30 hypersensitivity potions per upper-class noble. You won't find a better price than this in Slumber City. Wordless Ember and Sleeping Quicksand were rendered speechless when they heard Echoing Judgment's offer. Like Echoing Judgment said, the Purple Light Chamber of Commerce truly wouldn't be earning any profit from this transaction. They were doing it solely to befriend Shi Feng's team. Upper-class nobles as offerings? Shi Feng nodded after hearing Echoing Judgment's words. Okay, we'll think about it. Shi Feng knew about the dark crystal Echoing Judgment mentioned. It was something similar to the Seven Luminaries crystal in that it contained energy of high purity. However, unlike Seven Luminaries crystals, dark crystals only contained dark energy. In terms of value, the dark crystal was much more valuable than the Seven Luminaries crystal. This was because dark crystals were much rarer in both the various gods' domain and the greater gods' domain. It was one of the precious resources that were highly contested among the various powers. If Shi Feng wanted to acquire dark crystals, he could only do so through the stratified abyssal realm. The difficulty of obtaining dark crystals from outside the stratified abyssal realm would only increase and not decrease. As for Tier 3 dark skill books, while obtaining them wasn't difficult. He would need to make a trip back to God's domain, which evidently wasn't possible right now. Thus, the only way Shi Feng could acquire a large number of hypersensitivity potions was most likely through the upper-class nobles echoing judgment mentioned. Only he lacked information on upper-class nobles. He couldn't ask about upper-class nobles either, since doing so would most likely expose his lie about being a player from the Dark Sanctuary. Crimson Heart and Bloodhammer also remained silent as they looked at echoing judgment. They both understood that they would have to first enter Slumber City and learn more about the stratified abyssal realm before they could start trading with the Purple Light Chamber of Commerce. Oh, right. Please take these. These emblems prove that you are Purple Light's VIP customers, Echoing Judgment said as he took out 20 light purple's diamond-shaped emblems and handed them to Shi Feng. This must be your first time leaving the Dark Sanctuary. After entering the stratified abyssal realm's level 100+ maps, you'll first have to pass the Abyssal Tower's strength test if you want to live in an NPC city. Your test results will determine the status you gain in the city, and the level of authority you enjoy will also change with this status. You'll need to gain a civilian status before you are allowed to live in the city. Otherwise, you'll be driven out without question. You have caused Death Curse to suffer significant losses this time, so I'm afraid you'll come into some trouble in Slumber City. However, with Purple Light's VIP customer certification, you can take the Abyssal Tower's test once without paying any city contribution points. So long as you manage to gain a noble status in Slumber City, Death Curse will have difficulty troubling you in the city. If you manage to become upper-class nobles, Death Curse won't dare to recklessly take action against you. Thank you, Shi Feng said, smiling as he accepted the 20 emblems. Although they had ended up offending Slumber City's Death Curse adventurer team for helping the Purple Light Chamber of Commerce. They had managed to save plenty of trouble thanks to Purple Light. They had even learned about the hypersensitivity potion and a few other important pieces of information. Overall, this was a worthwhile transaction. We are only repaying the favor you've done for us, Echoing Judgment said, shaking his head. It is also because of us that you've ended up offending Death Curse. After Shi Feng exchanged a few more pleasantries with Echoing Judgment, he distributed Purple Light's VIP customer certifications and the hypersensitivity potions to his teammates. Then, under Echoing Judgment's invitation, their team followed Purple Light to Slumber City. Stratified Abyssal Realm, Slumber City. On the main street, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, there sat a battle arena that had over 20 floors and occupied an area the size of a sports stadium. Currently, inside one of the battle arena's combat rooms, over a dozen level 115+ experts wearing the Temple Knight emblem laid flat on the ground around a level 118 middle-aged man wielding 2 greatswords. Interesting. He managed to not only scare off Night Revenant, but also destroy an advanced combat puppet in one hit. The middle-aged man smiled when he read the message he had just received. This level of destructive power is already enough to put him in the top 5 of Slumber City. It's already been 2 years since the top 5 ranks in Slumber City have changed owners. I wonder who is stronger between him and me and Death Curse's solitary soul? Is there even a need to guess? You're definitely the stronger one, Boss Wolf. With the legacy you obtained, the Shimmering Sword is probably the only person in Slumber City who can match you now, a level 116 young man said reverentially as he sat up from the ground and looked at the middle-aged man named Wolf Emperor. The 5 experts occupying the top 5 ranks of Slumber City's Temple Knight ranking list currently were the city's 3 administrators, Death Curse's Commander Solitary Soul, and Wolf Emperor. Out of these 5 experts, Wolf Emperor was the only person who had climbed to this position without establishing his own organization or relying on others. Search H0 stead N0vel for the original. Because of this, Wolf Emperor had many admirers and followers in Slumber City. That's not necessarily true, Wolf Emperor said, shaking his head. Solitary Soul has already completed the temple trial, and he should have gained a significant harvest. Even I have no idea how strong he has become already. The level 116 youth didn't say anything. He simply thought that Wolf Emperor was being too humble. After all, Wolf Emperor had already converted to a higher race, and his strength could no longer be compared to the past. At this time, the youth suddenly received a message. Then, after reading the message, he quickly said, "Boss, a friend of mine from Death Curse just messaged me. The group of people who defeated Death Curse has already arrived in Slumber City, and Death Curse's 3 vice-commanders have already gone to meet them. It seems that they plan to get rid of these people to restore their reputation. Death Curse has always been overbearing, so it's not surprising that they're making a move, especially not after Solitary Soul's recent achievement. But are those 3 planning to act together?" Wolf Emperor grew a little interested when he heard about Death Curse's actions. "Let's go. We're going to take a look as well. Those 3 have never acted together aside from when they tried to stop the Shimmering Sword." Chapter 3106, Chapter 180, Hidden Ancient God's Legacy. Chapter 180, Hidden Ancient God's Legacy, Slumber City, Central District. This city is simply astounding. There are refinement realm experts and above walking around everywhere. The shops here are even selling Hall of Fame level epic equipment. The powers back home will probably lose their minds if they find out about this, Su Qianliu muttered as she looked at the players and shops around her. "Probably? More like definitely," Lin Yayu said with a bitter smile. "I can already feel myself on the verge of a mental breakdown." Lin Yaoyu thought that she had already raised her evaluation of the stratified abyssal realm to a sufficiently great extent after watching the battle between Purple Light and Death Curse. However, after arriving in Slumber City, she quickly realized that she had still underestimated how wide of a gap there existed between their homeworld and the stratified abyssal realm. In their homeworld, refinement realm experts would be treated as a mid-level mainstay at the very least if they joined a first-rate guild. Refinement realm experts were so rare that Mysterious Moon didn't have more than 1,000 such experts under its command. Yet Lin Yaoyu could spot well over 1,000 refinement realm experts just by glancing at the street in front of her. The rarity of Hall of Fame level epic weapons and equipment was even greater. Even first-rate guilds would only have a very small number of such items. Yet these items were being sold in almost every shop present on Slumber City's main street, although these items were being sold for demon coins, which was the stratified abyssal realm's main currency, rather than normal coins used in God's domain. The procurement rates of both currencies shouldn't be all too different. Meanwhile, Hall of Fame level epic weapons could easily go for 5,000 or 6,000 coins if sold in the miniature ancient world. Yet in Slumber City, these same weapons only cost around 500 or 600 demon coins to purchase. Hall of Fame level epic equipment was even cheaper, each piece selling for a little over 100 demon coins only. After arriving in Slumber City, Lin Yaoyu suddenly realized that Mysterious Moon, a high and mighty top-tier first-rate guild, wasn't so high and mighty as she thought. In fact, she couldn't help but doubt whether their homeworld's top-tier first-rate guilds could match the average adventurer team here in strength. According to the information they've learned from Purple Light, the minimum requirement to establish an adventurer team in Slumber City was to have at least 3 Novice Temple Knights. Meanwhile, Novice Temple Knights were typically Void Realm experts or above. Moreover, the minimum requirement to join most adventurer teams was to be at the Refinement Realm standard. At this moment, Lin Yaoyu couldn't even match a Novice Temple Knight in combat standards. Yet there were well over 10,000 adventurer teams in Slumber City. "You don't have to feel dejected," Shi Feng said as he looked at Su Qianliu and Lin Yaoyu. "This stratified abyssal realm has existed for at least 40 years already. In a situation where their levels and tiers are being heavily restricted, the only way the players here can grow stronger is by developing their technical skills. In this respect, they are vastly superior to even the super guilds in our god's domain. If you were to experience the same restrictions they face for multiple years, your combat standards wouldn't be any weaker than theirs. Their god's domain had only launched 10 years ago. 10 years might seem like a long time, but it was nothing compared to other gods' domains. Their god's domain was no different than an infant compared to some of the older gods' domains. The stratified abyssal realm they were currently in had already existed for over 40 years. This meant that this stratified abyssal realm was over 30 years ahead of their god's domain in terms of development. This point alone was enough to give the native players here a massive advantage over the players in their god's domain. "The abyssal tower is just ahead, Mr. Blackflame. We should hurry over there quickly," Echoing Judgment hurriedly said as he pointed at an ancient tower some distance ahead. "I just received a report saying that Death Curse's 3 vice commanders and their subordinates are swiftly making their way to us. You and your team members still do not have official status in Slumber City, while Death Curse's vice commanders and their subordinates are all nobles in Slumber City. They can take direct action against you without having to suffer sanctions from the NPCs. Conversely, if you retaliate against them, the NPCs will take action against you." "Okay," Shi Feng said, nodding. Understanding that they were in a rush for time, he quickly led his team toward the abyssal tower, which measured several hundred meters in height. In the stratified abyssal realm's NPC cities, NPC guards were essentially invincible existences. This was because even the weakest among them were level 130, Tier 4 NPCs. In contrast, players here couldn't go beyond level 120, Tier 3. Thus, so long as the NPC guards took action, any player they targeted would almost certainly die. If players wished to live safely in Slumber City, they would have to obtain a civilian status first and foremost. With this status, so long as they weren't the ones picking a fight, even players with the noble status could do nothing against them. Shortly after Shi Feng and the others entered the abyssal tower and registered for the tower's test, a group of players wearing Death Curse's emblem arrived in the tower's lobby. Meanwhile, the arrival of these players instantly created a commotion in the lobby. "It seems you've moved quite quickly, Judgment," Knight Revenant said to Echoing Judgment when he failed to see Shi Feng's team in the lobby. Then, wearing a sneer, he continued, "It's a pity that your actions are futile. Now that the commander has become a vice city lord in Slumber City, it doesn't matter even if they become nobles. A vice city lord still has the authority to banish them from the city for some time. All they're doing now is delaying the inevitable." Solitary Soul succeeded. Echoing Judgment's expression turned a little ugly when he heard Knight Revenant's words. Echoing Judgment had heard that Solitary Soul, Death Curse's commander, had entered the temple and challenged the temple trial a few days ago. However, the temple trial was incredibly challenging, so much so that only 3 people have managed to pass it thus far. While Solitary Soul was talented, it shouldn't be so easy for him to cross the final hurdle. Not to mention, Solitary Soul had failed the trial only 2 months ago. In Echoing Judgment's opinion, there was no way Solitary Soul could make much progress in just 2 short months. So it should be highly unlikely that Solitary Soul could clear the temple trial. However, Echoing Judgment had guessed wrongly, which was terrible news for them. With the authority of a Vice City Lord, Solitary Soul could easily banish players with the noble and civilian status from the city for a certain period. Although he could only banish a certain number of players each month, he'd have no problem targeting 20 players. That's right. The commander has already succeeded. We are only here to keep an eye on those people," Knight Revenant said with a faint smile. "Those outsiders will quickly learn how foolish it is to help Purple Light in Slumber City. Crazy bastards." Echoing Judgment realized that Death Curse was serious about taking action when he saw that more and more Death Curse members were gathering in the lobby. Immediately, he turned to Sleeping Quicksand and said, "Quicksand, take a team to the corroded ruins right away. Commander Laura has been grinding there throughout this period, but communication is prevented there. I need you to look for her and figure out a way to invite her back. So long as Commander Laura can come back before the test ends, Solitary Soul won't dare to recklessly take action." Understood. Sleeping Quicksand nodded and quickly left the Abyssal Tower with a small team. Their Chamber of Commerce was looking to partner with Shi Feng's team. If Shi Feng's team ended up suffering Death Curse's crazed retaliation because of Purple Light would become a laughingstock in Slumber City in the future. Abyssal Tower, trial space. While the situation in the lobby was getting heated, Shi Feng wore a shocked and confused expression after entering the trial space. This was because a series of system notifications had rang in his ears as soon as he entered the trial space. System: you have entered the trial space. You have 1 natural day to challenge the trial. You will be rewarded based on the floor you reach. You cannot leave the trial space regardless of whether you die or not. However, you are allowed to log off and rest during this time. System: it is detected that your mana body is at the legendary rank. You have fulfilled the conditions set by the ancient Abyssal God. Do you wish to challenge the Abyssal Trial to acquire the ancient Abyssal God's legacy, Chapter 307, Chapter 181, Mana Suppression, Chapter 181, Mana Suppression, the ancient Abyssal God's legacy? The unexpected system notification surprised Shi Feng. The ancient Abyssal God was rumored to be the Abyss's creator, and one of the oldest ancient gods. Although the ancient Abyssal God had suddenly disappeared for some unknown reason, some of the power the ancient god had left behind had sparked massive wars in the greater god's domain. Some hegemonic powers had even vanished from the greater god's domain because of these wars. However, rumors also mentioned that the ancient Abyssal God did not leave any legacies behind due to his abrupt disappearance. It was even rumored that the Abyss was only half completed when the ancient Abyssal God disappeared. However, even if it was incomplete, the Abyss still had the strength to clash with the greater god's domain. Shi Feng found it hard to believe that the missing ancient Abyssal God had actually left one of his legacies in the stratified Abyssal realm. Even though the legacy had an extremely stringent activation condition, it was still unbelievable nonetheless. However, it was also understandable that this legacy had remained undiscovered until now. After all, it was incredibly hard to obtain a legendary mana body, so much so that one couldn't necessarily find even one player with a legendary mana body in an isolated god's domain. The chances of a player obtaining a legendary mana body in the stratified Abyssal realm, a place that was severely lacking in legacies and imposed many restrictions on its players, were even lower. The stratified Abyssal realms players might have very high combat standards, but they were inferior to the players in Shi Feng's homeworld when it came to mana bodies. Even powerful experts like Echoing Judgment and Sleeping Quicksand only had gold mana bodies, while most other experts in Purple Light only had silver mana bodies. None of them even had an epic mana body, let alone a legendary mana body. System: you have 1 minute to decide whether to accept the Abyssal Trial. If you fail to decide, you will be given the standard trial by default. Upon hearing this new system notification, Shi Feng dared not hesitate for even a moment longer as he promptly said, yes. Legacies of ancient gods were incredibly rare in the greater god's domain, and even hegemonic powers would have difficulty getting their hands on one. It was also proven that every ancient god's legacy could overturn the status quo in the greater god's domain. Needless to say, the legacy of the ancient Abyssal God, one of the oldest ancient gods in existence, wouldn't be in any way inferior in this regard. System: Abyssal Trial activated. Please kill all of the monsters on the 4th floor in 1 natural day. You will receive the legacy left behind by the ancient Abyssal God should you succeed. Kill all of the monsters on the 4th floor in 1 day. That's 1 difficult challenge. Shi Feng's expression grew heavy when he saw the notification. According to the information Echoing Judgment provided, the Abyssal Tower had 5 floors. The number and strength of the monsters players faced would increase with each subsequent floor they climbed. Meanwhile, players would gain the civilian status in the city so long as they cleared the 1st floor, the noble status if they cleared the 2nd floor, and the upper-class noble status if they cleared the 3rd floor. Out of the hundreds of millions of players based on Slumber City, those who managed to become upper-class nobles did not exceed 100. Moreover, every one of these upper-class nobles was a veteran player who had honed their strength for many years, As for the fourth floor, not one person in Slumber City had managed to clear it thus far. This was because the Trial Tower's trial wasn't merely a simple test of a player's combat standards, but rather a test of a player's adaptability. Shortly after Shi Feng activated the Abyssal Trial, the scenery before him changed into a lush, primal forest. A gigantic hourglass had also appeared in the sky above him, showing his remaining time in the trial space. What a powerful mana suppression! After arriving in this primal forest, Shi Feng promptly felt an invisible force suppressing his mana. The suppression was so strong that none of his mana could flow out of his body. Moreover, he found that apart from dark element mana, no other elements were present around him. So that's why there are so few upper-class nobles, even though there are so many third-floor experts in the city. Just this mana suppression alone is enough to reduce a player's combat power to 10% or lower. Shi Feng thought in realization. Mana suppression was a much more troublesome penalty than the prohibition of mana usage. The prohibition of mana usage would only prevent players from using skills and spells. However, the suppression of mana would not only prevent players from using skills and spells, but it would also make it incredibly difficult for players to use combat techniques. This was because the constant disruption to the mana inside a player's body would prevent the player from exerting stable and precise control over their bodies. Naturally, executing mana techniques would be even more of an impossible challenge. Meanwhile, if players couldn't use any skills, spells, combat techniques, or mana techniques, they would be left with only normal attacks. In such a situation, one could easily imagine how much of their original combat power players would be left with. Before Shi Feng could adapt to this new and hostile environment, two level 110 Great Lord ranked Abyssal Hounds emerged from the surrounding bushes and lunged at him. Abyssal Hound, Demonic Beast, Great Lord. Level 110, HP 60 million. Shi Feng unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night and swung it almost instinctively when he sensed the Abyssal Hounds. However, before his attack could connect, the two Abyssal Hounds sensed it and reacted like veteran experts, twisting their bodies in midair and evading the attack with less than half a centimeter to spare. There at the Refinement Realm, Shi Feng was stunned by the two Abyssal Hounds' actions. He might not have gone all out with his attack, and there was a slight delay in his execution, but he still had basic attributes at the Tier 4 standard. Even if the Abyssal Hounds were Agility-type Great Lords, they still shouldn't be able to dodge his attack unless they were at the Refinement Realm standard. However, Shi Feng didn't have any time to dwell on this matter. While he was in a daze, the two Abyssal Hounds simultaneously activated the Tier 3 skill Flame Roar. Flame Roar was an AoE attack. Shi Feng dared not face the attacks head-on, so he promptly sidestepped twice and evaded the Abyssal Hound's flame roars. Then he lunged forward and executed a downward strike at the nearest Abyssal Hound. Shi Feng's attack this time was much faster than before. With the Abyssal Hound's nearly 2-meter-long body, there was no way it could evade the attack in time. Clang. Sparks flew, followed by a metallic clang that echoed throughout the forest. Just when Shi Feng's sword was about to hit the Abyssal Hound, the Great Lord had leaped backward with its large frame and deflected the weapon with its front claws. Although the impact had sent the Abyssal Hound flying several meters backward and landing on the ground unsteadily, the Great Lord had lost less than 200,000 HP from the exchange. The Abyssal Hound had 60 million HP, so this damage was nothing. It could recover to full HP once its battle recovery ticked 5 seconds later. It even knows how to deflect attacks. When Shi Feng looked at the Abyssal Hound that was baring its fangs at him, he suddenly felt as if he was facing a veteran Refinement Realm expert rather than a dumb monster. Moreover, this was a Refinement Realm expert with the basic attributes of a Tier 3 Great Lord. Before Shi Feng could launch another attack, 3 more Abyssal Hounds slowly stepped out of the surrounding bushes and coordinated with the first 2 Abyssal Hounds to form an encirclement around Shi Feng. Chapter 3108, Chapter 182, A Different Way to Use Mana. When Shi Feng looked at the 5 Abyssal Hounds surrounding him, he quickly understood why so many players in Slumber City still didn't have the civilian status. The Abyssal Tower's first-floor trial alone was already pitting players against 5 great lords with combat standards at the refinement realm. Not to mention, the trial also subjected players to a powerful mana suppression. Even a refinement realm expert, fully geared in top-tier epic weapons and equipment, would only meet with death in such a situation. The only way a refinement realm expert could conquer the first-floor trial was using brute force. Players could not leave the Abyssal Tower even after dying in the trial. Instead, they would be resurrected within the trial space without losing any EXP. In contrast, monsters killed in the trial could not resurrect. Their HP wouldn't even be reset when players died. Instead, they could only recover their HP by relying on their recovery. In other words, they could only recover 2% of their HP every 5 seconds. Thus, if players were sufficiently tenacious and possessed sufficiently high basic attributes, it was theoretically possible for them to complete the first-floor trial. Since the monsters will grow stronger the further I progress, I'll use you guys to adapt to this environment first. When Shi Feng saw the 5 abyssal hounds gradually closing in on him, he didn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, he entered a defensive state and focused on adapting to his current environment. There were only several dozen players who had managed to clear the Abyssal Tower's 3rd floor in Slumber City. Logically, one would assume that every one of these players was a top-ranking Temple Knight. However, that wasn't the case at all. Many of these players weren't even Temple Knights, let alone top-ranking Temple Knights. The reason for this strange phenomenon was because most players in Slumber City had failed to adapt to the Abyssal Tower's combat environment. Conversely, the non-Temple Knight players had learned to adapt to the environment in the Abyssal Tower and maximize the use of their combat power. Adding on the fact that there were no death restrictions, it wasn't exactly impossible for these supposedly weak players to whittle the monsters in the trial to death. Thus, what Shi Feng needed to do now was simple: learn to adapt to the trial's environment. If he were to wait until he reached the 3rd or 4th floors to do so, the difficulty would increase drastically. Learning to adapt to the trial's combat environment wasn't a difficult task for Shi Feng either. As a Grandmaster Magician, the understanding and control he had over mana were far superior to the average expert. Since the trial was interfering with the flow of his mana, what he needed to do was figure out a way to make his mana flow along with this powerful interference. Of course, accomplishing this feat was easier said than done. It was especially so since he was currently in combat. Meanwhile, with each subsequent attempt Shi Feng made to adapt to the interference, the flow of mana in his body also became smoother and smoother. After the trial went on for a little over an hour, Shi Feng suddenly swung his sword and sent the 5 abyssal hounds flying over a dozen meters away. He also left a bone-deep wound in each of the great lords and caused them to lose over 1,000,000 HP. Sure enough, I managed to recover a good portion of my strength after adapting the flow of my mana to this mana suppression. Although I can only use 60% of my usual strength, using basic combat techniques from time to time shouldn't be a problem anymore. Shi Feng thought as he looked at the damage he had caused to the abyssal hounds. Then he turned his gaze to the Winter of Eternal Night in his hand and furrowed his brows, thinking, "But why does this new flow pattern look like it's trying to draw a magic array inside my body?" He wouldn't have noticed this little detail if it were before he had become a primal human and gained the eyes of reality. However, thanks to his enhanced senses, he could clearly feel that the flow of the dark mana within him was being used to outline a very complicated magic array. Moreover, this magic array was so ingeniously designed that its construction did not affect the flow of the dark mana within him in the slightest. It was essentially watching someone using the existing parts in a machine to perform an entirely different action without modifying the parts. The complexity of this magic array is roughly at the master standard. With the current control I have, I should be able to replicate it. After pondering for a moment, Shi Feng decided to try drawing the magic array based on his observation. This magic array was designed to operate with dark mana specifically. It could not accommodate any of the other elements at all. This meant that players would need to draw the magic array using dark mana only. The level of control required to accomplish this task was so high that even experts with mana domains would find it incredibly challenging. Fortunately, the Abyssal Tower's environment had greatly suppressed the flow of the other elements, so Shi Feng had a much easier time manipulating the dark mana within his body. Subsequently, Shi Feng resumed evading the Abyssal Hound's attacks while drawing that special magic array using his dark mana. His first attempt failed. His second attempt also failed. Although Shi Feng faced failure after failure, each failed attempt also increased his familiarity with the drawing process. Initially, he could only draw the magic array's contour. However, gradually, he started producing magic arrays with great clarity after a little over a dozen hours and several hundred failed attempts later. Success. After evading the attack of an Abyssal Hound, Shi Feng suddenly opened his eyes and swung his sword. This time, Shi Feng did not sense any suppression coming from his surrounding environment. On the contrary, his body felt much lighter than normal. He even had a feeling that his body had merged with the surrounding space. When Shi Feng swung his sword, a dark light briefly enveloped the weapon before it connected with the Abyssal Hound. Immediately afterward, the Great Lord got sent flying over 100 meters away like a rag doll, its HP falling by 10%. What a powerful amplification effect! Shi Feng was greatly surprised as he looked at the dissipating dark light surrounding the winter of eternal night. This magic array can forcibly increase the strength of a player's mana. The biggest difference that separated players of different tiers was the strength of their mana. The higher a player's tier, the stronger the mana within their body would become. Meanwhile, the stronger a player's mana, the greater the destructive power they could exhibit with their attacks. It was similar to how the spells of magical class players would become more powerful when cast in an environment with dense mana. Yet the Trial Space's magic array could forcibly increase the strength of a player's mana. Although the magic array's effect required an environment rich in dark mana to achieve peak performance, it was amazing nonetheless. After all, apart from some rare weapons, equipment, and tools, the only other way players could increase the strength of their mana was by increasing their tier. Yet this magic array allowed players to achieve a similar effect without having to rely on anything aside from their bodies. This magic array would shake even the greater god's domain if its existence was made known. Chapter 3109, Chapter 183, Pseudo-Sword Emperor. Chapter 183, Pseudo-Sword Emperor. After Shi Feng heavily injured one of the Abyssal Hounds, the 4 other Abyssal Hounds seemingly got stimulated as they stopped executing any evasive maneuvers. Instead, they began frenziedly trading blow for blow with Shi Feng. As soon as Shi Feng attacked one Abyssal Hound, the other 3 promptly moved to his sides and either tried to bite him or attack him with Tier 3 skills and spells. This reckless way of fighting was one of the tactics players used most frequently in PvP. It was also the most troublesome fighting method for players to deal with. Meanwhile, if the Abyssal Hounds were to employ this strategy against a Refinement Realm expert of the same level, the expert would have no choice but to trade life for life if they wanted to clear the trial. This is a good decision. Unfortunately, it is useless against me. Shi Feng smiled as he looked at the 3 Abyssal Hounds attacking him. Immediately, he switched his footwork and activated the Tier 3 skill, Dispersing Slash. After drawing the magic array in his body, Shi Feng could feel the mana suppression acting on him, losing 80% of its effect. In his current state, not only could he use combat techniques normally, but he could also use skills and spells, though due to the surrounding environment, the effects of his skills and spells would be weakened significantly. Immediately, several dozen sword lights shot out to Shi Feng's surroundings, every one of these sword lights destabilizing the space around them as they pierced through the 3 Abyssal Hounds. Boom, boom, boom. Once the sword lights disappeared, the forest around Shi Feng became littered with small craters. As for the 3 Abyssal Hounds, each of them lost over 10 million HP and fell into a heavily injured state. Even an ordinary Tier 3 player could kill them effortlessly in their current state. The magic array increased my destructive power to such an extent. Shi Feng was astonished when he saw how his attack had heavily injured the Abyssal Hounds and deformed the surrounding terrain. Isn't this power already close to the level of a Tier 4 skill used by an actual Tier 4 player? The reason there was a massive gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 players was because the destructive power the two could exhibit were on entirely different levels. It was true that Tier 3 players were akin to superhumans. However, when it came to destructive power, Tier 3 players were only at the level of destroying large boulders with their attacks. However, upon reaching Tier 4, players would have the ability to single-handedly destroy an entire city. Meanwhile, Shi Feng undoubtedly possessed this ability already. In addition to having basic attributes and physique rivaling Tier 4 players, the strength of his mana was also at the Tier 4 standard now. The only difference that separated him from an actual Tier 4 player now was his lack of Tier 4 skills and spells. At this moment, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a pseudo-Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Subsequently, Shi Feng defeated all 5 Abyssal Hounds in under 30 seconds, received a huge amount of EXP, and leveled up to level 11 directly. After Shi Feng defeated the 5 Abyssal Hounds on the first floor, the scenery around him instantly changed, and he found himself standing on a desolate wasteland facing a bunch of Grand Lord-ranked Minotaurs. Meanwhile, as soon as these large Minotaurs saw Shi Feng, they promptly attacked him with their tridents. While time passed inside the Abyssal Tower, the number of players gathered in the Abyssal Tower's lobby also continued increasing. What's going on? Why are all of Death Curse's experts here? It's not just Death Curse. Purple Light has also gathered all of its experts. Could they be planning on fighting here? I heard that Death Curse tried to rob Purple Light's caravan and failed. On top of that, Death Curse also lost an advanced combat puppet. This is a huge loss for Death Curse, since losing that advanced combat puppet was no different than losing one of its minds. It'd be strange if Death Curse didn't try to take revenge for this loss. It's not Purple Light that destroyed Death Curse's advanced combat puppet. I heard that it was the doing of a group of outsiders. No wonder Death Curse has mobilized so many people. Death Curse has always vied to become the 4th-ranking power in Slumber City. Now that solitary soul has become a Vice City Lord, he's probably thinking of putting on a show of force by dealing with those outsiders. Quick, look. Wolf Emperor is here. When the players in the lobby saw how many experts were gathered in the Abyssal Tower, they faintly realized that the status quo in Slumber City might be changing today. It was especially true after they saw Wolf Emperor, one of Slumber City's top 5 experts, making an appearance.
Why is Wolf Emperor here?
Night Revenant's expression turned somber when he looked at the middle-aged man carrying 2 great swords on his back. Wolf Emperor. This was a name known by every player operating in Slumber City. He was also the role model for the many independent experts in Slumber City. Wolf Emperor had merely been your average refinement realm expert 20 years ago. Wolf Emperor had also been in his 30s already at the time, so one could say that he had already reached the limits of his potential. The best he could hope for with his slowed growth was to reach the flowing water realm in this lifetime. However, that wasn't what had happened at all. Unlike the average genius who'd shine from a young age, Wolf Emperor was the very definition of a late bloomer. He had reached the Void Realm at 40, the Domain Realm at 45, and Slumber City's top 50 rankings at 50. Now, at the age of 54, Wolf Emperor had become publicly acknowledged as one of Slumber City's top 5 experts. Moreover, Wolf Emperor didn't become famous just by growing stronger at a late age. He had also grown his fame through a series of battles. Wolf Emperor was a living inspiration for many players who were either deemed to have no talent or exhausted their potential. In fact, some of the current Temple Knights in Slumber City had only gained their current status because of the motivation they received from looking at Wolf Emperor's achievements. Wolf Emperor had become a living legend in Slumber City, and many Temple Knight-level experts had willingly become his followers. Although Wolf Emperor had never established an organization of his own, he was the player with the most Temple Knight-level experts under his command. Wolf Emperor himself was also an upper-class noble, an existence inferior to only Slumber City's 3 administrators. Now that Wolf Emperor had shown up in the Abyssal Tower, Night Revenant would be delusional if he said that Wolf Emperor's appearance wouldn't affect Death Curse's plans. While Night Revenant was having a headache over Wolf Emperor's appearance, a dark figure suddenly appeared in the lobby. This dark figure moved silently. However, the instant this dark figure appeared, everyone in the lobby felt chills crawling down their backs. Some Temple Knight-level experts even stepped back, their minds subconsciously telling them to keep their distance from this dark figure. "Commander!" When Knight Revenant saw this dark figure, confidence surged within him once more. This was because this dark figure was none other than Solitary Soul, the commander of the Death Curse Adventurer team and Slumber City's publicly acknowledged #1 expert. "What's the situation?" Solitary Soul asked Knight Revenant in a low voice. "They'll be coming out soon. Once they come out, we'll lock onto them immediately and ensure that none of them can hide their names or run away." Knight Revenant reported respectfully. While Slumber City's various powers and experts were gradually gathering in the Abyssal Tower, Shi Feng had finally defeated the last mythic-ranked twin-headed flying dragon on the Abyssal Tower's 4th floor. At the same time, his level had also gone up from 112 to 113. "Thank goodness, I'm a pseudo-tier 4 right now. Otherwise, it'd be impossible to clear this 4th floor." Shi Feng breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the 9 twin-headed flying dragons around him. He had to die several times to eliminate all 9 of these mythic monsters. The twin-headed flying dragons had 2 billion HP each. If his mana hadn't been strengthened to the Tier 4 standard, he would have never been able to kill all 9 of these mythic monsters. After all, even with his mana strengthened, he could only deal a few million damage with his Tier 3 skills and spells. Even a solid blow with a bronze combat technique only allowed him to deal 4 to 5 million damage. Meanwhile, along with the collapse of the final twin-headed flying dragon, a system notification rang in Shi Feng's ears. Chapter 311 Sen, Chapter 1847 Luminaries Codex. System, congratulations. You have completed the Abyssal Trial and gained the Abyssal Tower's recognition. Rewarding the Abyss Legatee title, System. With the Abyss Legatee title, you will enjoy status equivalent to a magistrate in any city in the stratified Abyssal realm. In addition, all Dark-type monsters within a 200-yard radius of you will be weakened by 30%. System. You have activated the mythical quest, Twilight of the Gods. A mythical quest? Shi Feng's mind blanked out when he saw the system notifications, his mind having difficulty believing this to be true. In the world of God's domain, even epic quests were already enough to cause Apex experts to grow ecstatic. This was because the rewards of any epic quest could offer even Tier 5 experts to achieve qualitative improvements, the rewards ranging anywhere from fragmented legendary items to powerful legacy items. However, epic quests were both loved and hated by players. This was because players would be given a severe penalty should they fail to complete an epic quest. Some epic quests could even ruin a player's whole account. As for legendary quests, which were 1 rank above epic quests, they could cause an entire God's domain to go crazy. This was because any legendary quest could rewrite the status quo in an entire God's domain. The completion of a legendary quest could easily result in the birth of a new superpower. Even Tier 6 God-ranked experts were constantly searching for clues relating to legendary quests. As for mythical quests, which were 1 rank above legendary quests, the chances of one appearing in a god's domain was almost 0. This was because quests of this rank could affect the entire Greater God's domain. In the Greater God's domain, standing above the various peak powers and hegemonic powers were apex powers. How powerful were apex powers exactly? Any power that dared to bare its fangs against an apex power would disappear from the Greater God's domain. Either that or they would choose to submit under a different apex power. There was no third option. Meanwhile, the main reason the Greater God's domain's apex powers were able to achieve their current positions was because every one of them had completed a mythical quest. Thanks to the mythical quest they completed, they were able to establish foundations and gain power beyond the imagination of the various hegemonic powers. Unfortunately, mythical quests were exceedingly rare, so much so that the various hegemonic powers were willing to pay 1 legendary item just for a clue that could potentially lead to a mythical quest during Shi Feng's previous life. He had spent several years just to find a few clues relating to mythical quests. Even then, his findings were more than enough to cause the various top-tier hegemonic powers to grow envious. After all, Those top-tier hegemonic powers were only short of one mythical quest to become an apex power. Yet now, Shi Feng had directly activated a mythical quest shortly after the system notifications appeared. A gigantic shadow figure suddenly appeared in front of Shi Feng. The instant this shadowy figure appeared, Shi Feng felt an unprecedented power bearing down on his body. This power was so strong that it made the divine might of Tier 6 gods look insignificant in comparison. Right now, Shi Feng had a feeling that the shadowy figure before him could erase his entire existence with just a thought. Even Tier 6 gods would probably have difficulty moving before this shadowy figure. "You've done a good job completing the abyssal trial, little life form," the shadowy figure said as he nodded at Shi Feng. "But you are still too weak to obtain my legacy. Even holding on to my legacy might cause you to suffer unimaginable disasters in God's domain. If you wish to inherit my legacy, you will need to obtain one item first. Find the original at Hasted Novel." Obtain one item? Shi Feng wasn't all too surprised by the shadowy figure's claim that his legacy would bring unimaginable disasters. The shadowy figure might only be a phantom of his real self, but he was already the strongest existence Shi Feng had met to date. If the shadowy figure appeared with his real body, Shi Feng couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful the other party would be. So, the difficulty of obtaining the shadowy figure's legacy would naturally be incredibly high. "Yes. I'll leave this item with you. Figure out a way to restore its power. Only after it has recovered can it help you inherit my legacy." After saying so, the shadowy figure waved his hand and summoned a pitch-black ancient tome in front of Shi Feng. Unlike the average book, this ancient tome exuded an aura rivaling that of Tier 6 gods. An ordinary Tier 3 expert couldn't even get near this ancient tome, let alone hold it with their hands. The 7 Luminaries Codex? Shi Feng was dumbfounded when he received the ancient tome. Current players of God's domain were most likely unfamiliar with the 7 Luminaries Codex. Even the various super guilds were unlikely to know about it. At best, they would know about the 7 Luminaries Scripture. The complete 7 Luminaries Scripture's value could be said to be above legendary items. This was because the Scripture contained many forbidden magic arrays. With the complete Scripture in hand, players could even use craftsman rank magic arrays to seal Tier 6 God-ranked experts. However, the 7 Luminaries Scripture was only a replica of the 7 Luminaries Codex. Even the 7 treasures that existed in God's domain were merely items the 3 goddesses made to replicate the Codex. Of course, the 7 Luminaries Codex, before Shi Feng, wasn't the complete version. Instead, it was only a fragmented item, or, more specifically, it was the Codex's general outline. It was rumored that the 7 Luminaries Codex was one of the godly relics that had existed since the birth of God's domain. It was also rumored that it had the power to destroy an entire God's domain. Of course, these were merely the descriptions recorded in the Greater God's Domain's Great Galaxy Library. Whether these descriptions were true or false, nobody knew. This was because nobody had managed to obtain even the smallest of clues regarding the 7 Luminaries Codex throughout the several hundred years the Greater God's Domain had existed. First, find a way to recover its power. We will meet again once it is fully recovered. However, you best restore it as soon as possible, since it won't last long with its current power. If you cannot find the 7 remaining fragments in time, it will disappear completely with no hope of restoration, the shadowy figure said, before disappearing. Before Shi Feng could say anything, another system notification rang in his ears. "System, congratulations, you have accepted the mythical quest Twilight of the Gods. Quest content: restore the 7 Luminaries Codex before its power fades completely. Rewards unknown. Penalties unknown." Sure enough, I don't have any refusal rights. Shi Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he looked at the 7 Luminaries Codex in his hands. The 7 Luminaries Codex was a bona fide godly relic. If he managed to fully restore it, even Tier 6 God-ranked experts would have to run if they saw him. Even Tier 6 God-ranked experts with legendary weapons were no exception. Of course, this great power came with a correspondingly great price. If he failed to complete this mythical quest, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even account deletion would probably be considered the lightest penalty for failing a mythical quest. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng couldn't help but tap his finger on the Seven Luminaries Codex, eager to see what was on the Seven Luminaries Codex's attribute panel. Chapter 311 Wine, Chapter 185 Godly Relic. Chapter 185 Godly Relic. Shi Feng couldn't help but gasp when he finished reading the Seven Luminaries Codex's attribute panel. What powerful skills! As expected of a godly relic birthed alongside God's domain. I can't believe it has such power even in its current fragmented state. Seven Luminaries Codex legendary rank current. One of the godly relics birthed along with God's domain. The Seven Luminaries Codex carries 7 powers of creation. Currently, the Codex has been deprived of all 7 of these powers and only retains a small trace of eternal energy. Only by collecting all 7 powers can the Codex's power be restored. Cannot be destroyed. Cannot be traded. Cannot be dropped. The eternal energy in the Codex will dissipate over time. Currently, there are 365 days remaining until the Codex's energy dissipates completely. Additional active skill 1, Omni Refinement. Refine all elements and substances unconditionally. No cooldown. Additional active skill 2, Elemental Search. Reveal all mineral veins within a 100,000-yard radius. Coolbound. 1 natural day. Additional passive skill 7 Luminaries Guidance. Automatically detects fragments of the Seven Luminaries Codex within a 1,000,000-yard radius. Omni-Refinement's ability to refine all elements and substances was a power that every power in God's domain would yearn to obtain. For lifestyle players, Omni-Refinement was a godly ability. The process of refining materials was the foundation of any production process. It was also the most important step in manufacturing an item. Moreover, the higher the rank of an item, the more difficult the refining process would be, and the lower the success rate would be. However, Omni-Refinement could complete this step with perfection. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that players could get rich just by relying on the Omni-Refinement skill. For example, players could refine magic crystals into mana stones. Typically, this was a process that required a master alchemist. Meanwhile, in addition to the material cost of 100 magic crystals per mana stone, master alchemists would also charge 2 magic crystals for their labor, since the refinement process involved time and energy. However, with the Seven Luminaries Codex, Shi Feng could refine 100 magic crystals into a mana stone with the push of a button, his efficiency many times greater than the average master alchemist. Even if he charged others a labor cost of only 1 magic crystal per mana stone, he could still make a killing. After all, he'd only need, at most, 1 second to produce a mana stone. That meant he could earn 1 magic crystal per second. With there being 48 hours a day in God's domain, he could easily earn up to 170,000 magic crystals per day. In the current miniature ancient world, 170,000 magic crystals were already the daily magic crystal income of a first-rate guild, aside from Omni-Refinement. Elemental Search was also a skill that could cause the various powers in God's domain to lose their minds. Even the greater God's domain's various powers were no exception. Whether it was the production of items or the construction of settlements, both required a large amount of ores. Meanwhile, the most reliable way of obtaining ores was through mining mineral veins. However, mineral veins were extremely rare in God's domain, and even the most common copper veins and iron veins could cause powers to go to war with each other. This was because every mineral vein had a chance of magic stones. It was simply a question of how big the production volume was. Meanwhile, magic stones were one of the basic materials needed in the construction of towns and cities. It was also used to produce various daily items and furniture. The demand for magic stones was always higher than its supply, and mineral veins were highly contested among the various powers. In addition, the higher a mineral vein's rank, the rarer it would be. Veins capable of producing magic crystals had even become a symbol of wealth and strength for guilds. After all, no matter how powerful a guild settlement was, the amount of magic crystals it could generate per day couldn't hold a candle to even the most common magic crystal-generating vein. With the elemental search skill, it would become much easier for Zero Wing to search for mineral veins. So this is why none of the greater gods' domain's peak and hegemonic powers stand a chance against the various apex powers. Just this damaged 7 luminaries codex is already enough to elevate a hegemonic power's strength to the next level. An apex power with a complete godly relic simply isn't an opponent any peak or hegemonic power can hope to compete against. Shi Feng thought to himself as he looked at the 7 luminaries codex, although Shi Feng had long since known that the greater god's domain's apex powers were not existences to be trifled with. Only now did he understand just how frightening those apex powers were. It should be known that only 99 godly relics had existed at God's domain's birth, and every one of them possessed different functions. Out of those 99 godly relics, the 7 luminaries codex only ranked 45th according to the godly relic ranking list kept in the Great Galaxy Library. Yet some of the greater god's domain's apex powers were in possession of godly relics ranked within the top 30. Moreover, the amount of time these apex powers had existed far surpassed the various superpowers in his homeworld. According to his knowledge, the youngest apex power in the greater god's domain had risen to its position over 600 years ago. In other words, this apex power was already in possession of a godly relic for over 600 years. Just thinking about the advantages this apex power had racked up using its godly relic throughout all these years sent shivers down Shi Feng's spine. Not to mention, this was only the youngest apex power in the greater god's domain. There were still apex powers that had existed for a much longer time, such as the 7 Luminaries Alliance. A year? Shi Feng couldn't help but frown when he saw the timer displayed on the attribute panel. It seems I'll have to enter the greater god's domain as soon as possible. Although Shi Feng knew the clue for another mythical quest and said mythical quest was related to a top 30 godly relic, he would need to reach Tier 5 first to get a hold of this clue. There was also no saying whether this clue was reliable or not. Hence, it would be much more realistic to rely on the 7 Luminaries Codex for his rise in God's domain. However, the 7 Luminaries Codex's fragments were scattered across the greater God's domain, and finding them would be incredibly challenging. This was the case even with the help of the 7 Luminaries guidance skill. Fortunately, his quest only required him to restore the 7 Luminaries Codex, not to restore it within a year. While the Codex might run out of energy in a year, so long as he managed to find one of the Codex's fragments within a year, he should be able to restore some of the Codex's energy and extend his quest's time limit. I guess I have no choice but to take things one step at a time. Shi Feng sighed when he thought about the challenges that awaited him in the future. Then he carefully put the 7 Luminaries Codex into his bag, called up the trial's interface, and chose to leave the trial space. Although he only needed to find one fragment for now, it was still an incredibly challenging task. The greater God's domain was simply massive. Out of the 12 starfields that existed in the greater God's domain, just one starfield already contained over 1,000 God's domains. Trying to find a fragment in these many God's domains was no different than finding a needle in a haystack. TL notes. One players could refine magic crystals into monostones. I guess the author forgot that he used to categorize refinement, genelan, and synthesis Hutchin separately. The process of turning magic crystals into monostones used to be considered synthesis in the past. An example of refinement and synthesis being categorized separately. Chapter 374, Philosopher's Stone. Active effect. Due to being damaged, the Philosopher's Stone possesses less than 1/7 of its original strength. It can only be used for alchemical conversion, elemental refinement, Rensu Jinland, alchemical synthesis, Lenjin Hutchin, and elemental strengthening. Changes made to Chapter 184. This was because nobody had managed to obtain even the smallest of clues regarding the 7 Luminaries Codex throughout the several hundred years the greater God's domain had existed to. This was because nobody had managed to obtain even the smallest of clues regarding the 7 Luminaries Codex throughout the past several hundred years. Edit reason. I'm leaving this part vague since this chapter mentions that even the youngest apex power had risen to its position over 600 years ago. Chapter 31112, Chapter 186, Gathering of Hegemons, Chapter 186, Gathering of Hegemons. Chapter 186, Gathering of Hegemons. TL notes, changed Shimmering Sword to Glimmering Sword for reasons. Slumber City, Abyssal Towers lobby. Everyone from our main force is here now, Commander. The outer team's 600-plus novice temple knights have also finished gathering outside the city. With this, Purple Light will be utterly powerless to protect those people. Knight Revenant reported to Solitary Soul. Then, he smiled and added, "If Purple Light's members dare to intervene outside the city, we'll make it so that none of them can return to the city alive. The Purple Light Chamber of Commerce might be one of Slumber City's peak powers, but it had the fewest temple knights and novice temple knights out of all the peak powers in Slumber City. More specifically, Purple Light had fewer than 30 temple knights and a little over 300 novice temple knights. The only reason Purple Light was even considered a peak power was because of its wide business connections. Purple Light had trade deals with even the peak powers of several neighboring cities. Because of these connections, Purple Light had the most combat puppets out of all powers in Slumber City, its combat puppet count exceeding 100. If a novice temple knight was given control of a basic combat puppet, they could exhibit combat power rivaling official temple knights. However, Purple Light's combat puppets were typically reserved for the protection of important resource nodes, and few of its combat puppets were stationed in Slumber City. Meanwhile, the transportation of combat puppets was incredibly troublesome since they couldn't be stored in ordinary spatial bags. Only epic spatial bags could store combat puppets, and the average epic spatial bag could store around 10 combat puppets. However, epic spatial bags were rarer and more expensive than even fragmented legendary items, and Purple Light only had a few of them. Not to mention, Purple Light's combat puppets were still needed to defend its resource nodes. All in all, the combat power Purple Light could afford to mobilize in Slumber City was, at most, around a dozen temple knights and 100 novice temple knights. "Good. Have everyone get ready. Those people should be coming out soon," Solitary Soul said, nodding. "Wolf Emperor's side remains a problem, Commander. Seeing as Wolf Emperor is still here, it's clear that he plans on watching. If he decides to help the other side in a crucial moment, we'll most likely have difficulty taking down those people," Knight Revenant said, as he warily glanced at the middle-aged man drinking alcohol at the distant bar. In addition to being one of the top 5 experts of Slumber City, Wolf Emperor also had around 50 Temple Knight-level experts following him. If he decided to help Purple Light's side, it would put Death Curse at a considerable disadvantage. Ignore him. That battle maniac has already promised not to intervene on the condition that I duel him afterward," Solitary Soul said nonchalantly. "He's growing restless already?" Knight Revenant couldn't help but take a few extra glances at Wolf Emperor when he heard Solitary Soul's words. It was widely known that Wolf Emperor was a battle maniac. It was also obvious that Wolf Emperor had already converted to a higher race, so his strength must have seen significant improvements. Although Knight Revenant had guessed that Wolf Emperor would challenge the other top 5 experts of Slumber City after making these improvements, he didn't think that the other party would make a move so soon. "It's fine. Even if he didn't come to find me, I would have gone to find him for a duel sooner or later," Solitary Soul said, a trace of fighting spirit surfacing in his eyes. Slumber City's 3 administrators were extremely elusive and hard to meet. Although Solitary Soul had recently become one of Slumber City's administrators, he still had no idea how strong he was compared to the other top 5 experts. He also didn't know whether he could become the strongest expert in the city, so he needed to test his strength against a sufficiently strong opponent. However, out of the 4 other top 5 experts, 3 were Slumber City's administrators, and all 3 were extremely elusive and hard to meet. This left only Wolf Emperor as a potential opponent for Solitary Soul. Now that Wolf Emperor had taken the initiative to challenge him, it couldn't be better news for him. While Solitary Soul and Knight Revenant were talking, a commotion suddenly erupted in the lobby. Immediately, Solitary Soul, Knight Revenant, and the other Death Curse members turned toward the source of the commotion. At this time, the crowd in the lobby suddenly moved aside and opened up a path for a woman with long light blue hair. The woman wore a silver crown on her head, covered her body in silvery white light armor, and carried a beautiful long sword that gave off a light blue sheen around her waist. The woman looked like a goddess of war as she slowly walked down the aisle created by the crowd. The glimmering sword. I must be hallucinating. Why is the glimmering sword here? Crap. What day is it today? I can't believe 3 out of Slumber City's 5 hegemons have gathered in the Abyssal Tower. Many players in the lobby widened their eyes in shock when they saw the level 120 woman with light blue hair appearing in the Abyssal Tower. Louder Crater. In addition to being the owner of the nickname Glimmering Sword, Laura Crater was also publicly recognized as the most talented individual Slumber City had seen in the past few decades. Unlike Wolf Emperor, who had carved his legacy in Slumber City step by step, Laura Crater had appeared very abruptly. By the time people learned about her existence, she had already defeated the 2 administrators of Slumber City at the time and became Slumber City's #1 expert. Good, Quicksand made it in time. Echoing Judgment breathed a deep sigh of relief when he saw Laura Crater appearing in the lobby. Unlike what most people assumed, the Purple Light Chamber of Commerce wasn't subordinated to Laura Crater. Instead, Laura Crater owed Purple Light a favor due to the help Purple Light had offered her many years ago. Hence, Laura Crater publicly announced that Purple Light was under her protection. It was also because of Laura Crater's announcement that most powers in Slumber City dared not provoke Purple Light throughout all these years. Death Curse was the only exception since the adventurer team sought to dominate the entire Slumber City. Glimmering Sword, I didn't think you would make an appearance for Purple Light. It seems I have underestimated Purple Light's place in your heart, Solitary Soul said, a hint of astonishment in his eyes when he saw Laura Crater approaching him. I owe Purple Light a huge favor. Now that Purple Light needs my help, I naturally won't stand by and do nothing, Laura Crater said as she looked at Solitary Soul calmly. I'll get to the point. Give up on targeting those people, otherwise our 2 adventurer teams will have no choice but to go to war. After Laura Crater finished speaking, the lobby fell silent as everyone stared at her in surprise. They didn't think that the Glimmering Sword would be willing to go to war with Death Curse for the sake of some outsiders. Laura Crater's Glimmer Adventurer team might be powerful, but Death Curse was no pushover. If the 2 adventurer teams went to war, both sides would suffer severe losses. What a wonderful threat. Solitary Soul laughed. Unfortunately, there is nothing you can do to stop those people from dying today. Moreover, I'm very curious to test whether you really are as strong as the rumors make you out to be. After Solitary Soul finished speaking, the intensity of his aura suddenly spiked. Immediately, most of the players present, including Echoing Judgment and the others, felt their hearts constrict in fear. Tier 4. Echoing Judgment couldn't help but look at Solitary Soul in disbelief. How can his aura be at the Tier 4 standard? Tier 4 was a tier no player in the stratified abyssal realm could reach. However, Echoing Judgment wasn't a stranger to a Tier 4 existence's aura because he had watched a fight between Tier 4 NPCs in the past. Meanwhile, the aura Solitary Soul currently radiated was just as strong as the aura those Tier 4 NPCs exuded. He got himself a piece of legendary equipment. Wolf Emperor thought as he looked at Solitary Soul, a hint of fear and excitement appearing in his eyes. This is interesting. I didn't think that old Fox had kept so much strength hidden. With this, even the Glimmering Sword will have trouble against him. Wolf Emperor would often wander around picking fights. So, this wasn't the first time he had come across a player with a Tier 4 aura. While silence enveloped the lobby, multiple streaks of light suddenly appeared in the Abyssal Tower's teleportation hall, signifying that someone had just completed their test in the tower. Meanwhile, these people were none other than Shi Feng and his team, Chapter 3.113, Chapter 113, Chapter 187, Miserable Fate. Chapter 187, Miserable Fate. Once the flashes of light disappeared, the figures in the Abyssal Tower's teleportation hall entered the sights of everyone in the lobby. Are they the players Death Curse is targeting? How pitiful these people are. I doubt even the Glimmering Sword can protect them now. They asked for it. Out of everyone they could have provoked, they just had to choose Death Curse. Things would have never turned out like this had they not chosen to help Purple Light. I heard that Death Curse had prepared a Death Curse for these people. So long as these people get banished out of the city, Death Curse's members will immediately place this curse on them. If they get killed with this curse in effect, not only will they lose 3 levels, but they'll also have a high chance of dropping the items on their bodies and in their bags. If they get killed a couple of times with this curse and fall below level 100, they will be forcibly sent back to the starting zone. If that happened, they'd have to compete for those few teleportation slots all over again if they want to enter level 100+ maps again. It took me half a year to secure a teleportation slot for myself back then. Now that the starting zone's player population has grown larger, getting a teleportation slot has become even more difficult. My nephew is still stuck in the starting zone, even after struggling for over a year. When the spectating crowd saw Shi Feng and his teammates appearing in the lobby, they couldn't help but look at Shi Feng's team sympathetically. Laura Crater's arrival might have surprised everyone, but judging by the current situation, the mighty glimmering sword might have trouble keeping her position as Slumber City's #1 expert today. Needless to say, she'd be even more powerless to protect Shi Feng's team. In addition, Solitary Soul was now a Vice City Lord in Slumber City. Although Laura was similarly a Vice City Lord, she did not have the right to stop Solitary Soul from banishing other players from the city. Hence, Laura could only threaten Solitary Soul and figure out a way to make him give up on targeting Shi Feng's team. Revenant, identify their names. Solitary Soul said, smirking as he looked at Shi Feng's team. Roger. Night Revenant also smirked as he said, Everyone do it. After Night Revenant finished speaking, multiple Death Curse members hiding among the crowd crushed the crystal rune in their hands. Immediately afterward, a magic array appeared in the eyes of these Death Curse members, the magic array giving their eyes a golden glow. Holy Seal's Eye? Shi Feng was quite surprised as he looked at the Death Curse members with glowing golden eyes. Holy Seal's Eye was an incredibly precious master rank identification skill. Not only could it see through the Black Cloak's concealment effects, but it could also see through high-ranking disguises. Most importantly, Holy Eye's seal could be used to analyze Master Magic ranks and above, assisting players in decoding the various magic barriers in God's domain. This ability was especially crucial when players were raiding ancient ruins. Out of the many ancient ruins that existed in God's domain, most of them would have some sort of barrier that prevented players from entering. Meanwhile, players could only enter these ruins after cracking these barriers. Hence, a Holy Seal's Eye could easily sell for the price of a level 100 epic weapon in God's domain. Meanwhile, to obtain their real IDs, Death Curse had used 20 Holy Seal's Eye. If the various powers of God's domain were to learn of this, they would definitely curse at Death Curse's prodigal behavior. We've verified their IDs already, Commander, Night Revenant said as he sent the IDs of Shi Feng's team members to Solitary Soul. Then he turned to look at Shi Feng's team with a gleeful look. Damn it! Echoing Judgment's complexion turned ashen when he saw Death Curse's members using as many as 20 Holy Seal's Eye. He didn't think that Death Curse would go to such lengths to get revenge on Shi Feng's team. So long as Solitary Soul managed to find out the IDs of Shi Feng's team members, he could easily get them banished from Slumber City using his privileges as a Vice City Lord. There was also nothing anybody could do about it. Echoing Judgment had also tasked someone to secretly check the situation outside the city, so he knew that Death Curse had mobilized nearly 100 Temple Knights and 600+ Novice Temple Knights to ensure that Shi Feng's team did not escape. Death Curse had even set up a Master Magic array at the city's entrance. There was no way Shi Feng's team could survive once they got removed from the city. It was also unlikely that Laura could save Shi Feng's team from Death Curse. Meanwhile, after Solitary Soul typed in the IDs of Shi Feng's team members into Slumber City's management interface, he couldn't help but frown as he said, They have 8 upper-class nobles? 8 upper-class nobles? Night Revenant couldn't help but look at Shi Feng's team in disbelief when he heard Solitary Soul's words. How is this possible? Upper-class nobles were special existences in the stratified abyssal realm's various NPC cities, so long as players acquired the status of an upper-class noble in a city. Not only would they enjoy an extremely high status in the city, but they would also gain voting rights to determine the direction of the city's development. Meanwhile, even vice city lords didn't have the authority to deal with upper-class nobles. Aside from those privileges, upper-class nobles would also gain a passive aura that weakened the dark-type monsters around them. It was also because of this aura that the various powers and experts were very keen on recruiting and befriending upper-class nobles. However, it wasn't an easy task to become an upper-class noble. Take Slumber City, for example. Even after several decades of development, less than 100 players had managed to become an upper-class noble in Slumber City. The number of upper-class nobles in the city was significantly lower than even the number of official temple knights. Yet, now. It was revealed that Shi Feng's small team of 20 had as many as 8 upper-class nobles. That was already more than the upper-class nobles that Death Curse had. In other words, Shi Feng's team of 20 had greater speaking rights than Death Curse in Slumber City. This was simply unbelievable. At this time, even Echoing Judgment was stunned by Solitary Soul's words. Unlike Death Curse's members, Echoing Judgment knew that this was the first time Shi Feng's team members had come into contact with the Abyssal Tower. Yet despite this being their first time challenging the Abyssal Tower, 8 of them had managed to become upper-class nobles. Shi Feng's team was simply a gathering of monsters, of those present. Only Shi Feng found this situation unsurprising. Not only did God's domain possess complete legacies, but it also had an environment that was much more conducive for mana development. Hence, God's domain's players were vastly superior to the stratified Abyssal Realms players when it came to mana control. Based on Shi Feng's evaluation of the Abyssal Tower, so long as a God's Domain player reached the World Tower's second-floor standard, they could almost certainly clear the Abyssal Tower's third floor and become an upper-class noble. So that's why Purple Light has gone as far as to call on the Glimmering Sword to help you, Solitary Soul said, his expression growing even colder as he looked at Shi Feng's team. But so what if 8 of you are upper-class nobles? The rest of you are only ordinary nobles. I can still banish these 12 from the city for 48 hours. As soon as Solitary Soul finished speaking, a group of fully armed NPC guards walked in from the Abyssal Tower's entrance. Every one of these NPC guards was at level 130 or above. The 2 guard captains were even level 135, tier 4 NPCs. What a crazy bastard. He's actually planning on making an enemy out of 8 upper-class nobles, Wolf Emperor commented. When he saw the NPC guards appearing, he understood that Solitary Soul intended to take care of Shi Feng's team and establish his dominance over Slumber City, even if it meant making an enemy out of 8 upper-class nobles simultaneously. However, Wolf Emperor also had to admit that Solitary Soul had the qualifications to act arrogantly. After all, with a piece of legendary equipment in his possession, Solitary Soul could not only stand at the apex of Slumber City, but he could even extend his reach into Shadow City, the most prosperous and powerful city in the stratified Abyssal Realm's northern region. After the several dozen NPC guards walked up to Blackie and the others, one of the guard captains took out a piece of parchment and recited, "According to Slumber City's rules, as punishment for challenging Vice City Lord Solitary Soul's authority, you will be banished from the city for 48 hours. Please follow us out of the city. Black Flame, is it?" When Night Revenant saw that the NPC guards were about to take Blackie and the others away, he turned to Shi Feng and laughed, saying, "This is what happens when you offend Death Curse. Of course, this is only the beginning. You will soon learn what kind of miserable fate awaits you for going against Death Curse." Miserable fate? Shi Feng couldn't help but chuckle at Night Revenant's remarks. Then he walked straight up to the stern-looking NPC guards. Chapter 3114, Ninja Chapter 188, This Person Must Be Crazy. Chapter 188, This Person Must Be Crazy. When the spectating crowd saw the several dozen NPC guards surrounding Blackie and the others, they couldn't help but look at them sympathetically. Normally, Blackie and the others would have been the envy of many players since they now possessed Slumber City's noble status. This was because, in a certain sense, The status of players in the various NPC cities was much more important than their strength in the stratified Abyssal Realms level 100+ maps. In Slumber City, players with the civilian status would only enjoy the privilege of being able to live in the city. Without a higher status, they couldn't take on more than a certain number of city contribution quests each month, own private housing, or open their own shop. They couldn't even enter Slumber City's advanced auction house, only having access to the standard auction house. However, it was a different story for players with the noble status. Whether it was challenging more city contribution quests or purchasing private housing and shops, neither of these things were a problem so long as a noble had enough demon coins. Moreover, so long as players had the noble status, they could earn demon coins much more quickly than civilian players. This was because noble players could earn a significant sum of demon coins each month just by renting properties to civilians. There wasn't a need to worry about there being a lack of customers either, since less than 3% of the city's player population had the noble status. Of course, nobles couldn't purchase an unlimited number of lands or shops. Depending on their city contribution points, they could buy 2 at minimum and 5 at maximum. Even so, a noble with 5 plots of land or shops could retire for the rest of their lives without worrying about living expenses in the real world. Many nobles had even relied on this method to live without working for over a decade already. However, at this moment, this noble status was turned into a complete joke because of Solitary Soul. Because Solitary Soul had evoked his rights as a Vice City Lord, Blackie and the others were getting banished from Slumber City for 48 hours. Moreover, this banishment duration would not decrease if Blackie and the others went offline. The banishment period would only end after they had spent 48 hours outside of Slumber City. With the Death Curse Adventurer team's strength, 48 hours was more than enough for its members to kill Blackie and the others at least a dozen times, causing them to fall under level 100 and forcibly teleported back to the starting zone. Moreover, even if Death Curse didn't target Blackie and the others, it would be impossible for a team of 12 players to survive for 48 hours out in the fields. After all, it was extremely dangerous to roam out in the fields without a team of 100 or 200 players. It was especially true when night arrived. Not only would the number of monsters increase at night, but the combat standards of monsters would also increase significantly. Even an upper-class nobles team wouldn't dare to casually operate outside at night. It was so dangerous at night that players wouldn't necessarily be safe even if they stood directly outside the city. This was because a large number of monsters would attack Slumber City at night. Seeking shelter in a different NPC city wasn't an option either. The various NPC cities in the stratified Abyssal Realms level 100+ maps were located incredibly far apart from each other. Even if players traveled non-stop, they would still need around 2 days, 96 in-game hours, to move from one city to another. If players traveled at a normal pace, the journey would take up to 5 or 6 days. Hence, there was no way Blackie and the others could reach another NPC city within 48 hours. In other words, getting banished from Slumber City for 48 hours was no different than a death sentence. Quick, look over there. Their leader is walking over to the NPC guards. Could he be trying to reason with those guards? He's just going to waste his energy if he's thinking of doing that. The NPC guards will kill even players with a noble status when provoked. Now that they are in the midst of executing an order, they might even kill players who enter their cordon. Not to mention, these NPCs will only stubbornly carry out their orders and won't listen to reason. The spectating players shook their heads when they saw Shi Feng suddenly approaching the NPC guards. NPC guards were essentially gods in the various NPC cities. They were also the last thing players wanted to approach. This was because NPC guards did not listen to reason. So long as players violated the law, the NPC guards would kill them on the spot. Even upper-class nobles were no exception. Even if the NPC guards weren't in the mood for bloodshed, it was also pointless to try to reason with them. The only thing on their mind was to carry out their orders. Everything else was not within their consideration. Rather than try to obstruct the NPC guards from carrying out the banishment process, what Shi Feng should be doing was figure out a way to amass some strength and ensure that his banished companions could survive out in the fields. Did he lose his mind to anxiety? Knight Revenant couldn't help but laugh when he saw Shi Feng moving closer and closer to the NPC guards. Or does he think that his upper-class noble status is enough to make those NPC guards listen to him? Upper-class nobles might enjoy a high status in Slumber City, but they still lack the qualifications to challenge the city's laws. Even Vice City lords like Solitary Soul and Laura Crater didn't have the qualifications to do so. Otherwise, the Glimmering Sword wouldn't have gone through the trouble of using the threat of war to try and stop Death Curse's actions. Meanwhile, when Echoing Judgment saw Shi Feng's actions, he swiftly ran after Shi Feng in an attempt to stop him from moving any closer to the NPC guard's cordon. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Not only did Shi Feng cross the NPC guard's cordon, but he had even approached the two NPC guard captains directly and stood in their way. If his intentions hadn't been clear enough before, it was now very obvious that he was trying to stop these NPC guards from apprehending his teammates. Is he crazy? Knight Revenant nearly gaped in shock when he saw Shi Feng intercepting the NPC guard captains. The difference between intruding on the NPC guard's cordon and obstructing the NPC guard captain's actions was like night and day. In the former case, the NPC guards would, at most, kill the intruding player once. However, in the latter case, the NPC guards would apprehend the obstructing player and imprison them for half a month to an entire month. This was worse than getting killed 3 or 4 times. Meanwhile, when the two NPC guard captains saw Shi Feng appearing before them, their first reaction was to reach for their weapons. However, just when everyone thought that the two guard captains were about to strike at Shi Feng, the two guard captains suddenly froze, a hint of fear appearing in their eyes as they looked at Shi Feng. The two guard captains behaved like two rats standing in front of a mouse, neither daring to move a muscle. Esteemed Lord Legatee. The two guard captains saluted Shi Feng after coming to their senses. Then they asked respectfully, "May we know what orders you have for us?" Chapter 189, Difference in Status. Chapter 189, Difference in Status. The words of the two NPC guard captains surprised and stunned everyone present in the lobby. I must be hallucinating. Since when did NPC guards start treating players so respectfully? Could those guards be fake? He's already crossed the cordon. Even the Glimmering Sword with her Vice City Lord status would be killed if she did that. Yet, why aren't these guards taking action? Everyone was confused when they saw the NPC guard captains behaving so respectfully in front of Shi Feng. Even Echoing Judgment, who had tried to stop Shi Feng, froze as he looked at this situation in disbelief. NPC guards were incredibly rigid, and they would never show mercy to players. Even players who had received the Vice City Lord status could only get NPC guards to move when ordering them to exercise their authority to banish players. Moreover, these NPC guards would only show these Vice City Lords a cold expression throughout their entire interaction. Yet now the two NPC guard captains wore a look of reverence as they faced Shi Feng. Indeed, reverence. This was an expression that one would typically only see civilian NPCs making when standing in front of players with the upper-class noble or Vice City Lord status. Or more specifically, NPCs would only show such an expression when the player they faced possessed a vastly superior status. Could his status be higher than even Vice City Lords? Echoing Judgment wondered as he looked at Shi Feng in disbelief. Over the past several decades, the Vice City Lord status was known to be the highest status a player could achieve in the stratified Abyssal Realms NPC cities. It was also a symbol for the stratified Abyssal Realms' strongest combatants. This fact had remained unchanged throughout the past several decades. Aside from Echoing Judgment, Knight Revenant was similarly confused by this situation. Obstructing NPC guards from carrying out their duties was an offense punishable by death. Even Vice City Lords would be killed mercilessly if they tried to do so. There was no room for negotiations whatsoever. While everyone was bewildered by this situation, Shi Feng pointed at Blackie's group and said to the two NPC guard captains, "These are my friends. I can assure you that they have never done anything to challenge a Vice City Lord's authority. This is just the slander of Vice City Lord Solitary Soul. We trust in your words, Lord Legatee. In addition, since these people are your friends, they can naturally keep on living in the city. However, they will still have to abide by Slumber City's laws. Otherwise, even if they are your friends, they will still have to face Slumber City's punishment, Lord Legate. One of the guard captains said as he did a knight's salute. Then he said to the NPC guards surrounding Blackie's group, "Everyone, stand down. These people are innocent." Understood. The NPC guards promptly kept away their weapons and stopped targeting Blackie's group. Meanwhile, the NPC guards' behavior thoroughly dumbfounded everyone present. Even a Vice City Lord's authority is useless against him. I must be dreaming. This is a banishment order from a Vice City Lord. Even another Vice City Lord wouldn't have the authority to dismiss this order. Who is that guy? I heard the guard captain referring to him as Lord Legatee just now. Could there be an obtainable status higher than the Vice City Lord's status? How can that be? Vice City Lord has been the highest obtainable status in the various NPC cities for so many years already. How can an outsider like him have a status higher than the Vice City Lords of Slumber City? Shi Feng's action of getting the NPC guards to withdraw with only a few words greatly shocked the spectating crowd. Even the executives of Slumber City's various powers, such as Echoing Judgment, gaped in shock at this sight. Before today, the authority of Vice City Lords was unshakable in the various NPC cities. What Shi Feng just did was unprecedented in Slumber City. Moreover, the NPC guards had withdrawn from the scene so decisively, making it seem like the Vice City Lord's position Solitary Soul had gone through great lengths to obtain was nothing but a joke. "How did you do it, Guild Leader?" Blackie asked through the team chat. Although he was still feeling a little nervous, even after seeing the NPC guards withdraw, he couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. Blackie wasn't the only one curious to know what had happened exactly. Hurnt Heart Bloodhammer and the others were also eager to learn about the situation. Their team of 20 had entered the stratified Abyssal Realm together. This was also their first time entering the Abyssal Tower and obtaining status in Slumber City. Yet just when they thought that they were finally on the same starting line as Shi Feng after obtaining an upper-class noble status, they came to realize that Shi Feng was still leagues ahead of them. Grimheart and Cleansed Rue were especially confused by this situation, since the two of them were well aware of Zero Wing's situation. They were the ones who brought Shi Feng into this stratified abyssal realm, so they knew that this was definitely Shi Feng's first time visiting this stratified abyssal realm. In addition, even if Shi Feng possessed more knowledge about God's domain than they did, there were many different stratified abyssal realms in God's domain, and not all information on the various stratified abyssal realms was universal. Yet after entering this stratified abyssal realm, not only did the gap between them and Shi Feng not shorten, but it even felt like it was growing larger and larger. Moreover, it was also because of Shi Feng that 100 Flower Palace's members managed to survive the ordeal this time. "Nothing special. It's just that my authority is slightly higher than his," Shi Feng explained through the team chat. Slightly higher? When Bloodhammer heard Shi Feng's answer, he couldn't help but ask, "Could you have cleared the 4th floor's trial already, Guild Leader Black Flame?" The Abyssal Tower's trial space had 5 floors. So long as one managed to clear the 3rd floor's trial, one would gain the status of an upper-class noble. Find the original at H-Stead Novel. Bloodhammer and the others had struggled desperately just to clear the 3rd floor's trial. Even then, they had barely managed to complete it before they ran out of time. As for the 4th floor's trial, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a despair-inducing challenge. Not only did they have to go up against mythic monsters on the 4th floor, but they even had to fight 9 of them simultaneously. It should be known that the Abyssal Tower's trial wasn't merely a test of strength. It was also a test of adaptability. However, adapting to the trial space's mana environment was simply too difficult of a task. Just getting their bodies to adapt to the flow of the trial space's dark mana was already their limit. They had no energy to spare to research and construct the magic array outlined by the dark mana. I passed it by luck," Shi Feng said, nodding. Players would need to successfully construct the magic array composed entirely of dark mana if they wanted to have a chance at clearing the 4th floor's trial. However, normally, even a Grandmaster Magician like himself shouldn't have been able to construct the magic array within such a short period of time. This was because the arrangement of the dark mana was rather unique. If he hadn't become a primal human and obtained the eyes of reality, which allowed him to see the dark mana's operating principles clearly, he wouldn't have been able to see the magic array's entire structure. Naturally, he wouldn't have been able to draw the entire magic array either. Meanwhile, realization dawned on Bloodhammer, Crimson Heart, and the others when they saw Shi Feng nodding. They also couldn't help but smile bitterly over the gap between them. If Shi Feng had managed to conquer the despair-inducing fourth-floor trial, it was completely understandable for him to obtain a position above upper-class nobles. It wouldn't even be strange if he had managed to obtain status surpassing that of Vice City Lords. According to Echoing Judgment, not a single player in the stratified Abyssal Realm's various NPC cities had ever managed to clear the Abyssal Tower's fourth floor. Echoing Judgment had even gone as far as to say that the fourth-floor trial was a prank by the main god system, and no player could ever complete it. On the other side, Echoing Judgment breathed a deep sigh of relief when he saw the NPC guards disbanding their cordon. Now that Shi Feng's team could remain inside Slumber City, there was nothing Death Curse could do against them. At most, Shi Feng's team would have to be a little more careful when leaving the city. However, now that Shi Feng's team had 8 upper-class nobles, they'd have no trouble gaining many followers and the partnership of Slumber City's various peak powers. However, as soon as Echoing Judgment sighed in relief, Shi Feng set his sights on the 2 NPC guard captains once more and asked, "Captains, in view of Vice City Lord Solitary Soul's slanderous behavior towards my friends, may I know if I have any authority to sanction him?" Chapter 3.116, Chapter 1-9-Day. Who isn't a pseudo-tier 4 nowadays? Chapter 1-9-Day. Who isn't a pseudo-tier 4 nowadays? Sanction a Vice City Lord? What is he thinking? A Vice City Lord is already an administrator of the city. Even the City Lord probably doesn't have the authority to sanction a Vice City Lord. Shi Feng's words instantly caused a commotion to erupt in the lobby. Although Shi Feng didn't speak very loudly, everyone present was a Tier 3 expert. With their keen senses, they could hear even the sound of grass rustling over 100 yards away if they wanted to, let alone a player speaking within 100 yards. While the spectating crowd was discussing Shi Feng's words, the 2 NPC guard captains surprisingly remained silent for a moment. Then, they looked at Shi Feng with serious expressions on their faces. "Esteemed Lord Legatee, while you are the Abyss's successor according to Slumber City's laws, unless a Vice City Lord has violated Slumber City's bottom line, even Lord City Lord and Lord Magistrate do not have the authority to arbitrarily sanction a Vice City Lord," the younger of the 2 guard captains said. "I knew it. How can anyone possibly sanction a Vice City Lord? Vice City Lords have the authority to determine a city's development direction, even if he has greater authority than a Vice City Lord. There's no way he can sanction one without a valid reason. It's like how Vice City Lords can't target upper-class nobles, basically. But this guy really knows how to dream. Is he not afraid of sowing a permanent grudge with Death Curse?" The surrounding spectators didn't feel particularly surprised when they heard the guard captain's answer. A Vice City Lord was an NPC city's administrator. Meanwhile, the birth of an administrator was incredibly challenging. In addition to completing the temple trial, a player would also need to establish a power that ranked within the top 10 of the city's contribution ranking list. In other words, an NPC city could only have a maximum of 10 Vice City Lords at a time. One could easily imagine how high a status a Vice City Lord enjoyed. However, since the stratified Abyssal Realm's launch until now, aside from the mysterious Dark Sanctuary, the only NPC city known to have all 10 of its Vice City Lord positions filled was Shadow City, the city located in the level 120 map Dark Desert. Other NPC cities only had around 2 or 3 Vice City Lords. NPC cities with 4 Vice City Lords, such as the current Slumber City, could already rank among the top. Lord Legatee, if Vice City Lord Solitary Soul has offended you, according to the sacred rules set by the God of the Abyss, you can initiate an Abyss battle under the witness of the God of the Abyss. If you defeat Vice City Lord Solitary Soul, it will prove that Vice City Lord Solitary Soul is guilty. In that event, he will be stripped of his status as a Vice City Lord," the older of the 2 guard captains suddenly added. However, the Abyss battle is a sacred duel. You can only initiate it 3 times in your life, so please use it with caution. I can sanction him in such a way. Shi Feng was a little stunned. Originally, Shi Feng didn't hold much hope of dealing with Solitary Soul via the city. After all, a Vice City Lord held considerable influence over the NPC city they belonged to. He had only asked if he could sanction Solitary Soul since he was curious what his status as the Abyss Legate would allow him to accomplish. Shi Feng wasn't the only one surprised by this situation right now. Everyone else was similarly taken aback by the older guard captain's words. How is this possible? A Vice City Lord can actually be sanctioned arbitrarily. What kind of authority does this legatee status have? Everyone in the hall stared at Shi Feng in astonishment. Some of the upper-class nobles enjoying the show couldn't help but gulp nervously, a hint of fear appearing in their eyes. The position of upper-class nobles was only slightly lower than Vice City Lords in the various NPC cities. So long as a Vice City Lord wasn't crazy or an upper-class noble wasn't hell-bent on going against a Vice City Lord, upper-class nobles were essentially untouchable existences. However, it was now revealed that Shi Feng's status afforded him the authority to sanction even Vice City Lords. If even Vice City Lords weren't safe from him, upper-class nobles naturally weren't either. Meanwhile, without an NPC city to rely on, upper-class nobles would be reduced to nothing but a tool that inflicted a weakening debuff on Dark-type monsters. This is going to be interesting. A smile appeared on Wolf Emperor's face as he looked at Shi Feng. Solitary Soul already has a pierce of legendary equipment now, so I can't even begin to guess his current strength. If this Lord Legatee dares to challenge Solitary Soul, I can use this opportunity to see how strong Solitary Soul has become. Wolf Emperor wasn't interested in the conflict between Shi Feng and Solitary Soul in the slightest. His original goal had always been to challenge Solitary Soul after seeing the other party becoming a Vice City Lord. After all, while Solitary Soul might be the weakest out of the 4 Vice City Lords, the man was still a Vice City Lord nonetheless. Depending on how easily he managed to defeat Solitary Soul, he might consider whether he was strong enough to challenge Slumber City's strongest expert, Laura Crater. However, that was before Wolf Emperor had found out that Solitary Soul had obtained a piece of legendary equipment. He couldn't begin to estimate how strong Solitary Soul had become. He even suspected that Solitary Soul might have already become the strongest expert in Slumber City. After all, any legendary equipment could grant players the strength to transcend tiers. I doubt that kid will dare challenge Solitary Soul, Boss Wolf, after all. Even the Glimmering Sword will have to be wary of Solitary Soul right now. Moreover, he only has 3 chances to initiate an Abyss battle. It's not worth wasting one of these precious chances on Solitary Soul, the level 116 swordsman youth standing next to Wolf Emperor said, shaking his head. He doubted that Shi Feng would foolishly challenge Solitary Soul to a duel. Everyone in the lobby could sense the frightening aura Solitary Soul radiated. Unless Shi Feng was also a Vice City Lord-level expert with a piece of legendary equipment, it was unlikely he could defeat Solitary Soul. However, as soon as the swordsman youth finished speaking, Shi Feng turned to Solitary Soul, who was looking at him contemptuously, and calmly said, "Then, on my name as the Abyss Legatee, I will initiate an Abyss battle with Vice City Lord Solitary Soul." Since Death Curse wanted to use them to set an example, Shi Feng naturally wouldn't mind using Death Curse to make a name for himself either. After all, fame was something necessary if he wanted to develop his own power in Slumber City. With his current strength, he was confident he could fight against even God-ranked experts who had reached Tier 4 already. Not to mention, Solitary Soul wasn't even a true Tier 4 player. This kid must be crazy. Does he really think he is invincible just because he managed to destroy an advanced combat puppet? Knight Revenant couldn't help but laugh when he saw Shi Feng challenging Solitary Soul. Originally, they had been having trouble figuring out a way to get Shi Feng's team kicked out of the city. After all, if they failed to take care of Shi Feng's team, their plan to re-establish Death Curse's position in Slumber City would fail miserably. Yet now Shi Feng was sending himself to them. "You want to challenge me? Good. Very good. Solitary Soul laughed as he looked at Shi Feng. I thought that my first opponent after becoming a Vice City Lord would be the Glimmering Sword. But since you want to fight, I'll fulfill your wish. I can also use this chance to let the Glimmering Sword know who is the true #1 in Slumber City. As soon as Solitary Soul finished speaking, glowing runes suddenly started appearing on the black leather top he wore, the runes drawing the surrounding mana to him. Immediately, everyone in the lobby felt the mana around them suppressing them. Even the Temple Knight level experts present found their bodies becoming incredibly heavy, their flexibility dropping by several grades. What a powerful mana domain. Has it reached the Tier 4 standard already? Wolf Emperor subconsciously gasped when he experienced the effects of the mana domain radiated by Solitary Soul. As an upper-class noble, Wolf Emperor naturally possessed a good grasp over mana. He was even at the level of being able to form a mana domain already. Even so, his mana domain was only useful for increasing the power of his skills and spells. However, Solitary Soul's mana domain was actually capable of suppressing other players. The power of this suppression was even on par with the mana domains of Tier 4 NPCs. While subjected to this mana domain's effects, Wolf Emperor felt that he could at most exhibit 50% of his usual combat power. After Solitary Soul unleashed his mana domain, Echoing Judgment, Crimson Heart, Bloodhammer, and the others all wore ugly looks on their faces. One of the main reasons Tier 4 existences could stomp on Tier 3 existences was their Tier 4 mana domain. In front of a Tier 4 player with a mana domain, Tier 3 players would be no different from ants unless they possessed legendary weapons and equipment. However, unlike everyone else, Shi Feng simply shrugged and calmly said to Solitary Soul, "Do you honestly think that you're the only pseudo-Tier 4 in Slumber City?" Immediately, a ripple of mana spread from Shi Feng's body. Then, following the spread of this ripple, the suppression everyone experienced vanished without a trace. Chapter 3117, Chapter 191, Slumber City Shaken. Chapter 1 Mana Domain? Knight Revenant stared at Shi Feng in disbelief when he saw Solitary Soul's mana domain getting pushed back. How is this possible? The biggest difference separating Tier 3 and Tier 4 players was the strength of their mana. With the mana body they had just created, Tier 3 players could just barely extend their mana out of their body, using it to strengthen their skills and spells to a certain extent. However, after reaching Tier 4, players would gain the ability to manipulate the mana around them, using it to strengthen their skills and spells by a significant margin. They could even suppress their enemies with their mana. It was obvious that Shi Feng's mana domain had reached the Tier 4 standard. In fact, based on the situation, Shi Feng's mana domain was stronger than even Solitary Soul's. Otherwise, Solitary Soul's mana domain wouldn't have lost its effect. What a powerful mana domain! Astonishment flashed across Wolf Emperor's eyes when he felt the suppressive effects of Solitary Soul's mana domain disappearing. When a Tier 3 player's mana reached the Tier 4 standard, they'd have an overwhelming advantage over other Tier 3 players. Setting aside the significant amplification effect such mana could bring, just the ability to prevent one's opponents from utilizing the mana around them would put one's opponent in a very disadvantageous situation. In a direct clash between Tier 3 skills and spells, the side that couldn't make use of their surrounding mana would most likely be killed instantly. Although Wolf Emperor didn't know how strong Shi Feng's combat standard was, it was obvious that Shi Feng stood at the pinnacle of Slumber City when it came to mana. Shi Feng definitely had the qualifications to fight against Solitary Soul. At this time, even Laura Crater, who had remained silent and wore a disinterested look this entire time, couldn't help but take a closer look at Shi Feng. Standing next to Laura, Sleeping Quicksand also couldn't help but look toward the unassuming Shi Feng when she noticed the change in Laura's gaze. Is he really that strong? Laura might not have said anything, but Sleeping Quicksand understood that Shi Feng had already gained Laura's recognition. It should be known that Laura was publicly recognized as the strongest expert in Slumber City, and never had anybody in the city managed to gain her recognition. Even when Solitary Soul revealed his possession of a piece of legendary equipment, Laura had only grown a little wary of him. How powerful! So this is Guild Leader Black Flame's strength. Lin Yaoyue's eyes burned with a passionate flame as she looked at Shi Feng. Lin Yaoyu used to be a Tier 4 expert on the main continent, so she understood just how big of a gap there was between Tier 3 and Tier 4 mana. Typically, even if a Tier 3 player managed to form a mana domain at Tier 3, the most they could do with it was improve their control over mana. They couldn't increase the inherent strength of their mana. Normally, if a Tier 3 player wished to improve the standard of their mana without increasing their tier, they'd have to rely on the help of legendary weapons and equipment. However, Shi Feng obviously didn't possess any legendary weapons and equipment, since he had come from the miniature ancient world like herself. In the current miniature ancient world, obtaining even fragmented legendary items was no different than a dream, let alone legendary items. Without legendary items, the only other way players could raise the standard of their mana from Tier 3 to Tier 4 was to rely on themselves. However, this was a mythical feat that only a handful of players could accomplish even on the main continent. It should be known that every one of those players was a peerless monster. They were invincible existences even among Tier 6 God-ranked experts, and every one of them could instill fear into even the 5 great super guilds. As for other super guilds, they didn't even dare to offend these peerless monsters. Unfortunately, none of those peerless experts were willing to accept followers for some reason. It didn't matter even if the person asking to be a follower was a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. This situation had caused countless experts and powers on the main continent to sigh in disappointment. Currently, though, there was no doubt that Shi Feng had already reached the level of those peerless monsters. Amazing. As expected of someone from the Dark Sanctuary. With this kind of strength, he should have no trouble ranking among the top 10 of Shadow City. Echoing judgment inwardly exclaimed as he looked at Shi Feng. At the same time, he became even more determined to partner with Shi Feng. There might be incredibly few players from the Dark Sanctuary operating in the stratified Abyssal Realms level 100+ maps, but it wasn't exactly difficult to meet with them. This was because almost those from the Dark Sanctuary would eventually move their base of operations to Shadow City. Hence, so long as one traveled to Shadow City, one could easily come across powers from the Dark Sanctuary. However, according to his understanding, there were many powers based in the Dark Sanctuary, and not all of these powers were equally strong. Although any power capable of exiting the Dark Sanctuary would almost certainly be a peak power or greater, there were still differences between them based on the frightening strength Shi Feng had just displayed. Echoing judgment was certain that Shi Feng was stronger than most of the Dark Sanctuary experts in Shadow City. After all, experts whose mana had reached the Tier 4 standard were extremely rare, even in the Dark Sanctuary. There was no way an ordinary peak power would be willing to send such a powerful combatant out of the Dark Sanctuary. In fact, the Dark Sanctuary's powers would usually take the initiative to recruit experts with Tier 4 mana in Shadow City, and their promises to these experts were enough to cause countless experts in the stratified Abyssal Realm to drool in envy. Based on this situation, it could be seen just how high of a position experts with Tier 4 mana held in the Dark Sanctuary, while everyone was marveling at Shi Feng's mana domain. The sound of a bell ringing suddenly came from the Abyssal Tower's topmost floor, the sound echoing throughout the entire Slumber City. Many players were confused by this ringing sound. However, before they could get to the bottom of this situation, everyone in the city received an announcement from the system. Slumber City Region System Announcement. Legatee Black Flame has initiated an abyss battle against Vice City Lord Solitary Soul, following the ancient agreement. This duel will be conducted under the witness of the God of the Abyss. All players in the city will also have the chance to witness this battle. Players will only have 10 seconds to make a decision. Slumber City Region System Announcement. Those who do not decide within the time limit will forfeit their right to witness the Abyss battle. What's going on? Who's this Black Flame? He actually has the authority to challenge a Vice City Lord. Solitary Soul is one of Slumber City's top 5 experts. He has even completed the temple trial recently. Is the person who challenged Solitary Soul insane? Regardless, this is a rare opportunity to see Solitary Soul in action. The last time he fought against someone publicly was when he challenged a few of the top 10 experts previously. He's been immersed in training ever since, and nobody knows how strong he is exactly now. Following the system announcement, curiosity filled Slumber City's various powers and independent players. Everyone was curious to learn about the person known as Black Flame and how strong Solitary Soul had become after completing the temple trial. Hence, everyone chose to spectate the Abyss battle without hesitation. Chapter 3118, 1992, Legendary Equipment's Might. Chapter 122, Legendary Equipment's Might. Slumber City Abyssal Tower. Following the ringing bell sound, an ancient and sacred aura spread across Slumber City. This aura instilling a sense of awe and submission into everyone in the city. After this aura swept across the entire city, players who had chosen to spectate the Abyss battle found themselves teleported to a magnificent arena located in the middle of a sea of stars. The arena was massive, occupying an area of over a dozen sports stadiums. It could easily fit several 100,000 spectators simultaneously. Of course, that definitely wasn't enough to accommodate Slumber City's several 100 million players. However, players weren't teleported directly to the arena's spectator stands. Instead, players were teleported to the countless independent spaces that existed within the arena, and each of these independent spaces had a replica of the main arena. So, even though the main arena itself could only accommodate several hundred spectators, it could, in reality, allow all of Slumber City's players to spectate the upcoming Abyss battle simultaneously. The only people on the arena's stage currently were Shi Feng and Solitary Soul, and both of them were at level 120. Evidently, the main god system had equalized their levels for the sake of fairness. Meanwhile, after the participants and spectators were teleported to the arena, a timer appeared above the stage, indicating the seconds left until the Abyss battles start. 10, 9, 8, 7. I'm really surprised. I didn't expect you to have not only significantly higher authority than me, but also Tier 4 mana. You can find yourself a place even in Shadow City with your strength and status, Solitary Soul said to Shi Feng, smiling after he scanned the stage. If you hadn't disrupted our plans, we would have never wanted to make an enemy out of you. Unfortunately, you've made the wrong choice from the very beginning, which leaves us with no choice but to eradicate you and your team. This outcome will not change even if your mana has already reached the Tier 4 standard. When Solitary Soul finished speaking, the timer also finished counting down. Then Solitary Soul's figure thoroughly vanished from the stage. What a skillful soundless steps. When Hidden Soul saw Solitary Soul disappearing from her sight, a solemn expression appeared on her face. Not only has he perfectly concealed his presence, but he's also using his killing intent to layer his concealment. He's even managed to create up to 19 decoys. How much of a monster is he? Although Hidden Soul was sitting on the spectator stands, everything taking place on the stage was perfectly presented to the spectator stands. So, watching the fight from the spectator stands was no different than watching it directly on stage. Meanwhile, soundless steps happened to be a combat technique. Hidden Soul was also skilled at. It was also the reason she dared to assassinate Tier 6 God-ranked experts. For a skilled assassin, it wasn't difficult to perfectly conceal their aura. What was difficult was using one's killing intent to misdirect one's target. Meanwhile, the more decoys one tried to create using killing intent, the more difficult it would be to accomplish the feat. Currently, Hidden Soul could create up to 16 decoys only. Moreover, that was after she had become a high dimension. If she wanted to further increase that number, the complexity of the technique would increase by several times. Meanwhile, as far as she knew, not even one of her many assassin friends could create 19 killing intent decoys. In addition to showing how skillful he was, the fact that Solitary Soul could create 19 decoys with his killing intent meant that he could fake his attacks up to 19 times. So long as Shi Feng made even one error in his judgment against Solitary Soul, it could become a fatal mistake. No matter how powerful a Tier 3 player was, there was a limit to the number of reactions they could make simultaneously. A player would be considered an expert among experts if they could carry out 12 or 13 reactions simultaneously. Typically, this was the level that Domain Realm experts were at. In the case of Tier 6 God-ranked experts, while they might be more skilled than the average Domain Realm expert, Most God-ranked experts could only carry out around 14 or 15 simultaneous reactions. With her ability to create up to 15 decoys in the past, she could fell even Tier 6 God-ranked experts if they weren't careful. However, against Solitary Soul's 19 decoys, the average Tier 6 God-ranked expert would fall with a 100% certainty at this moment. Hidden Soul wasn't the only person who had realized Solitary Soul's prowess. Crimson Heart, Bloodhammer, and the others similarly wore grave expressions on their faces. It was especially true for Bloodhammer and Marion. They never thought they would come across such a terrifying expert in Slumber City, which was only one of many NPC cities in the stratified abyssal realm. A fourth-floor expert. Bloodhammer couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Solitary Soul disappearing from his perception. Weren't stratified abyssal realms supposed to have only a handful of fourth-floor experts? Why are there so many fourth-floor experts in this stratified abyssal realm? According to the information Bloodhammer collected through eavesdropping on the conversation of others, he knew that Solitary Soul only ranked among the top 5 of Slumber City when it came to strength. More specifically, he ranked 4th or 5th. This meant that there were 3 or 4 more players of Solitary Soul's caliber in Slumber City. There were hundreds of NPC cities found in the stratified abyssal realm's level 100+ maps. If every NPC city had around 5 fourth-floor experts. While Bloodhammer and Marion were in a daze, Shi Feng briefly scanned the empty stage before him and said, "Put away your little tricks. This move is useless against me." After saying so, Shi Feng brandished the Winter of Eternal Night, Sword's Orbit. After Shi Feng had continually developed Sword's Orbit during his previous life, it had already reached the standard of bronze combat techniques. The instant he executed the combat technique, several dozen sword lights spread out from him like a blooming lotus flower. Not only could each of these sword lights reach up to several dozen yards away, but every one of them also left a dark rift in space as they moved away from Shi Feng. The sword lights left no room to hide on the stage, and Solitary Soul was quickly forced to break his footwork and come out of stealth. However, before any of the sword lights could hit him, he suddenly switched to a seemingly slower footwork. Then, as if Solitary Soul had become a ghost, Shi Feng's sword lights passed through him harmlessly as he rapidly closed the distance between himself and Shi Feng. When Solitary Soul moved within 10 yards of Shi Feng, the 2 daggers he wielded suddenly snapped forward like whips, leaving behind countless afterimages as they executed over a dozen different feints and attacks in the blink of an eye. What a well-honed Godspeed reflex. Shi Feng couldn't help but be surprised by the rapid shifts Solitary Soul executed in his attack. Even so, he did not stop brandishing the Winter of Eternal Night. Sword's Orbit could be regarded as Shi Feng's roots. It was also the defensive technique he was most proficient in. After developing it to the bronze standard, the combat technique was improved significantly. In the technique's current state, unless he was going up against an overwhelmingly stronger opponent, it was highly unlikely for any attack to break through his defenses. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out on the stage, each subsequent explosion louder than the one before. The explosion count quickly reached into the hundreds, and it felt as if several hundred missiles were bombarding the stage. Space in the middle of the stage had also shattered completely, several dozen 100-meter spatial tiers forming on the stage. At one point, the explosions had gotten so powerful that their shockwaves had even spread through the barrier isolating the stage, reaching the rest of the arena. After the explosions ended, Solitary Soul's figure appeared among the mending spatial tiers. At this time, Solitary Soul had already lost 30% of his HP, and both of his hands showed faint signs of trembling. This scene dumbfounded the spectating audience. What's going on? Solitary Soul is actually at a disadvantage? How strong is this black flame guy? The spectating crowd widened their eyes in shock when they saw Shi Feng completely intact. Solitary Soul's strength was widely known and recognized. Yet, even with a piece of legendary equipment, Solitary Soul had still lost to Shi Feng in a direct confrontation. However, Solitary Soul didn't seem to mind this outcome as he looked at Shi Feng with a calm expression. "I can see why you dared to challenge me. Your strength attribute is simply monstrous. Solitary Soul said, as he tried to shake the numbness out of his hands. Then, narrowing his eyes fiercely, he continued, I had thought of saving this move for the glimmering sword, but now it seems that I'll have to use it on you first. Immediately after Solitary Soul finished speaking, the glowing runes covering his black leather top shone with a much brighter glow. At the same time, everyone in the arena could feel something change within Solitary Soul. Specifically, everyone experienced a suppressive effect that resulted from a difference in life rating. You've thoroughly entered the Tier 4 standard already? When Shi Feng sensed the change in Solitary Soul's life rating, he realized that the assassin was no longer a Tier 3 player. Instead, Solitary Soul was now a bona fide Tier 4 player. Previously, Solitary Soul's physique, basic attributes, and mana might have reached the Tier 4 standard already, but he still wasn't a true Tier 4 player. He was only a pseudo-Tier 4 player. In fact, when it came to the strength attribute, Shi Feng wasn't the least bit afraid of Solitary Soul. In addition to being a primal human, Shi Feng was also in possession of the Winter of Eternal Night and the Abyssal Eye, two top-tier fragmented legendary items. He might not be able to match a player with a legendary weapon, but he had no problems matching an assassin with only one piece of legendary equipment. Not to mention, while everyone in the stratified Abyssal Realm was subjected to the power of darkness, he had the Abyssal Eye's help to halve the effects of this suppression. Hence, when it came to the strength attribute, there was no way Solitary Soul could beat Shi Feng. Now, however, Solitary Soul had clearly reached Tier 4 already. His life rating was completely different from that of a Tier 3 player. Indeed, I have now transformed into a Tier 4 Shadow Manipulator. All of my basic attributes have increased by 40%, and I have also gained access to all Tier 4 skills and taboo skills available to the Shadow Manipulator class, Solitary Soul said, a hint of excitement appearing in his eyes. Now I'll let you experience the strength of a true Tier 4. Chapter 3, 193, Abyssal Power. Chapter 193, Abyssal Power. As soon as Solitary Soul finished speaking, he instantly split into several dozen illusions of himself, each giving off a similar presence as his original body. Then, every one of these doppelgangers appeared around Shi Feng in the blink of an eye and attacked him simultaneously. Spatial Mirage. Hidden Soul frowned when she saw Solitary Soul's doppelgangers filling the stage. Spatial Mirage was a Tier 4 taboo skill that allowed the user to split into several dozen copies of themselves. However, the user could reduce the number of doppelgangers they summoned if they could not control all of them. Meanwhile, not only were the doppelgangers real entities, but they also had the exact same basic attributes as the user. In addition, so long as even one doppelganger remained alive during the skill's 1-minute duration, the original body would not die. Because of Spatial Mirage's effects, it was labeled as the strongest single-target skill out of all Tier 4 skills available to assassins. After all, not only did the skill allow its user to rain their opponent with a large number of attacks, but it also allowed the user to stay near invincible for 1 minute. Come. Shi Feng stopped holding back when he saw Solitary Soul's doppelgangers attacking him from all directions. Immediately, he activated World of Frost, the Winter of Eternal Night's second active skill. If he wanted to go against a Tier 4 taboo skill in his current state, his only option was to use a Tier 4 skill or spell. He'd only be seeking an early death if he used a Tier 3 skill or spell. This was because there was a great disparity in the mana Tier 3 and Tier 4 skills could access. In God's domain, a clash between skills would often be decided by the mana each side held. It wouldn't matter even if a skill's effect was superior. It would most likely lose if it went up against a skill that had carried significantly more mana. Hence, it was impossible for low-tier skills to go up against high-tier skills. The current Winter of Eternal Night might not be at its peak, but its additional skills were already at the Tier 4 standard. In a certain sense, its skills were even stronger than the average Tier 4 skill and spell. Immediately, 9 frost swords appeared around Shi Feng, each frost sword carrying 120% of his strength. Then Shi Feng executed Sword's Orbit once more against Solitary Soul's doppelgangers, Unlike before, Shi Feng was executing Sword's orbit with 9 weapons this time. Hence, the galaxy of stars that formed around him created a much tighter defensive network than before. Moreover, every one of the stars that surrounded him exerted destructive power at the Tier 4 peak standard. Boom, boom. The clash between swords and daggers taking place right now was many times more intense than before. For a time, the stage looked like it was hosting a fight between 2 1,000-man teams rather than a duel between 2 players, the scene flabbergasting the spectating audience. They're so strong. So this is a Vice City Lord-level fight. Even though I'm a Temple Knight already, why do I get the feeling that I won't last more than a move against them? When Slumber City's many experts saw the clash between Shi Feng and Solitary Soul, they felt their worldview shattering. No matter how they looked at it, there was no way they could interfere in such a high-level fight. In fact, if it weren't for the barrier isolating the stage from the rest of the arena, they doubted that they could even spectate the fight from such a close distance. Any stray attack that struck them could probably kill them instantly. The might of legendary equipment is truly extraordinary. Wolf Emperor inwardly exclaimed, his blood boiling in excitement. At the same time, he also mentally assessed how long he could last against Shi Feng and Solitary Soul in a fight. In the meantime, on the stage, Solitary Soul had clearly gained the upper hand after activating Spatial Mirage. He had an overwhelming advantage in both numbers and raw power. Although Shi Feng's defense was nigh impeccable, his 9 frost swords creating a barrier that neutralized the attacks of Solitary Soul's doppelgangers. It was inevitable for cracks to appear after defending against such a large number of attacks over such a long period of time. Sure enough, Shi Feng eventually started to let 1 or 2 doppelgangers slip past his defensive network from time to time. Although he had promptly rectified these mistakes by deflecting the doppelgangers' attacks with his sword, Solitary Soul's doppelgangers wielded strength rivaling level 120 superior mythics. Even after he redirected a portion of their attack's power, he still suffered over 10,000 damage per hit. Currently, Shi Feng's HP was at an extraordinary 1.27 million thanks to his Tier 4 basic attributes. That was more than double what the average Tier 3 MT had. However, a loss of 10,000 HP per attack was not something he could afford to shrug off due to Solitary Soul's extremely high attack frequency. After roughly 50 seconds had passed since Solitary Soul activated Spatial Mirage, Shi Feng had already lost 2/3 of his HP. In comparison, Solitary Soul's losses were much smaller. Although Solitary Soul had lost a few dozen doppelgangers due to his fearless attack method, he still retained over 20 doppelgangers. Meanwhile, so long as even one of his doppelgangers lived, his main body would not die. "You really are a tough bastard to survive for so long," Solitary Soul said, scoffing when he saw that he only had a short time left before Spatial Mirage's effect ran out. "But everything is over now." Tier 4 Legacy Berserk skill, Shadow Possession. The strength of Solitary Soul's aura skyrocketed once more, reaching a point where many of the spectating Tier 3 players found themselves having difficulty breathing. Is this his true strength? Wolf Emperor's expression grew serious when he saw this sudden turn of events. Based on his perception, Solitary Soul gave off the same presence as the superior mythic bosses he had encountered in the past. If Solitary Soul combined the raw power of a superior mythic monster with combat techniques, he could unleash devastating destruction. Subsequently, Solitary Soul's remaining doppelgangers attacked Shi Feng from multiple directions, their speed so fast that many of the Tier 3 experts present couldn't even keep up with them. Over? Do you honestly think you're the only one with a berserk skill? When Shi Feng saw Solitary Soul's doppelgangers coming at him again, he promptly activated the berserk skill that came with the Abyssal Eye. Abyssal Power. This would also be the first time Shi Feng used this skill after obtaining the Abyssal Eye immediately. The berserk skill increased his defense by 100%, strength by 150%, agility by 60%, physique by 50%, and endurance by 100%. Boom. At this moment, black fog surrounded Shi Feng, and his eyes turned pitch black completely, the transformation making him look like the incarnation of darkness. The flow of time around him also started to slow down. As for the 9 frost swords, they disintegrated due to their inability to coexist with the power of the abyss. However, Shi Feng didn't feel surprised by this and held the winter of eternal night horizontally. In God's domain, berserk skills could not coexist with many skills. Normally, when players used a berserk skill in a duel with another player, it meant that they were ready to end the fight by either killing their opponent or getting killed. In a situation where Solitary Soul had an overwhelming advantage in basic attributes, Shi Feng decided it was best if he didn't withhold his berserk skill. Disappear. Immediately, Shi Feng executed a horizontal slash against the doppelgangers coming at him from all directions. Second sword, Holy Devour, Chapter 3-120, Chapter 194, New Hegemon, Chapter 194, New Hegemon. When Shi Feng swung his sword, crimson flames swept across the stage and incinerated everything into nothingness. The sight of the sea of flames devouring even space itself caused the spectating crowd to gasp. What a terrifying mana technique. "Who the hell is this guy?" Wolf Emperor exclaimed, a grave expression appearing on his face. Mana techniques might be common in the stratified abyssal realm, but most of the mana techniques in the hands of Slumber City's peak powers could only exhibit power rivaling Tier 3 skills and spells. There were also a few mana techniques capable of reaching the standard of Tier 4 skills and spells, but those were Dark-type mana techniques. However, the mana technique Shi Feng used was clearly of the fire element. Yet, in addition to being capable of incinerating even space itself, those flames also gave Wolf Emperor the feeling that he would get burnt into nothingness so long as they touched him. The power of this mana technique far surpassed the power of the average Tier 4 skill and spell. It should be known that mana techniques did not have cooldowns like skills and spells. So long as players had enough stamina and concentration, they could use mana techniques multiple times in a row. Mana techniques were worth much more than skills and spells on the market. On average, it would take a Tier 3 Dark-type skill or spell to match the value of a mana technique capable of exhibiting Tier 3 power. In the case of a mana technique capable of exhibiting power surpassing Tier 4 skills and spells, Wolf Emperor couldn't even begin to imagine its value since he had never heard of such a mana technique appearing in the stratified abyssal realm. However, the powerful flames Shi Feng created did not deter Solitary Soul in the slightest. Immediately, several of his doppelgangers began brandishing the daggers they wielded, the phantom of a dark wolf appearing around each of these doppelgangers as they charged at the oncoming sea of flames. He even has a dark-type mana technique? How much strength has Solitary Soul kept hidden? Echoing Judgment's expression turned incredibly gloomy when he saw the wolf phantoms on the stage. The mana technique Solitary Soul just used had clearly reached the Tier 4 standard already. Moreover, it was even a Dark-type mana technique. Combined with his legendary equipment, Solitary Soul could easily rank among the top 5 of Shadow City, the #1 city in the stratified abyssal realm. Even Laura Crater was unlikely to be Solitary Soul's match now. At this point, Echoing Judgment could already foresee Death Curse becoming the #1 power in Slumber City. Once that happened, Purple Light's days in Slumber City would be numbered. However, before Echoing Judgment could lament the fate of Purple Light for long, the sea of flames and wolf phantoms clashed. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed throughout the entire arena, and the resulting shockwaves caused the stage's defensive barrier to shake violently. Although the barrier eventually calmed down without breaking, everyone still couldn't help but feel insecure when they saw the space above the entire arena turning into an empty void. Once the dust settled, the spectating audience couldn't help but be dumbfounded by what they saw. How is this possible? The stage got destroyed? Is this the strength of Vice City Lord-level players? At this time, the stage used to host the fight was nowhere to be seen, and taking its place was a massive crater. Moreover, spatial tiers filled the space above the crater, the area rendered completely inhospitable. Meanwhile, hovering above the crater were 5 figures, of which 4 belonged to Solitary Soul's doppelgangers. At this time, though, these doppelgangers had already lost over 10% of their HP. Evidently, they had suffered some damage from the feedback of the clash just now. "Who are you?" How can you overpower even my heaven-devouring wolf?" Solitary Soul shouted, a hint of fear flashing past his eyes for the first time as he looked at Shi Feng. Heaven-devouring wolf was the greatest fortuitous encounter Solitary Soul had come across. It was also his strongest trump card. With this mana technique, he was confident he could challenge even the 10 Vice City Lords of Shadow City and achieve good results. Yet, even though Solitary Soul had already used Heaven-Devouring Soul against Shi Feng, not only did he fail to kill Shi Feng, but he didn't even manage to deal a single point of damage to Shi Feng. The only change he noticed was Shi Feng's slightly paler complexion. In comparison, he had suffered some damage from the clash at this time. Solitary Soul wasn't the only one confused by this situation. Even Wolf Emperor and the other spectators were greatly shocked. Solitary Soul's strength was clear for all to see. In addition to having a piece of legendary equipment, he even possessed a Dark-type mana technique. Yet Solitary Soul had still lost to Shi Feng, even with such favorable conditions. This was simply unbelievable. "Who am I?" "I'm the person who's about to send you on your way." Shi Feng didn't bother offering Solitary Soul with any explanations. Instead, he promptly executed a horizontal slash, unleashing another Holy Devour at the other party. Immediately, a sea of flames devoured the space within the defensive barrier once more, the coverage of the attack leaving Solitary Soul with no choice but to resist it with Heaven-Devouring Wolf again. Once, twice. Thrice, Solitary Soul's doppelgangers lost a portion of their HP every time they blocked Shi Feng's attacks. At the same time, the doppelgangers' complexion also grew increasingly paler, and the trembling of their hands worsened continuously. Seeing this scene, the spectating audience finally understood what it meant to truly overwhelm a person by force. Solitary Soul could neither dodge nor block Shi Feng's attacks perfectly. The only thing he could do was watch as his HP gradually disappeared. After Shi Feng executed Holy Devour for the 10th time, Solitary Soul's 4 remaining doppelgangers faded out of existence, and Solitary Soul's main body appeared before everyone's eyes. At this time, though, Solitary Soul's HP had already fallen to 0. Then, his vision darkened, and his body lifelessly fell into the crater. At the same time, the melodious sound of ringing bells echoed throughout the arena, and the victor's name was displayed above the stage-turned crater. Black Flame, the commander, actually lost. When Knight Revenant and the other members of Death Curse saw Solitary Soul's body disintegrating into countless particles of light, an incomparably ugly expression appeared on their faces. None of them could believe what had just happened. Knight Revenant was especially dumbfounded by this outcome. In Knight Revenant's opinion, Shi Feng was merely an outsider from who knows where. Meanwhile, there were countless such outsiders appearing in Slumber City every day. Even if these outsiders possessed incredible individual strength, there was little they could do in Slumber City. In front of Death Curse, these outsiders were still insignificant existences. Yet Shi Feng had not only caused Death Curse to lose an advanced combat puppet, but he had also defeated Death Curse's commander now. He had even permanently deprived Death Curse of his status as a Vice City Lord. How could Knight Revenant possibly bring himself to believe this situation? He won? Crap! How strong is this guy? I think the Glimmering Sword is the only person who can match him now. After the spectators fell silent for a moment, they quickly broke into exclamations. It was especially true for the executives of Slumber City's various powers. The way they looked at Shi Feng and his team had changed completely. After all, Death Curse was thoroughly finished in Slumber City now. Even if Solitary Soul possessed incredible individual prowess and could possibly rank among the top 3 of Slumber City, without his status as a Vice City Lord, its development in Slumber City would be severely restricted. A player's status was incredibly important in the NPC cities of the stratified Abyssal Realms level 100+ maps. This was because many of the various NPC cities' benefits required players to have a certain status to obtain. Now that Death Curse had offended Shi Feng, someone with authority greater than even Vice City Lords, the adventurer team would have a very difficult time surviving in Slumber City. Not to mention, 7 of Shi Feng's teammates were also upper-class nobles. In the meantime, inside the crater, Shi Feng suddenly noticed that an item had appeared in place of Solitary Soul's body. Moreover, this item radiated an incredibly familiar aura.